It was nightfall when we were left at the edge of the desert. The soldiers gave us what food and drink was allowed. It was nightfall as we started our long journey north. Our rage was then as great as it had ever been. And Amel came, taunting us and raging at us. Why did we not want him to exact vengeance? "They will come after us and kill us," Makari said. "Now go away from us." But that did not do the trick. So finally she tried to put Amel to work on something important. "Amel, we want to reach our home alive. Make cool winds for us, and show us where we can find water." But these are things which evil spirits never do. Amel lost interest, and Amel faded away, and we walked on through the cold desert wind, arm in arm, trying not to think of the miles that lay before us. Many things befell us on our long journey which are too numerous here to tell. But the good spirits had not deserted us. They made the cooling winds, and they led us to springs where we could find water and a few dates to eat. And they made little rain for us as long as they could. But finally we were too deep in the desert for such a thing, and we were dying. And I knew I had a child from Cayman in my womb, and I wanted my child to live. It was then that the spirits led us to the Bedouin peoples, and they took us in. They cared for us. I was sick, and for days I lay singing to my child inside my body, and driving away my sickness and my moments of worst remembering with my songs. Makare lay beside me, holding me in her arms. Months passed before I was strong enough to leave the Bedouin camps. And then I wanted my child to be born in our land, and I begged Makare that we should continue our journey. At last, with the food and drink the Bedouins had given us, and the spirits to guide us, we came into the green fields of Palestine, and found the foot of the mountain and the shepherd peoples, so like our own tribe, who had come down to claim our old grazing places. They knew us as they had known our mother and all our kindred, and they called us by name, and immediately took us in. And we were so happy again, among the green grasses and the trees and the flowers that we knew, and my child was growing bigger inside my womb. It would live. The desert had not killed it. So in my own land I gave birth to my daughter, and named her Miriam, as my mother had been named before me. She had Cayman's black hair, but the green eyes of her mother. And the love I felt for her and the joy I knew in her were the greatest curative my soul could desire. We were three again. Makare, who knew the birth pain with me, and who lifted the child out of my body, carried Miriam in her arms by the hour, and sang to her just as I did. The child was ours as much as it was mine, and we tried to forget the horrors we had seen in Egypt. Miriam thrived, and finally Makare and I vowed to climb the mountain and find the caves in which we'd been born. We did not know yet how we would live or what we would do so many miles from our new people. But with Miriam we would go back to the place where we had been so happy, and we would call the spirits to us, and we would make the miracle of rain to bless my newborn child. But this was never to be, not any of it. For before we could leave the shepherd people, soldiers came again, under the command of the king's high steward, Cayman, soldiers who had passed out gold along the way to any tribe who had seen or heard of the red-haired twins and knew where they might be. Once again, at midday, as the sun poured down on the grassy fields, we saw the Egyptian soldiers with their swords raised. In all directions the people scattered, but Makare ran out and dropped down on her knees before Cayman and said, "Don't harm our people again." Then Cayman came with Makare to the place where I was hiding with my daughter, and I showed him this child, which was his child, and begged him for mercy, for justice, that he leave us in peace. But I had only to look at him to understand that he would be put to death if he did not bring us back. His face was thin and drawn and full of misery, not the smooth, white, immortal face that you see here at this table tonight. Enemy time has washed away the natural imprint of his suffering. But it was very plain on that long-ago afternoon. In a soft, subdued voice he spoke to us. "A terrible evil has come over the king and the queen of Kemet," he said, "and your spirits have done it. Your spirits that tormented me night and day for what I did to you until the king sought to drive them out of my house." He stretched out his arms to me, that I could see the tiny scars that covered him where this spirit had drawn blood. Scars covered his face and his throat. "Oh, you don't know the misery in which I have lived," he said, "for nothing could protect me from these spirits, and you don't know the times I cursed you, and cursed the king for what he made me do to you, and cursed my mother that I'd been born." "Oh, but we have not done this," said Makari. "We have kept faith with you. For our lives we left you in peace." "But it is Amel, the evil one, who has done this. Oh, this evil spirit! And to think he has deviled you instead of the king and queen who made you do what you did. We cannot stop him. I beg you, Cayman, let us go." "Whatever Amel does," I said, "he will tire of, Cayman. If the king and queen are strong, he will eventually go away. You are looking now upon the mother of your child, Cayman. Leave us in peace. For the child's sake, tell the king and queen that you could not find us. Let us go if you fear justice at all." But he only stared at the child, as if he did not know what it was. He was Egyptian. Was this child Egyptian? He looked at us. "All right, you did not send this spirit," he said. "I believe you. For you do not understand what this spirit has done, obviously. His bedeviling has come to an end. He has gone into the king and queen of Kemet. He is in their bodies. He has changed the very substance of their flesh." For a long time we looked at him and considered his words, and we understood that he did not mean by this that the king and queen were possessed. And we understood also that he himself had seen such things that he could not but come for us himself and try on his life to bring us back. But I didn't believe what he was saying. How could a spirit be made flesh? "You do not understand what has happened in our kingdom," he whispered. "You must come and see with your own eyes." He stopped then, because there was more, much more that he wanted to tell us, and he was afraid. Bitterly he said, "You must undo what has been done, even if it is not your doing." Ah, but we could not undo it. That was the horror. And even then we knew it, we sensed it. We remembered our mother standing before the cave, gazing at the tiny wounds on her hand. Makari threw back her head now and called to Amel, the evil one, to come to her, to obey her command. In our own tongue, the twin tongue, she screamed, "Come out of the king and queen of Kemet and come to me, Amel. Bow down before my will. You did this not by my command." It seemed all the spirits of the world listened in silence. This was the cry of a powerful witch. But there was no answer. And then we felt it. A great recoiling of many spirits, as if something beyond their knowledge and beyond their acceptance had suddenly been revealed. It seemed the spirits were shrinking from us, and then coming back, sad and undecided, seeking our love, yet repelled. "But what is it?" Makari screamed. "What is it?" She called to the spirits who hovered near her, her chosen ones. And then in the stillness, as the shepherds waited in fear, and the soldiers stood in anticipation, and Cayman stared at us with tired, glazed eyes, we heard the answer. It came in wonder and uncertainty. Amel has now what he has always wanted. Amel has the flesh. But Amel is no more. What could it mean? We could not fathom it. Again Makari demanded of the spirits that they answer. But it seemed that the uncertainty of the spirits was now turning to fear. "Tell me what has happened," Makari said. "Make known to me what you know." It was an old command used by countless witches. "Give me the knowledge which is yours to give." And again the spirits answered in uncertainty. "Amel is in the flesh, and Amel is not Amel. He cannot answer now." "You must come with me," Cayman said. "You must come. The king and queen would have you come." Mutely, and seemingly without feeling, he watched as I kissed my baby girl and gave her to the shepherd women who would care for her as their own. And then Makari and I gave ourselves up to him. But this time we did not weep. It was as if all our tears had been shed. Our brief year of happiness with the birth of Miriam was past now, and the horror that had come out of Egypt was reaching out to engulf us once more. Maharet closed her eyes for a moment. She touched the lids with her fingers, and then looked up at the others as they waited, each in his or her own thoughts and considerations, each reluctant for the narrative to be broken, though they all knew that it must. The young ones were drawn and weary. Daniel's rapt expression had changed little. Louis was gaunt, and the need for blood was hurting him, though he paid it no mind. "I can tell you no more now," Maharet said. "It's almost morning, and the young ones must go down to the earth. I have to prepare the way for them. Tomorrow night we will gather here and continue. That is, if our queen will allow. The queen is nowhere near us now. I cannot hear the faintest murmur of her presence. I cannot catch the faintest flash of her countenance in another's eyes. If she knows what we do, she allows it. Or she is far away and indifferent, and we must wait to know her will. Tomorrow I'll tell you what we saw when we went into Kemet. Until then, rest safe within the mountain, all of you. It has kept my secrets from the prying eyes of mortal men for countless years. Remember, not even the queen can hurt us until nightfall." Marius rose as Maharet did. He moved to the far window as the others slowly left the room. It was as if Maharet's voice were still speaking to him, and what affected him most deeply was the evocation of Akasha and the hatred Maharet felt for her. Because Marius felt that hatred too, and he felt more strongly than ever that he should have brought this nightmare to a close while he'd had the power to do it. But the red-haired woman could not have wanted any such thing to happen. None of them wanted to die any more than he did. And Maharet craved life, perhaps, more fiercely than any immortal he'd ever known. Yet her tale seemed to confirm the hopelessness of it all. What had risen when the queen stood up from her throne? What was this being that had Lestat in its maw? He could not imagine. We change, but we do not change, he thought. We grow wise, but we are fallible things. We are only human for however long we endure. That was the miracle and the curse of it. He saw again the smiling face he had seen as the ice began to fall. Is it possible that he loved as strongly still as he hated? That in his great humiliation, clarity had escaped him utterly? He honestly didn't know. And he was tired suddenly, craving sleep, craving comfort, craving the soft, sensuous pleasure of lying in a clean bed, of sprawling upon it and burying his face in a pillow, of letting his limbs assemble themselves in the most natural and comfortable position. Beyond the glass wall, a soft, radiant blue light was filling the eastern sky, yet the stars retained their brilliance, tiny and distant though they seemed. The dark trunks of the redwoods had become visible, and a lovely green smell had come into the house from the forest, as always happens near dawn. Far below, where the hillside fell away and a clearing full of clover moved out to the woods, Marius saw Cayman walking alone. His hands appeared to glow in the thin bluish darkness, and as he turned and looked back up at Marius, his face was an eyeless mask of pure white. Marius found himself raising his hand in a small gesture of friendship towards Cayman, and Cayman returned the gesture and went on into the trees. Then Marius turned and saw what he already knew, that only Louis remained with him in the room. Louis stood quite still, looking at him as he had earlier, as though he were seeing a myth made real. Then he put the question that was obsessing him, the question he could not lose sight of, no matter how great was Maharet's spell. "You know whether or not Lestat's still alive, don't you?" he asked. It had a simple, human tone to it, a poignant tone, yet the voice was so reserved. Marius nodded. "He's alive. But I don't really know that the way you think I do. Not from asking or receiving the answer, not from using all these lovely powers which plague us. I know it simply because I know." He smiled at Louis. Something in the manner of this one made Marius happy, though he wasn't sure why. He beckoned for Louis to come to him, and they met at the foot of the table and walked together out of the room. Marius put his arm around Louis's shoulder, and they went down the iron stairs together, through the damp earth, Marius walking slowly and heavily, exactly like a human being might walk. "And you're sure of it?" Louis asked respectfully. Marius stopped. "Oh, yes, quite sure." They looked at one another for a moment, and again Marius smiled. This one was so gifted, yet not gifted at the same time. He wondered if the human light would go out of Louis's eyes if he ever gained more power, if he ever had, for instance, a little of the blood of Marius in his veins. And this young one was hungry, too. He was suffering, and he seemed to like it, to like the hunger and the pain. "Let me tell you something," Marius said now, agreeably. "I knew the first moment I ever laid eyes on Lestat that nothing could kill him. That's the way it is with some of us. We can't die." But why was he saying this? Did he believe it again, as he had before these trials had begun? He thought back to that night in San Francisco when he had walked down the broad, clean-swept pavements of Market Street with his hands in his pockets, unnoticed by mortal men. "Forgive me," Louis said, "but you remind me of the things they said of him at Dracula's daughter. The talk among the ones who wanted to join him last night." "I know," Marius said, "but they are fools, and I'm right." He laughed softly. Yes, he did believe it. Then he embraced Louis again, warmly. Just a little blood, and Louis might be stronger, true, but then he might lose the human tenderness, the human wisdom that no one could give another, the gift of knowing others' suffering with which Louis had probably been born. But the night was over now for this one. Louis took Marius's hand, and then turned and walked down the tin-walled corridor to where Eric waited to show him the way. Then Marius went up into the house. He had perhaps a full hour more before the sun forced him into sleep, and tired as he was, he would not give it up. The lovely, fresh smell of the woods was overpowering, and he could hear the birds now, and the clear singing of a deep creek. He went into the great room of the adobe dwelling, where the fire had burnt down on the central hearth. He found himself standing before a giant quilt that covered almost half the wall. Slowly he realized what he was seeing before him, the mountain, the valley, and the tiny figures of the twins as they stood together in the green clearing beneath the burning sun. The slow rhythm of Maharet's speech came back to him, with a faint shimmer of all the images her words had conveyed. So immediate was that sun-drenched clearing, and how different it seemed now from the dreams. Never had the dreams made him feel close to these women, and now he knew them. He knew this house. It was such a mystery, this mixture of feeling, where sorrow touched something that was undeniably positive and good. Maharet's soul attracted him. He loved the particular complexity of it, and he wished he could somehow tell her so. Then it was as if he caught himself. He realized that he had forgotten for a little while to be bitter, to be in pain. Maybe his soul was healing faster than he had ever supposed it could. Or maybe it was only that he had been thinking about others, about Maharet, and before that about Louis, and what Louis needed to believe. Well, hell, Lestat probably was immortal. In fact, the sharp and bitter fact occurred to him that Lestat might survive all this, even if he, Marius, did not. But that was a little supposition that he could do without. Where was Armand? Had Armand gone down into the earth already? If only he could see Armand just now. He went towards the cellar door again, but something distracted him. Through an open doorway he saw two figures, very like the figures of the twins on the quilt. But these were Maharet and Jessie, arm in arm before an eastern window, watching motionless as the light grew brighter in the dark woods. A violent shudder startled him. He had to grip the door frame to steady himself as a series of images flooded his mind. Not the jungle now. There was a highway in the distance, winding north, it seemed, through barren, burnt land. And the creature had stopped, shaken. But by what? An image of two red-haired women? He heard the feet begin their relentless tramp again. He saw the feet caked with earth as if they were his feet, the hands caked with earth as if they were his hands, and then he saw the sky catching fire, and he moaned aloud. When he looked up again, Armand was holding him, and with her bleary human eyes, Maharet was imploring him to tell her what he had just seen. Slowly the room came alive around him, the agreeable furnishings, and then the immortal figures near him who were of it, yet of nothing. He closed his eyes and opened them again. "She's reached our longitude," he said. "Yet she's miles to the east. The sun's just risen there with blazing force." He had felt it, that lethal heat. But she had gone into the earth. That, too, he had felt. "But it's very far south of here," Jessie said to him. How frail she looked in the translucent darkness, her long, thin fingers hugging the backs of her slender arms. "Not so far," Armand said, "and she was moving very fast." "But in what direction does she move?" Maharet asked. "Is she coming towards us?" She didn't wait for an answer, and it didn't seem that they could give it. She lifted her hand to cover her eyes, as if the pain there was now intolerable, and then gathering Jessie to her and kissing her suddenly, she bid the others good sleep. Marius closed his eyes. He tried to see again the figure he had seen before. The garment, what was it? A rough thing, thrown over the body like a peasant poncho with a torn opening for the head. Bound at the waist, Yes, he'd felt it. He tried to see more, but he could not. What he had felt was power, illimitable power, and unstoppable momentum, and almost nothing other than that. When he opened his eyes again, the morning shimmered in the room around him. Armand stood close to him, embracing him still, yet Armand seemed alone and perturbed by nothing. His eyes moved only a little as he looked at the forest, which now seemed to press against the house through every window, as if it had crept to the very edge of the porch. Marius kissed Armand's forehead, and then he did exactly what Armand was doing. He watched the room grow lighter. He watched the light fill the window panes. He watched the beautiful colors brighten in the vast network of the giant quilt. Chapter 5. Lestat. This is my body, this is my blood. When I awoke it was quiet, and the air was clean and warm with the smell of the sea. I was now thoroughly confused as to time, and I knew from my light-headedness that I had not slept through a day. Also, I wasn't in any protective enclosure. We'd been following the night around the world, perhaps, or rather moving at random in it, as Akasha maybe didn't need at all to sleep. I needed it, that was obvious. But I was too curious not to want to be awake, and frankly too miserable. Also, I'd been dreaming of human blood. I found myself in a spacious bedroom with terraces to the west and to the north. I could smell the sea, and I could hear it, yet the air was fragrant and rather still. Very gradually I took stock of the room. Lavish old furnishings, most likely Italian, delicate yet ornamented, were mingled with modern luxuries everywhere I looked. The bed on which I lay was a gilded four-poster, hung with gauzy curtains and covered with down pillows and draperies of silk. A thick white carpet concealed the old floor. There was a dressing table littered with glittering jars and silver objects, and a curious old-fashioned white telephone. Velvet chairs, a monster of a television set, and shelves of stereo music equipment, and small polished tables everywhere, strewn with newspapers, ashtrays, decanters of wine. People had lived here up till an hour ago, but now the people were dead. In fact, there were many dead on this island. And as I lay there for a moment, drinking in the beauty around me, I saw the village in my mind where we had been before. I saw the filth, the tin roofs, the mud. And now I lay in this bower, or so it seemed. And there was death here, too. We had brought it. I got up off the bed and went out onto the terrace and looked down over the stone railing at a white beach. No land on the horizon, only the gently rolling sea. The lacy foam of the receding waves glistening under the moon. And I was in an old, weathered palazzo, probably built some 4 centuries ago, decked with urns and cherubs and covered with stained plaster, a rather beautiful place. Electric lights shone through the green-painted shutters of other rooms. Nestled on a lower terrace just beneath me was a little swimming pool. And ahead, where the beach curved to the left, I saw another old, graceful dwelling nestled into the cliffs. People had died in there, too. This was a Greek island, I was sure of it. This was the Mediterranean Sea. When I listened, I heard cries coming from the land behind me, over the crest of the hill. Men being slain. I leaned against the frame of the door. I tried to stop my heart from racing. Some sudden memory of the slaughter in Azim's temple gripped me, a flash of myself walking through the human herd, using the invisible blade to pierce solid flesh. Thirst. Or was it merely lust? I saw those mangled limbs again, wasted bodies contorted in the final struggle, faces smeared with blood. Not my doing. I couldn't have. But I had. And now I could smell fires burning, fires like those fires in Azim's courtyard where the bodies were being burnt. The smell nauseated me. I turned towards the sea again and took a deep, clean breath. If I let them, the voices would come, voices from all over the island, and from other islands, and from the nearby land, too. I could feel it, the sound, hovering there, waiting. I had to push it back. Then I heard more immediate noise. Women in this old mansion. They were approaching the bedchamber. I turned around just in time to see the double doors opened, and the women, dressed in simple blouses and skirts and kerchiefs, come into the room. It was a motley crowd, of all ages, including young beauties and stout older matrons, and even some rather frail creatures with darkly wrinkled skin and snow-white hair. They brought vases of flowers with them. They were placing them everywhere. And then one of the women, a tentative, slender thing with a beautiful long neck, moved forward with beguiling, natural grace and began to turn on the many lamps. Smell of their blood. How could it be so strong and enticing when I felt no thirst? Suddenly they all came together in the center of the room, and they stared at me. It was as if they'd fallen into a trance. I was standing on the terrace, merely looking at them. Then I realized what they saw. My torn costume, the vampire rags, black coat, white shirt, and the cloak, all spattered with blood. And my skin, that had changed measurably. I was whiter, more ghastly to look at, of course. And my eyes must have been brighter, or maybe I was being deceived by their naive reactions. When had they seen one of us before? Whatever. It all seemed to be some sort of dream, these still women with their black eyes and their rather somber faces. Even the stout ones had rather gaunt faces, gathered there, staring at me, and then they're dropping one by one to their knees. Ah, to their knees. I sighed. They had the crazed expression of people who had been delivered out of the ordinary. They were seeing a vision, and the irony was that they looked like a vision to me. Reluctantly, I read their thoughts. They had seen the Blessed Mother. That is what she was here, the Madonna, the Virgin. She'd come to their villages and told them to slaughter their sons and husbands. Even the babies had been slaughtered. And they had done it, or witnessed the doing of it. And they were now carried upon a wave of belief and joy. They were witnesses to miracles. They had been spoken to by the Blessed Mother herself. And she was the ancient mother, the mother who had always dwelt in the grottos of this island, even before Christ, the mother whose tiny naked statues were now and then found in the earth. In her name they had knocked down the columns of the ruined temples, the ones the tourists came here to see. They had burned the only church on the island. They had knocked out its windows with sticks and stones. Ancient murals had burned in the church. The marble columns, broken into fragments, had fallen into the sea. As for me, what was I to them? Not merely a god, not merely the chosen of the Blessed Mother. No, something else. It puzzled me as I stood there, trapped by their eyes, repelled by their convictions, yet fascinated and afraid. Not of them, of course, but of everything that was happening. Of this delicious feeling of mortals looking at me the way they had been looking when I'd been on the stage. Mortals looking at me and sensing my power after all the years of hiding. Mortals come here to worship. Mortals like all those poor creatures strewn over the path in the mountains. But they'd been worshippers of Azim, hadn't they? They'd gone there to die. Nightmare. Have to reverse this. Have to stop it. Have to stop myself from accepting it or any aspect of it. I mean, I could start believing that I was really... But I know what I am, don't I? And these are poor, ignorant women, women for whom television sets and phones are miracles. These are women for whom change itself is a form of miracle. And they will wake up tomorrow, and they will see what they have done. But now the feeling of peace came over us, the women and me. The familiar scent of flowers, the spell. Silently through their minds, the women were receiving their instructions. There was a little commotion. Two of them rose from their knees and entered an adjoining bath, one of those massive marble affairs that wealthy Italians and Greeks seem to love. Hot water was flowing. Steam poured out of the open doors. Other women had gone to the closets to take out clean garments. Rich, whoever he was, the poor bastard who had owned this little palace, the poor bastard who had left that cigarette in the ashtray and the faint, greasy fingerprints on the white phone. Another pair of women came towards me. They wanted to lead me into the bath. I did nothing. I felt them touch me. Hot human fingers touching me, and all the attendant shock and excitement in them as they felt the peculiar texture of my flesh. It sent a powerful and delicious chill through me, these touches. Their dark, liquid eyes were beautiful as they looked at me. They tugged at me with their warm hands. They wanted me to come with them. All right. I allowed myself to be taken along. White marble tile, carved gold fixtures, an ancient Roman splendor when you got right down to it, with gleaming bottles of soaps and scents lining marble shelves. And the flood of hot water in the pool, with the jets pumping it full of bubbles. It was all very inviting, or might have been at some other time. They stripped my garments off me. Absolutely fascinating feeling. No one had ever done such a thing to me, not since I'd been alive, and then only when I was a very small child. I stood in the flood of steam from the bath, watching all these small, dark hands, and feeling the hairs rise all over my body, feeling the adoration in the women's eyes. Through the steam I looked into the mirror, a wall of mirror, actually, and I saw myself for the first time since this sinister odyssey had begun. The shock was more for a moment than I could handle. This can't be me. I was much paler than I'd imagined. Gently I pushed the women away and went towards the mirror wall. My skin had a pearlescent gleam to it, and my eyes were even brighter, gathering all the colors of the spectrum and mingling them with an icy light. Yet I didn't look like Marius. I didn't look like Akasha. The lines in my face were still there. In other words, I'd been bleached by Akasha's blood, but I hadn't become smooth yet. I'd kept my human expression. And the odd thing was, the contrast now made these lines all the more visible. Even the tiny lines all over my fingers were more clearly etched than before. But what consolation was this, when I was more than ever noticeable, astonishing, unlike a human being. In a way, this was worse than that first moment 200 years ago, when an hour or so after my death I'd seen myself in a mirror and tried to find my humanity in what I was seeing. I was just as afraid right now. I studied my reflection. My chest was like a marble torso in a museum, that white. And the organ we don't need, poised as if ready for what it would never again know how to do or want to do. Marble, a Priapus at a gate. Dazed, I watched the women draw closer. Lovely throats, breasts, dark, moist limbs. I watched them touch me all over again. I was beautiful to them, all right. The scent of their blood was stronger in here, in the rising steam. Yet I wasn't thirsty. Not really. Akasha had filled me, but the blood was tormenting me a little. No, quite a lot. I wanted their blood, and it had nothing to do with thirst. I wanted it the way a man can want vintage wine though he's drunk water. Only magnify that by 20 or 30 or 100. In fact, it was so powerful I could imagine taking all of them, tearing at their tender throats one after another, and leaving their bodies lying here on the floor. No, this is not going to take place, I reasoned, and the sharp, dangerous quality of this lust made me want to weep. What's been done to me? But then I knew, didn't I? I knew I was so strong now that 20 men couldn't have subdued me. And think what I could do to them. I could rise up through the ceiling if I wanted to and get free of here. I could do things of which I'd never dreamed. Probably I had the fire gift now. I could burn things the way she could burn them, the way Marius said that he could. Just a matter of strength. That's all it was. And dizzying levels of awareness, of acceptance. The women were kissing me. They were kissing my shoulders. Just a lovely little sensation, the soft pressure of the lips on my skin. I couldn't help smiling, and gently I embraced them and kissed them, nuzzling their heated little necks and feeling their breasts against my chest. I was utterly surrounded by these malleable creatures. I was blanketed in succulent human flesh. I stepped into the deep tub and allowed them to wash me. The hot water splashed over me deliciously, washing away easily all the dirt that never really clings to us, never penetrates us. I looked up at the ceiling and let them brush the hot water through my hair. Yes, extraordinarily pleasurable, all of it. Yet, never had I been so alone. I was sinking into these mesmerizing sensations. I was drifting. Because, really, there was nothing else that I could do. When they were finished, I chose the perfumes that I wanted and told them to get rid of the others. I spoke in French, but they seemed to understand. Then they dressed me with the clothes I selected from what they presented to me. The master of this house had liked handmade linen shirts, which were only a little too large for me, and he liked handmade shoes as well, and they were a tolerable fit. I chose a suit of grey silk, very fine weave, and rather jaunty modern cut, and silver jewelry, the man's silver watch and his cufflinks, which had tiny diamonds embedded in them, and even a tiny diamond pin for the narrow lapel of the coat. But all these clothes felt so strange on me. It was as if I could feel the surface of my own skin, yet not feel it. And there came that déjà vu, 200 years ago, the old mortal questions. Why in the hell is this happening? How can I gain control of it? I wondered for a moment, was it possible not to care what happened? To stand back from it and view them all as alien creatures, things upon which I fed? Cruelly, I'd been ripped out of their world. Where was the old bitterness, the old excuse for endless cruelty? Why had it always focused itself upon such small things? Not that a life is small. Oh, no, never. Not any life. That was the whole point, actually. Why did I, who could kill with such abandon, shrink from the prospect of seeing their precious traditions laid waste? Why did my heart come up in my throat now? Why was I crying inside like something dying myself? Maybe some other fiend could have loved it. Some twisted and conscienceless immortal could have sneered at her visions, yet slipped into the robes of a god as easily as I had slipped into that perfumed bath. But nothing could give me that freedom. Nothing. Her permissions meant nothing. Her power finally was but another degree of what we all possessed. And what we all possessed had never made the struggle simple. It had made it agony, no matter how often we won or lost. It couldn't happen. The subjugation of a century to one will. The design had to be foiled somehow. And if I just maintained my calm, I'd find the key. Yet mortals had inflicted such horrors upon others. Barbarian hordes had scarred whole continents, destroying everything in their path. Was she merely human in her delusions of conquest and domination? Didn't matter. She had inhuman means to see her dreams made real. I would start weeping again if I didn't stop reaching now for the solution, and these poor tender creatures around me would be even more damaged and confused than before. When I lifted my hands to my face, they didn't move away from me. They were brushing my hair. Chills ran down my back, and the soft thud of the blood in their veins was deafening suddenly. I told them I wanted to be alone. I couldn't endure the temptation any longer, and I could have sworn they knew what I wanted, knew it, and were yielding to it. Dark, salty flesh, so close to me, too much temptation. Whatever the case, they obeyed instantly and a little fearfully. They left the room in silence, backing away as if it weren't proper to simply walk out. I looked at the face of the watch. I thought it was pretty funny, me wearing this watch that told the time. And it made me angry suddenly. And then the watch broke. The glass shattered. Everything flew out of the ruptured silver case. The strap broke and the thing fell off my wrist onto the floor. Tiny, glittering wheels disappeared into the carpet. "Good God," I whispered. Yet why not? If I could rupture an artery or a heart. But the point was to control this thing, to direct it, not let it escape like that. I looked up and chose at random a small mirror, one standing on the dresser in a silver frame. I thought, break, and it exploded into gleaming fragments. In the hollow stillness I could hear the pieces as they struck the walls and the dresser top. Well, that was useful. A hell of a lot more useful than being able to kill people. I stared at the telephone on the edge of the dresser. I concentrated, let the power collect, then consciously subdued it and directed it to push the phone slowly across the glass that covered the marble. Yes, all right. The little bottles tumbled and fell as it was pushed into them. Then I stopped them. I couldn't write them, however. I couldn't pick them up. Oh, but wait, yes I could. I imagined a hand writing them. And certainly the power wasn't literally obeying this image, but I was using it to organize the power. I righted all the little bottles. I retrieved the one which had fallen and put it back in place. I was trembling just a little. I sat on the bed to think this over, but I was too curious to think. The important thing to realize was this: it was physical. It was energy. And it was no more than an extension of powers I'd possessed before. For example, even in the beginning, in the first few weeks after Magnus had made me, I'd managed once to move another, my beloved Nicola, with whom I'd been arguing, across a room as if I'd struck him with an invisible fist. I'd been in a rage then. I hadn't been able to duplicate the little trick later. But it was the same power, the same verifiable and measurable trait. "You are no god," I said. "But this increase of power, this new dimension, as they say so aptly in this century." Looking up at the ceiling, I decided I wanted to rise slowly and touch it, run my hands over the plaster frieze that ran around the cord of the chandelier. I felt a queasiness, and then I realized I was floating just beneath the ceiling, and my hand, why, it looked like my hand was going through the plaster. I lowered myself a little and looked down at the room. Dear God, I'd done this without taking my body with me. I was still sitting there on the side of the bed. I was staring at myself, at the top of my own head. My body at any rate, sat there, motionless, dreamlike, staring. Back. And I was there again, thank God, and my body was all right. And then, looking up at the ceiling, I tried to figure what this was all about. Well, I knew what it was all about, too. Akasha herself had told me how her spirit could travel out of her body. And mortals had always done such things, or so they claimed. Mortals had written of such invisible travel from the most ancient times. I had almost done it when I tried to see into Azim's temple, gone there to see, and she had stopped me because when I left my body had started to fall. And long before that, there had been a couple of other times. But in general, I'd never believed all the mortal stories. Now I knew I could do this as well. But I certainly didn't want to do it by accident. I made the decision to move to the ceiling again, but this time with my body, and it was accomplished at once. We were there together, pushing against the plaster, and this time my hand didn't go through. All right. I went back down and decided to try the other again. Now only in spirit. The queasy feeling came. I took a glance down at my body, and then I was rising right through the roof of the palazzo. I was traveling out over the sea. Yet things looked unaccountably different. I wasn't sure this was the literal sky or the literal sea. It was more like a hazy conception of both, and I didn't like this, not one bit. No, thank you. Going home now. Or should I bring my body to me? I tried, but absolutely nothing happened. And that didn't surprise me, actually. This was some kind of hallucination. I hadn't really left my body, and ought to just accept that fact. And Baby Jenks. What about the beautiful things Baby Jenks had seen when she went up? Had they been hallucinations? I would never know, would I? Back. Sitting. Side of the bed. Comfortable. The room. I got up and walked around for a few minutes, merely looking at the flowers, and the odd way the white petals caught the lamplight, and how dark the reds looked, and how the golden light was caught on the surfaces of the mirrors, all the other lovely things. It was overwhelming suddenly, the pure detail surrounding me, the extraordinary complexity of a single room. Then I practically fell into the chair by the bed. I lay back against the velvet and listened to my heart pounding. Being invisible, leaving my body, I hated it. I wasn't going to do it again. Then I heard laughter. Faint, gentle laughter. I realized Akasha was there, somewhere behind me, near the dresser perhaps. There was a sudden surge in me of gladness to hear her voice, to feel her presence. In fact, I was surprised at how strong these sensations were. I wanted to see her, but I didn't move just yet. This traveling without your body, it's a power you share with mortals, she said. They do this little trick of traveling out of their bodies all the time. I know, I said dismally. They can have it. If I can fly with my body, that's what I intend to do. She laughed again. Soft, caressing laughter that I'd heard in my dreams. In olden times, she said, men went to the temple to do this. They drank the potions given them by the priests. It was in traveling the heavens that men faced the great mysteries of life and death. I know, I said again. I always thought they were drunk or stoned out of their minds, as one says today. You're a lesson in brutality, she whispered. Your responses to things are so swift. That's brutal? I asked. I caught a whiff again of the fires burning on the island. Sickening. Dear God. And we talk here as if this isn't happening, as if we hadn't penetrated their world with these horrors. And flying with your body does not frighten you? She asked. It all frightens me. You know that, I said. When do I discover the limits? Can I sit here and bring death to mortals who are miles away? No, she said. You'll discover the limits rather sooner than you think. It's like every other mystery. There really is no mystery. I laughed. For a split second I heard the voices again, the tide rising, and then it faded into a truly audible sound. Cries on the wind, cries coming from villages on the island. They had burned the little museum with the ancient Greek statues in it, and with the icons and the Byzantine paintings. All that art going up in smoke, life going up in smoke. I had to see her suddenly. I couldn't find her in the mirrors the way they were. I got up. She was standing at the dresser, and she too had changed her garments and the style of her hair. Even more purely lovely, yet timeless as before. She held a small hand mirror, and she was looking at herself in it, but it seemed she was not really looking at anything. She was listening to the voices, and I could hear them again too. A shiver went through me. She resembled her old self, the frozen self sitting in the shrine. Then she appeared to wake, to look into the mirror again, and then at me as she put the mirror aside. Her hair had been loosened, all those plaits gone, and now the rippling black waves came down free over her shoulders, heavy, glossy, and inviting to kiss. The dress was similar to the old one, as if the women had made it for her out of dark magenta silk that she had found here. It gave a faint, rosy blush to her cheeks and to her breasts, which were only half covered by the loose folds that went up over her shoulders, gathered there by tiny gold clasps. The necklaces she wore were all modern jewelry, but the profusion made them look archaic, pearls and gold chains and opals and even rubies. Against the luster of her skin, all this ornament appeared somehow unreal. It was caught up in the overall gloss of her person. It was like the light in her eyes, or the luster of her lips. She was something fit for the most lavish palace of the imagination, something both sensuous and divine. I wanted her blood again, the blood without fragrance and without killing. I wanted to go to her and lift my hand and touch the skin, which seemed absolutely impenetrable, but which would break suddenly like the most fragile crust. "All the men on the island are dead, aren't they?" I asked. I shocked myself. "All but 10. There were 700 people on this island. 7 have been chosen to live. And the other 3? They are for you." I stared at her. For me? The desire for blood shifted a little, revised itself, included her and human blood, the hot, bubbling, fragrant kind, the kind that... But there was no physical need. I could still call it thirst technically, but it was actually worse. "You don't want them?" she said mockingly, smiling at me, "my reluctant god who shrinks from his duty. You know all those years when I listened to you, long before you made songs to me. I loved it that you took only the hard ones, the young men. I loved it that you hunted thieves and killers, that you liked to swallow their evil whole. Where's your courage now, your impulsiveness, your willingness to plunge, as it were? Are they evil?" I said, "these victims who are waiting for me?" She narrowed her eyes for a moment. "Is it cowardice, finally?" she asked. "Does the grandeur of the plan frighten? For surely the killing means little." "Oh, but you're wrong," I said. "The killing always means something. But yes, the grandeur of the plan terrifies me. The chaos, the total loss of all moral equilibrium. It means everything. But that's not cowardice, is it?" How calm I sounded, how sure of myself. It wasn't the truth, but she knew it. "Let me release you from all obligation to resist," she said. "You cannot stop me. I love you, as I told you. I love to look at you. It fills me with happiness, but you can't influence me. Such an idea is absurd." We stared at each other in silence. I was trying to find words to tell myself how lovely she was, how like the old Egyptian paintings of princesses with shining tresses whose names are now forever lost. I was trying to understand why my heart hurt, even looking at her. And yet I didn't care that she was beautiful. I cared about what we said to each other. "Why have you chosen this way?" I asked. "You know why," she said with a patient smile. "It is the best way. It is the only way. It is the clear vision after centuries of searching for a solution. But that can't be the truth. I can't believe it. Of course it can. Do you think this is impulse with me? I don't make my decisions as you do, my prince. Your youthful exuberance is something I treasure, but such small possibilities are long gone for me. You think in terms of lifetimes, in terms of small accomplishments and human pleasures. I have thought out for thousands of years my designs for the world that is now mine, and the evidence is overwhelming that I must proceed as I have done. I cannot turn this earth into a garden. I cannot create the Eden of human imagination unless I eliminate the males almost completely. And by this you mean kill 40% of the population of the earth? 90% of all males? Do you deny that this will put an end to war, to rape, to violence? But the point... No. Answer my question. Do you deny that it will put an end to war, to rape, and to violence? Killing everyone would put an end to those things. Don't play games with me. Answer my question. Isn't that a game? The price is unacceptable. It's madness. It's mass murder. It's against nature. Quiet yourself. None of what you say is true. What is natural is simply what has been done. And don't you think the peoples of this earth have limited in the past their female children? Don't you think they have killed them by the millions because they wanted only male children so that those children could go to war? Oh, you cannot imagine the extent to which such things have been done. And so now they will choose female over male, and there will be no war. And what of the other crimes committed by men against women? If there were any nation on earth which had committed such crimes against another nation, would it not be marked for extermination? And yet nightly, daily, throughout this earth, these crimes are perpetrated without end. All right, that's true. Undoubtedly that's true, but is your solution any better? It's unspeakable, the slaughter of all things male. Surely if you want to rule... But even this to me was unthinkable. I thought of Marius's old words, spoken long ago to me when we existed still in the age of powdered wigs and satin slippers, that the old religion, Christianity, was dying, and maybe no new religion would rise. Maybe something more wonderful will take place, Marius had said. The world will truly move forward, past all gods and goddesses, past all devils and angels. Wasn't that the destiny of this world, really? The destiny to which it was moving without our intervention? Ah, you are a dreamer, my beautiful one, she said harshly. How you pick and choose your illusions. Look to the eastern countries, where the desert tribes, now rich on the oil they have pulled up from beneath the sands, kill each other by the thousands in the name of Allah, their God. Religion is not dead on this earth. It never will be. You and Marius, what chess players you are! Your ideas are nothing but chess pieces, and you cannot see beyond the board on which you place them in this or that pattern as suits your small ethical souls. You're wrong, I said angrily. Not about us, perhaps. We don't matter. You're wrong in all this that you've begun. You're wrong. No, I am not wrong, she said, and there is no one who can stop me, male or female. And we shall see for the first time since man lifted the club to strike down his brother, the world that women would make, and what women have to teach men. And only when men can be taught will they be allowed to run free among women again. There must be some other way. Ye gods, I'm a flawed thing, a weak thing, a thing no better than most of the men who've ever lived. I can't argue for their lives now. I couldn't defend my own. But Akasha, for the love of all things living, I'm begging you to turn away from this wholesale murder. You speak to me of murder? Tell me the value of one human life, Lestat. Is it not infinite? And how many have you sent to the grave? We have blood on our hands, all of us, just as we have it in our veins. Yes, exactly. And we are not all wise and all-knowing. I'm begging you to stop, to consider. Akasha, surely Marius... Marius! Softly she laughed. What did Marius teach you? What did he give you, really give you? I didn't answer. I couldn't. and her beauty was confusing me. So confusing to see the roundness of her arms, the tiny dimple in her cheek. "My darling," she said, her face suddenly tender and soft as her voice was, "bring to mind your vision of the savage garden, in which aesthetic principles are the only enduring principles, the laws that govern the evolution of all things large and small, of colors and patterns and glorious profusion and beauty, beauty everywhere one looks. That is nature, and death is everywhere in it. And what I shall make is Eden, the Eden all long for, and it shall be better than nature. It shall take things a step further, and the utter abusive and amoral violence of nature shall be redeemed. Don't you understand that men will never do more than dream of peace, but women can realize that dream? My vision is amplified in the heart of every woman, but it cannot survive the heat of male violence, and that heat is so terrible that the earth itself may not survive." "What if there's something you don't understand?" I said. I was struggling, grasping for the words. "Suppose the duality of masculine and feminine is indispensable to the human animal. Suppose the women want the men. Suppose they rise against you and seek to protect the men. The world is not this little brutal island. All women are not peasants blinded by visions." "Do you think men are what women want?" she asked. She drew closer, her face changing imperceptibly in the play of the light. "Is that what you're saying? If it is so, then we shall spare a few more of the men, and keep them where they may be looked at as the women looked at you, and touched as the women touched you. We'll keep them where the women may have them when they want them, and I assure you they shall not be used as women have been used by men." I sighed. It was useless to argue. She was absolutely right and absolutely wrong. "You do yourself an injustice," she said. "I know your arguments. For centuries I have pondered them, as I've pondered so many questions. You think I do what I do with human limitations. I do not. To understand me, you must think in terms of abilities yet unimagined. Sooner will you understand the mystery of splitting atoms or of black holes in space. There has to be a way without death. There has to be a way that triumphs over death. Now that, my beauty, is truly against nature," she said. "Even I cannot put an end to death." She paused. She seemed suddenly distracted, or rather deeply distressed by the words she'd just spoken. "An end to death," she whispered. It seemed some personal sorrow had intruded on her thoughts. "An end to death," she said again, but she was drifting away from me. I watched her close her eyes and lift her fingers to her temples. She was hearing the voices again, letting them come, or maybe even unable to stop them for a moment. She said some words in an ancient tongue, and I didn't understand them. I was struck by her sudden, seeming vulnerability, the way the voices seemed to be cutting her off, the way her eyes appeared to search the room and then to fix on me and brighten. I was speechless and overwhelmed with sadness. How small had my visions of power always been! To vanquish a mere handful of enemies, to be seen and loved by mortals as an image, to find some place in the great drama of things which was infinitely larger than I was, a drama whose study could occupy the mind of one being for 1,000 years. And we stood outside time suddenly, outside of justice, capable of collapsing whole systems of thought. Or was it just an illusion? How many others had reached for such power in one form or another? They were not immortals, my beloved. It was almost an entreaty. But it's an accident that we are, I said. We're things that never should have come into existence. Don't speak those words. I can't help it. It doesn't matter now. You fail to grasp how little anything matters. I give you no sublime reason for what I do, because the reasons are simple and practical. How we came into being is irrelevant. What matters is that we have survived. Don't you see? That is the utter beauty of it, the beauty out of which all other beauties will be born, that we have survived. I shook my head. I was in a panic. I saw again the museum that the villagers on this island had only just burnt. I saw the statues blackened and lying on the floor. An appalling sense of loss engulfed me. History does not matter, she said. Art does not matter. These things imply continuities which in fact do not exist. They cater to our need for pattern, our hunger for meaning, but they cheat us in the end. We must make the meaning. I turned my back. I didn't want to be drugged by her resolution or her beauty, by the glimmer of light in her jet-black eyes. I felt her hands on my shoulders, her lips against my neck. When the years have passed, she said, when my garden has bloomed through many summers and gone to sleep through many winters, when the old ways of rape and war are nothing but memory, and women watch the old films in mystification that such things could ever have been done, when the ways of women are inculcated into every member of the population, naturally, as aggression is now inculcated, then perhaps the males can return. Slowly their numbers can be increased. Children will be reared in an atmosphere where rape is unthinkable, where war is unimaginable. And then there can be men, when the world is ready for them. It won't work. It can't work. Why do you say so? Let us look to nature as you wanted to do only moments ago. Go out in the lush garden that surrounds this villa. Study the bees in their hives and the ants who labor as they have always done. They are female, my prince, by the millions. A male is only an aberration and a matter of function. They learned the wise trick a long time before me of limiting the males. And we may now live in an age where males are utterly unnecessary. Tell me, my prince, what is the primary use of men now, if it is not to protect women from other men? What is it that makes you want me here? I said desperately. I turned around to face her again. Why have you chosen me as your consort? For the love of heaven, why don't you kill me with the other men? Choose some other immortal, some ancient being who hungers for such power. There must be one. I don't want to rule the world. I don't want to rule anything. I never did. Her face changed, just a little. It seemed there was a faint, evanescent sadness in her that made her eyes even deeper in their darkness for an instant. Her lip quivered, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Then she did answer. Lestat, if all the world were destroyed, I would not destroy you, she said. Your limitations are as radiant as your virtues, for reasons I don't understand myself. But more truly, perhaps, I love you because you are so perfectly what is wrong with all things male. Aggressive, full of hate and recklessness, and endlessly eloquent excuses for violence. You are the essence of masculinity, and there is gorgeous quality to such purity. But only because it can now be controlled by you. Yes, my darling. This is what I was born for. This is why I am here. And it does not matter if no one ratifies my purpose. I shall make it so. Right now the world burns with masculine fire. It is a conflagration. But when that is corrected, your fire shall burn ever more brightly, as a torch burns. Akasha, you prove my point. Don't you think the souls of women crave that very fire? My God, would you tamper with the stars themselves? Yes, the soul craves it, but to see it in the blaze of a torch as I have indicated, or in the flame of a candle, but not as it rages now through every forest and over every mountain and in every glen. There is no woman alive who has ever wanted to be burnt by it. They want the light, my beauty, the light, and the warmth, but not the destruction. How could they? They are only women. They are not mad. All right. Say you accomplish your purpose, that you begin this revolution and it sweeps the world, and mind you, I don't think such a thing will happen. But if you do, is there nothing under heaven that will demand atonement for the death of so many millions? If there are no gods or goddesses, is there not some way in which humans themselves, and you and I, shall be made to pay? It is the gateway to innocence, and so it shall be remembered. And never again will the male population be allowed to increase to such proportions, for who would want such horrors again? Force the men to obey you. Dazzle them as you've dazzled the women, as you've dazzled me. But Lestat, that is just the point. They would never obey. Will you obey? They would die first, as you would die. They would have another reason for rebellion, if any were ever wanting. They would gather together in magnificent resistance. Imagine a goddess to fight. We shall see enough of that by and by, as it is. They cannot help but be men. And I could rule only through tyranny, by endless killing, and there would be chaos. But this way there shall be a break in the great chain of violence. There shall be an era of utter and perfect peace. I was quiet again. I could think of 1,000 answers, but they were all short-circuited. She knew her purpose only too well. And the truth was she was right in many things she said. Ah, but it was fantasy. A world without males. What exactly would have been accomplished? Oh, no. No, don't even accept the idea for a moment. Don't even... Yet the vision returned. The vision I'd glimpsed in that miserable jungle village of a world without fear. Imagine trying to explain to them what men had been like. Imagine trying to explain that there had been a time when one could be murdered in the streets of the cities. Imagine trying to explain what rape meant to the male of the species. Imagine. And I saw their eyes looking at me, the uncomprehending eyes as they tried to fathom it, tried to make that leap of understanding. I felt their soft hands touching me. "But this is madness," I whispered. "Ah, but you fight me so hard, my prince," she whispered. There was a flash of anger, hurt. She came near to me. If she kissed me again, I was going to start weeping. I'd thought I knew what beauty was in women, but she'd surpassed all the language I had for it. "My prince," she said again in a low whisper, "the logic of it is elegant. A world in which only a handful of males are kept for breeding shall be a female world. And that world will be what we have never known in all our bloody, miserable history, in which men now breed germs in vials with which to kill continents in chemical warfare, and design bombs which can knock the earth from its path around the sun. What if the women divide along principles of masculine-feminine, the way men so often divide if there are no females there? You know that's a foolish objection. Such distinctions are never more than superficial. Women are women. Can you conceive of war made by women? Truly, answer me. Can you? Can you conceive of bands of roving women intent only on destruction or rape? Such a thing is preposterous. For the aberrant few, justice will be immediate, but overall something utterly unforeseen will take place. Don't you see? The possibility of peace on earth has always existed, and there have always been people who could realize it and preserve it, and those people are women, if one takes away the men." I sat down on the bed in consternation, like a mortal man. I put my elbows on my knees. Dear God, dear God. Why did those two words keep coming to me? There was no God. I was in the room with God. She laughed triumphantly. "Yes, precious one," she said. She touched my hand and turned me around and drew me towards her. "But tell me, Doesn't it excite you even a little?" I looked at her. "What do you mean?" "You, the impulsive one. You who made that child Claudia into a blood drinker just to see what would happen." There was mockery in her tone, but it was affectionate. "Come now. Don't you want to see what will happen if all the males are gone? Aren't you even a little curious? Reach into your soul for the truth. It is a very interesting idea, isn't it?" I didn't answer. Then I shook my head. "No," I said. "Coward," she whispered. No one had ever called me that. No one. "Coward," she said again. "Little being with little dreams." "Maybe there would be no war and no rape and no violence," I said, "if all beings were little and had little dreams, as you put it." She laughed softly, forgivingly. "We could argue these points forever," she whispered, "but very soon we will know. The world will be as I would have it be, and we shall see what happens as I said." She sat beside me. For a moment it seemed I was losing my mind. She slipped her smooth, naked arms around my neck. It seemed there had never been a softer female body, never anything as yielding and luscious as her embrace. Yet she was so hard, so strong. The lights in the room were dimming, and the sky outside seemed ever more vivid and darkly blue. "Akasha," I whispered. I was looking beyond the open terrace at the stars. I wanted to say something crucial that would sweep away all arguments, but the meaning escaped me. I was so drowsy. Surely it was her doing. It was a spell she was working, yet knowing it did not release me. I felt her lips again on my lips and on my throat. I felt the cool satin of her skin. "Yes, rest now, precious one. And when you wake, the victims will be waiting." Victims, almost dreaming as I held her in my arms. "But you must sleep now. You are young still and fragile. My blood's working on you, changing you, perfecting you." "Yes, destroying me, destroying my heart and my will." I was vaguely conscious of moving, of lying down on the bed. I fell back into the silken pillows. And then there was the silk of her hair near me, the touch of her fingers, and again her lips on my mouth. Blood in her kiss, blood thundering beneath it. "Listen to the sea," she whispered. "Listen to the flowers open. You can hear them now, you know. You can hear the tiny creatures of the sea if you listen. You can hear the dolphins sing, for they do." Drifting, safe in her arms, she the powerful one. She was the one they all feared. Forget the acrid smell of the burning bodies. Yes, listen to the sea, pounding like guns on the beach beneath us. Listen to the sound of a rose petal breaking loose and falling onto marble. And the world is going to hell, and I cannot help it, and I am in her arms, and I am going to sleep. "Hasn't that happened 1,000,000 times, my love?" she whispered. "On a world full of suffering and death, you turned your back as millions of mortals do every night." Darkness. Splendid visions taking place. A palace even more lovely than this. Victims, servants, the mythical existence of pashas and emperors. "Yes, my darling, anything that you desire. All the world at your feet. I shall build you palace upon palace. They shall do it, they that worship you. That is nothing. That is the simplest part of it. And think of the hunting, my prince. Until the killing is done, think of the chase. For they would surely run from you and hide from you, yet you would find them." In the dwindling light, just before dreams come, I could see it. I could see myself traveling through the air like the heroes of old, over the sprawling country where their campfires flickered. In packs like wolves they would travel, through the cities as well as the woods, daring to show themselves only by day, for only then would they be safe from us. When night fell, we would come, and we would track them by their thoughts and by their blood, and by the whispered confessions of the women who had seen them, and maybe even harbored them. Out in the open they might run, firing their useless weapons, and we would swoop down. We would destroy them, one by one, our prey, save for those we wanted alive, those whose blood we would take slowly, mercilessly. And out of that war shall come peace. Out of that hideous game shall come a garden. I tried to open my eyes. I felt her kiss my eyelids. Dreaming. A barren plain and the soil breaking, something rising, pushing the dried clods of earth out of its way. I am this thing walking across the barren plain as the sun sinks. The sky is still full of light. I look down at the stained cloth that covers me, but this is not me. I'm only Lestat. And I'm afraid. I wish Gabrielle were here, and Louis. Maybe Louis could make her understand. Ah, Louis of all of us, Louis who always knew. And there is the familiar dream again, the red-headed women kneeling by the altar with the body, their mother's body, and they are ready to consume it. Yes, it's their duty, their sacred right, to devour the brain and the heart, except that they never will, because something awful always happens. Soldiers come. I wish I knew the meaning. Blood. I woke up with a start. Hours had passed. The room had cooled faintly. The sky was wondrously clear through the open windows. From her came all the light that filled the room. The women are waiting. And the victims, they are afraid. The victims. My head was spinning. The victims would be full of luscious blood, males who would have died anyway, young males, all mine to take. Yes, but come, put an end to their suffering. Groggily I got up. She wrapped a long cloak over my shoulders, something simpler than her own garment, but warm and soft to touch. She stroked my hair with her two hands. Masculine, feminine. Is that all there ever was to it? I whispered. My body wanted to sleep some more. But the blood. She reached up and touched my cheek with her fingers. Tears again? We went out of the room together and onto a long landing with a marble railing from which stairs descended, turning once into an immense room. Candelabra everywhere, dim electric lamps creating a luxurious gloom. At the very center the women were assembled, perhaps 200 or more of them, standing motionless and looking up at us, their hands clasped as if in prayer. Even in their silence they seemed barbaric, amid the European furniture, the Italian hardwoods with their gilt edges, and the old fireplace with its marble scrolls. I thought of her words suddenly. History doesn't matter. Art doesn't matter. Dizzy. On the walls there ran those airy 18th century paintings, full of gleaming clouds and fat-cheeked angels and skies of luminescent blue. The women stood looking past this wealth which had never touched them, and indeed meant nothing to them, looking up at the vision on the landing, which now dissolved, and in a rush of whispered noise and colored light materialized suddenly at the foot of the stairs. Sighs rose. Hands were raised to shield bowed heads as if from a blast of unwelcome light. Then all eyes were fixed upon the Queen of Heaven and her consort, who stood on the red carpet only a few feet above the assembly, the consort a bit shaken and biting his lip a little and trying to see this thing clearly, this awful thing that was happening, this awful mingling of worship and blood sacrifice as the victims were brought forth. Such fine specimens. Dark-haired, dark-skinned Mediterranean men, every bit as beautiful as the young women, men of that stocky build and exquisite musculature that has inspired artists for thousands of years, ink-black eyes and darkly shaved faces, and deep cunning and deep anger as they looked upon these hostile, supernatural creatures who had decreed the death of their brothers far and wide. With leather straps they'd been bound, probably their own belts and the belts of dozens of others, but the women had done it well. Their ankles were tethered even, so that they could walk but not kick or run. Naked to the waist they were, and only one was trembling, as much with anger as with fear. Suddenly he began to struggle. The other two turned, stared at him, and started to struggle as well. But the mass of women closed on them, forcing them to their knees. I felt the desire rise in me at the sight of it, at the sight of leather belts cutting into the dark, naked flesh of the men's arms. Why is this so seductive? And the women's hands holding them, those tight, menacing hands that could be so soft otherwise. They couldn't fight so many women. Heaving sighs, they stopped the rebellion, though the one who had started the struggle looked up accusingly at me. Demons. Devils, things from hell, that is what his mind told him, for who else could have done such things to his world? Oh, this is the beginning of darkness, terrible darkness. But the desire was so strong. You are going to die, and I am going to do it. And he seemed to hear it and to understand it, and a savage hatred of the women rose out of him, replete with images of rape and retribution that made me smile. And yet I understood. Rather completely, I understood. So easy to feel that contempt for them, to be outraged that they had dared to become the enemy in the age-old battle, they, the women. And it was darkness, this imagined retribution. It was unspeakable darkness, too. I felt Akasha's fingers on my arm. The feeling of bliss came back. The delirium. I tried to resist it, but I felt it as before. Yet the desire didn't go away. The desire was in my mouth now. I could taste it. Yes. Pass into the moment. Pass into pure function. Let the bloody sacrifice begin. The women went down on their knees en masse, and the men who were already kneeling seemed to grow calm, their eyes glazing over as they looked at us, their lips trembling and loose. I stared at the muscled shoulders of the first one, the one who had rebelled. I imagined, as I always do at such moments, the feel of his coarse, rough-shaven throat when my lips would touch it, and my teeth would break through the skin, not the icy skin of the goddess, but hot, salty, human skin. Yes, beloved, take him. He is the sacrifice that you deserve. You are a god now, Kim. Do you know how many wait for you? It seemed the women understood what to do. They lifted him as I stepped forward. There was another struggle, but it was no more than a spasm in the muscles as I took him into my arms. My hand closed too hard on his head. I didn't know my new strength, and I heard the bones cracking even as my teeth went in. But the death came almost instantly, so great was my first draught of blood. I was burning with hunger, and the whole portion, complete and entire in one instant, had not been enough, not nearly enough. At once I took the next victim, trying to be slow with it, so that I would tumble into the darkness as I'd so often done, with only the soul speaking to me. Yes, telling me its secrets, as the blood spurted into my mouth, as I let my mouth fill before I swallowed. Yes, brother. I am sorry, brother. And then, staggering forward, I stepped on the corpse before me and crushed it underfoot. Give me the last one. No resistance. He stared up at me in utter quiet, as if some light had dawned in him, as if he'd found in theory or belief some perfect rescue. I pulled him to me, gently, Lestat. And this was the real fount I wanted. This was the slow, powerful death I craved, the heart pumping as if it would never stop, the sigh slipping from his lips, my eyes clouded still, even as I let him go, with the fading images of his brief and unrecorded life suddenly collapsed into one rare second of meaning. I let him drop. Now there was no meaning. There was only the light before me, and the rapture of the women who had at last been redeemed through miracles. The room was hushed. Not a thing stirred. The sound of the sea came in, that distant, monotonous booming. Then Akasha's voice. The sins of the men have now been atoned for, and those who are kept now shall be well cared for and loved. But never give freedom to those who remain, those who have oppressed you. And then, soundlessly, without distinct words, the lesson came. The ravening lust which they had just witnessed, the deaths they had seen at my hands, that was to be the eternal reminder of the fierceness that lived in all male things and must never be allowed free again. The males had been sacrificed to the embodiment of their own violence. In some, these women had witnessed a new and transcendent ritual, a new holy sacrifice of the Mass, and they would see it again, and they must always remember it. My head swam from the paradox, and my own small designs of not very long ago were there to torment me. I had wanted the world of mortals to know of me. I had wanted to be the image of evil in the theater of the world, and thereby somehow do good. And now I was that image, all right. I was its literal embodiment, passing through the minds of these few simple souls into myth, as she had promised, and there was a small voice whispering in my ear, hammering me with that old adage, be careful what you wish for, your wish might come true. Yes, that was the heart of it. All I'd ever wished for was coming true. In the shrine I had kissed her, and longed to awaken her, and dreamt of her power. And now we stood together, she and I, and the hymns rose around us. Hosannas, cries of joy. The doors of the palazzo were thrown open, and we were taking our leave. We were rising in splendor and in magic, and passing out of the doors, and up over the roof of the old mansion, and then out over the sparkling waters into the calm sweep of the stars. I had no fear of falling any more. I had no fear of anything so insignificant. Because my whole soul, petty as it was and always had been, knew fears I'd never imagined before. Chapter 6. The Story of the Twins, Part 2. She was dreaming of killing. It was a great, dark city, like London or Rome, and she was hurrying through it on an errand of killing to bring down the first sweet human victim that would be her own. And just before she opened her eyes, she had made the leap from things she had believed all her life to this simple, amoral act. Killing. She had done what the reptile does when it hoists in its leathery slit of a mouth the tiny crying mouse that it will crush slowly without ever hearing that soft, heart-breaking song. Awake in the dark, and the house alive above her, the old ones saying, "Come," a television talking somewhere. The Blessed Virgin Mary had appeared on an island in the Mediterranean Sea. No hunger, Maharet's blood was too strong. The idea was growing, beckoning like a crone in a dark alley. Killing. Rising from the narrow box in which she lay, she tiptoed through the blackness until her hands felt the metal door. She went into the hallway and looked up at the endless iron stairs, crisscrossing back over itself as if it were a skeleton, and she saw the sky through the glass like smoke. Mael was halfway up at the door of the house proper, gazing down at her. She reeled with it. "I am one of you, and we are together," and the feel of the iron rail under her hand, and some sudden grief, just a fleeting thing, for all she had been before this fierce beauty had grabbed her by the hair. Mael came down as if to retrieve her, because it was carrying her away. They understood, didn't they, the way the earth breathed for her now, and the forest sang, and the roots prowled the dark, coming through these earthen walls. She stared at Mael. Faint smell of buckskin. Dust. How had she ever thought such beings were human? Eyes glittering like that. And yet the time would come when she would be walking among human beings again, and she would see their eyes linger and then suddenly move away. She'd be hurrying through some dark city, like London or Rome. Looking into the eyes of Mael, she saw the crone again in the alleyway. But it had not been a literal image. No, she saw the alleyway. She saw the killing purely. And in silence they both looked away at the same instant, but not quickly, rather respectfully. He took her hand. He looked at the bracelet he'd given her. He kissed her suddenly on the cheek. And then he led her up the stairs towards the mountain-top room. The electronic voice of the television grew louder and louder, speaking of mass hysteria in Sri Lanka, women killing men, even male babies murdered. On the island of Lincolnos there had been mass hallucinations and an epidemic of unexplained deaths. Only gradually did it dawn on her what she was hearing. So it wasn't the Blessed Virgin Mary, and she had thought how lovely when she first heard it, that they can believe something like that. She turned to Mael, but he was looking ahead. He knew these things. A television had been playing its words to him for an hour. Now she saw the eerie blue flicker as she came into the mountain-top room, and the strange spectacle of these her new brethren in the secret order of the undead, scattered about like so many statues, glowing in the blue light as they stared fixedly at the large screen. Outbreaks in the past caused by contaminants in food or water, yet no explanation has been found for the similarity of the reports from widely divergent places, which now includes several isolated villages in the mountains of Nepal. Those apprehended claim to have seen a beautiful woman called variously the Blessed Virgin or the Queen of Heaven or simply the Goddess, who commanded them to massacre the males of their village, except for a few carefully chosen to be spared. Some reports describe a male apparition also, a fair-haired deity who does not speak and who as yet has no official or unofficial title or name. Jessie looked at Maharet, who watched without expression, one hand resting on the arm of her chair. Newspapers covered the table, papers in French and Hindustani as well as English. From Lincolnos to several other islands before the militia was called in. Early estimates indicate some 2,000 men may have been killed in this little archipelago just off the tip of Greece. Maharet touched the small black control under her hand, and the screen vanished. It seemed the entire apparatus vanished, fading into the dark wood as the windows became transparent and the treetops appeared in endless misted layers against the violent sky. Far away, Jessie saw the twinkling lights of Santa Rosa, cradled in the dark hills. She could smell the sun that had been in this room. She could feel the heat rising slowly through the glass ceiling. She looked at the others who were sitting there in stunned silence. Marius glared at the television screen, at the newspapers spread out before him. "We have no time to lose," Cayman said quickly to Maharet. "You must continue the tale. We don't know when she will come here." He made a small gesture, and the scattered newspapers were suddenly cleared away, crushed together, and hurtling soundlessly into the fire, which devoured them with a gust that sent a shower of sparks up the gaping smokestack. Jessie was suddenly dizzy. Too fast, all of that. She stared at Cayman. Would she ever get used to it? Their porcelain faces and their sudden violent expressions, their soft human voices and their near invisible movements. And what was the mother doing? Males slaughtered. The fabric of life for these ignorant people utterly destroyed. A cold sense of menace touched her. She searched Maharet's face for some insight, some understanding. But Maharet's features were utterly rigid. She had not answered Cayman. She turned towards the table slowly and clasped her hands under her chin. Her eyes were dull, remote, as if she saw nothing before her. "The fact is she has to be destroyed," Marius said, as if he could hold it in no longer. The color flared in his cheeks, shocking Jessie, because all the normal lines of a man's face had been there for an instant. And now they were gone, and he was visibly shaking with anger. "We've loosed a monster, and it's up to us to reclaim it." "And how can that be done?" Santino asked. "You speak as if it's a simple matter of decision. You cannot kill her." "We forfeit our lives. That's how it's done," Marius said. "We act in concert, and we end this thing once and for all, as it should have been ended long ago." He glanced at them all, one by one, eyes lingering on Jessie, then shifting to Maharet. "The body isn't indestructible. It isn't made of marble. It can be pierced, cut. I've pierced it with my teeth. I've drunk its blood." Maharet made a small, dismissive gesture, as if to say, "I know these things, and you know I know." "And as we cut it, we cut ourselves," Eric said. "I say we leave here. I say we hide from her. What do we gain staying in this place?" "No," Maharet said. "She'll kill you one by one if you do that," Cayman said. "You're alive because you wait now for her purpose." "Would you go on with the story?" Gabrielle said, speaking directly to Maharet. She'd been withdrawn all this time, only now and then listening to the others. "I want to know the rest," she said. "I want to hear everything." She sat forward, arms folded on the table. "You think you'll discover some way to vanquish her in these old tales?" Eric asked. "You're mad if you think that." "Go on with the story, please," Lewis said. "I want to—" He hesitated. "I want to know what happened also." Maharet looked at him for a long moment. "Go on, Maharet," Cayman said, "for in all likelihood the mother will be destroyed, and we both know how and why, and all this talk means nothing." "What can prophecy mean now, Cayman?" Maharet asked, her voice low, devitalized. "Do we fall into the same errors that ensnare the mother? The past may instruct us, but it won't save us." "Your sister comes, Maharet. She comes as she said she would." "Cayman," Maharet said with a long, bitter smile. "Tell us what happened," Gabrielle said. Maharet sat still, as if trying to find some way to begin. The sky beyond the windows darkened in the interval. Yet a faint tinge of red appeared in the far west, growing brighter and brighter against the grey clouds. Finally it faded, and they were wrapped in absolute darkness, except for the light of the fire and the dull sheen of the glass walls which had become mirrors. "Cayman took you to Egypt," Gabrielle said. "What did you see there?" "Yes, he took us to Egypt," Maharet said. She sighed as she sat back in the chair, her eyes fixed on the table before her. "There was no escape from it. Cayman would have taken us by force. And in truth we accepted that we had to go. Through 20 generations we had gone between man and the spirits. If Amel had done some great evil, we would try to undo it. Or, at least, as I said to you when we first came to this table, we would seek to understand. I left my child. I left her in the care of those women I trusted most. I kissed her. I told her secrets. And then I left her, and we set out, carried in the royal litter, as if we were guests of the king and queen of Kemet, and not prisoners, just as before. Cayman was gentle with us on the long march, but grim and silent, and refusing to meet our gaze. And it was just as well, for we had not forgotten our injuries. Then, on the very last night, when we camped on the banks of the great river, which we would cross in the morning to reach the royal palace, Cayman called us into his tent and told us all that he knew. His manner was courteous, decorous, and we tried to put aside our personal suspicions of him as we listened. He told us of what the demon, as he called it, had done. Only hours after we had been sent out of Egypt, he had known that something was watching him, some dark and evil force. Everywhere that he went, he felt this presence, though in the light of day it tended to wane. Then things within his house were altered, little things which others did not notice. He thought at first he was going mad. His writing things were misplaced, then the seal which he used as great steward. Then at random moments, and always when he was alone, these objects came flying at him, striking him in the face or landing at his feet. Some turned up in ridiculous places. He would find the great seal, for instance, in his beer or his broth. And he dared not tell the king and queen. He knew it was our spirits who were doing it, and to tell would be a death sentence for us. And so he kept this awful secret, as things grew worse and worse. Ornaments which he had treasured from childhood were now rent to pieces and made to rain down upon him. Sacred amulets were hurled into the privy. Excrement was taken from the well and smeared upon the walls. He could barely endure his own house, yet he admonished his slaves to tell no one, and when they ran off in fear, he attended to his own toilet and swept the place like a lowly servant himself. But he was now in a state of terror. Something was there with him in his house. He could hear its breath upon his face, and now and then he would swear that he felt its needle-like teeth. At last, in desperation, he began to talk to it, beg it to get out. But this seemed only to increase its strength. With the talking it redoubled its power. It emptied his purse upon the stones and made the gold coins jingle against each other all night long. It upset his bed so that he landed on his face on the floor. It put sand in his food when he wasn't looking. Finally, 6 months had passed since we had left the kingdom. He was growing frantic. Perhaps we were beyond danger, but he could not be sure, and he did not know where to turn, for the spirit was really frightening him. Then, in the dead of night, as he lay wondering what the thing was up to, for it had been so quiet, he heard suddenly a great pounding at his door. He was in terror. He knew he shouldn't answer, that the knocking didn't come from a human hand, but finally he could bear it no longer. He said his prayers, he threw open the door, and what he beheld was the horror of horrors, the rotted mummy of his father, the filthy wrappings in tatters, propped against the garden wall. Of course he knew there was no life in the shrunken face or dead eyes that stared at him. Someone or something had unearthed the corpse from its desert mastaba and brought it there. And this was the body of his father, putrid, stinking, the body of his father, which by all things holy should have been consumed in a proper funeral feast by Cayman and his brothers and sisters. Cayman sank to his knees, weeping, half screaming, and then before his unbelieving eyes the thing moved. The thing began to dance. Its limbs were jerked hither and thither, the wrappings breaking to bits and pieces, until Cayman ran into the house and shut the door against it. And then the corpse was flung, pounding its fist, it seemed, upon the door, demanding entrance. Caiman called on all the gods of Egypt to be rid of this monstrosity. He called out to the palace guards. He called to the soldiers of the king. He cursed the demon thing and ordered it to leave him, and Caiman became the one flinging objects now and kicking the gold coins about in his rage. All the palace rushed through the royal gardens to Caiman's house. But the demon now seemed to grow even stronger. The shutters rattled and then were torn from their pivots. The few bits of fine furniture which Caiman possessed began to skitter about. Yet this was only the beginning. At dawn, when the priests entered the house to exorcise the demon, a great wind came out of the desert, carrying with it torrents of blinding sand. And everywhere Caiman went, the wind pursued him. And finally he looked down to see his arms covered with tiny pinpricks and tiny droplets of blood. Even his eyelids were assaulted. In a cabinet he flung himself to get some peace, and the thing tore up the cabinet, and all fled from it, and Caiman was left crying on the floor. For days the tempest continued. The more the priests prayed and sang, the more the demon raged. The king and queen were beside themselves in consternation. The priests cursed the demon. The people blamed it upon the red-haired witches. They cried that we should never have been allowed to leave the land of Kemet. We should be found at all costs and brought back to be burnt alive. And then the demon would be quiet. But the old families did not agree with this verdict. To them the judgment was clear. Had not the gods unearthed the putrid body of Caiman's father to show that the flesh-eaters had always done what was pleasing to heaven? No, it was the king and queen who were evil, the king and queen who must die, the king and queen who had filled the land with mummies and superstition. The kingdom finally was on the verge of civil war. At last the king himself came to Caiman, who sat weeping in his house, a garment drawn over him like a shroud. And the king talked to the demon, even as the tiny bites afflicted Caiman and made drops of blood on the cloth that covered Caiman. "Now think what those witches told us," the king said. "These are but spirits, not demons, and they can be reasoned with. If only I could make them hear me as the witches could, and make them answer." But this little conversation only seemed to enrage the demon. It broke what little furniture it had not already smashed. It tore the door off its pivots. It uprooted the trees from the garden and flung them about. In fact, it seemed to forget Caiman altogether for the moment, as it went tearing through the palace gardens, destroying all that it could. And the king went after it, begging it to recognize him and to converse with him and to impart to him its secrets. He stood in the very midst of the whirlwind created by this demon, fearless and enrapt. Finally the queen appeared. In a loud, piercing voice she addressed the demon too. "You punish us for the affliction of the red-haired sisters," she screamed. "But why do you not serve us instead of them?" At once the demon tore at her clothes and greatly afflicted her, as it had done to Caiman before. She tried to cover her arms and her face, but it was impossible. And so the king took hold of her, and together they ran back to Caiman's house. "Now go," said the king to Caiman. "Leave us alone with this thing, for I will learn from it. I will understand what it wants." And calling the priests to him, he told them through the whirlwind what we had said, that the spirit hated mankind because we were both spirit and flesh, but he would ensnare it and reform it and control it, for he was Enkill, king of Kemet, and he could do this thing. Into Caiman's house the king and queen went together, and the demon went with them, tearing the place to pieces. Yet there they remained. Caiman, who was now free of the thing, lay on the floor of the palace, exhausted, fearing for his sovereigns but not knowing what to do. The entire court was in an uproar. Men fought one another, women wept, and some even left the palace for fear of what was to come. For 2 whole nights and days the king remained with the demon, and so did the queen. And then the old families, the flesh-eaters, gathered outside the house. The king and queen were in error. It was time to seize the future of Kemet. At nightfall they went into the house on their deadly errand with daggers raised. They would kill the king and queen, and if the people raised any outcry, then they would say that the demon had done it, and who could say that the demon had not? And would not the demon stop when the king and queen were dead, the king and queen who had persecuted the red-haired witches? It was the queen who saw them coming, and as she rushed forward, crying in alarm, they thrust their daggers into her breast, and she sank down, dying. The king ran to her aid, and they struck him down too, just as mercilessly, and then they ran out of the house, for the demon had not stopped his persecutions. Now Cayman, all this while, had knelt at the very edge of the garden, deserted by the guards who had thrown in with the flesh-eaters. He expected to die with other servants of the royal family. Then he heard a horrid wailing from the queen, sounds such as he had never heard before. And when the flesh-eaters heard these sounds, they deserted the palace utterly. It was Cayman, loyal steward to the king and queen, who snatched up a torch and went to the aid of his master and mistress. No one tried to stop him. All crept away in fear. Cayman alone went into the house. It was pitch black now, save for the torchlight. And this is what Cayman saw. The queen lay on the floor, writhing as if in agony, the blood pouring from her wounds, and a great reddish cloud enveloped her. It was like a whirlpool surrounding her, or rather a wind sweeping up countless tiny drops of blood. And in the midst of this swirling wind or rain or whatever it could be called, the queen twisted and turned, her eyes rolling up in her head. The king lay sprawled on his back. All instinct told Cayman to leave this place, to get as far away from it as he could. At that moment he wanted to leave his homeland forever. But this was his queen, who lay there gasping for breath, her back arched, her hands clawing at the floor. Then the great blood cloud that veiled her, swelling and contracting around her, grew denser, and all of a sudden, as if drawn into her wounds, disappeared. The queen's body went still. Then slowly she sat upright, her eyes staring forward, and a great, guttural cry broke from her before she fell quiet. There was no sound whatsoever as the queen stared at Cayman, except for the crackling of the torch. And then hoarsely, the queen began to gasp again, her eyes widening, and it seemed she should die. But she did not. She shielded her eyes from the bright light of the torch, as though it was hurting her, and she turned and saw her husband lying as if dead at her side. She cried a negation in her agony. It could not be so. And at the same instant Cayman beheld that all her wounds were healing. Deep gashes were no more than scratches upon the surface of her skin. "Your Highness," he said, and he came towards her as she crouched, weeping and staring at her own arms, which had been torn with the slashes of the daggers, and at her own breasts, which were whole again. She was whimpering piteously as she looked at these healing wounds, and suddenly with her long nails she tore at her own skin, and the blood gushed out, and yet the wound healed. "Cayman! My Cayman!" she screamed, covering her eyes so that she did not see the bright torch. "What has befallen me?" And her screams grew louder and louder, and she fell upon the king in panic, crying, "Enkil, help me! Enkil, do not die!" and all the other mad things that one cries in the midst of disaster. And then, as she stared down at the king, a great, ghastly change came over her, and she lunged at the king as if she were a hungry beast, and with her long tongue she lapped at the blood that covered his throat and his chest. Cayman had never seen such a spectacle. She was a lioness in the desert, lapping the blood from a tender kill. Her back was bowed, and her knees were drawn up, and she pulled the helpless body of the king towards her, and bit the artery in his throat. Cayman dropped the torch. He backed halfway from the open door. Yet even as he meant to run for his life, he heard the king's voice. Softly the king spoke to her. "Akasha," he said, "my queen." And she, drawing up, shivering, weeping, stared at her own body, and at his body, at her smooth flesh, and his torn still by so many wounds. "Cayman," she cried, "your dagger, give it to me, for they have taken their weapons with them. Your dagger, I must have it now." At once Cayman obeyed, though he thought it was to see his king die once and for all. But with the dagger the queen cut her own wrists and watched the blood pour down upon the wounds of her husband, and she saw it heal them. And crying out in her excitement, she smeared the blood all over his torn face. The king's wounds healed. Cayman saw it. Cayman saw the great gashes closing. He saw the king tossing, heaving his arms this way and that. His tongue lapped at Akasha's spilt blood as it ran down his face, and then rising in that same animal posture that had so consumed the queen only moments before, the king embraced his wife and opened his mouth on her throat. Cayman had seen enough. In the flickering light of the dying torch, these two pale figures had become haunts to him, demons themselves. He backed out of the little house and up against the garden wall. And there it seems he lost consciousness, feeling the grass against his face as he collapsed. When he waked, he found himself lying on a gilded couch in the queen's chambers. All the palace lay quiet. He saw that his clothes had been changed and his face and hands bathed, and that there was only the dimmest light here and sweet incense, and the doors were open to the garden as if there was nothing to fear. Then, in the shadows, he saw the king and the queen looking down at him. Only this was not his king, and not his queen. It seemed then that he would cry out. He would give voice to screams as terrible as those he had heard from others, but the queen quieted him. "Cayman, my Cayman," she said. She handed to him his beautiful gold-handled dagger. "You have served us well." There Cayman paused in his story. "Tomorrow night," he said, "when the sun sets, you will see for yourselves what has happened. For then, and only then, when all the light is gone from the western sky, will they appear together in the rooms of the palace, and you will see what I have seen." "But why only in the night?" I asked him. "What is the significance of this?" And then he told us that not 1 hour after he'd waked, even before the sun had risen, they had begun to shrink from the open doors of the palace, to cry that the light hurt their eyes. Already they had fled from torches and lamps, and now it seemed the morning was coming after them, and there was no place in the palace that they could hide. In stealth they left the palace, covered in garments. They ran with a speed no human being could match. They ran towards the mastabas, or tombs of the old families, those who had been forced with pomp and ceremony to make mummies of their dead. In some, to the sacred places which no one would desecrate, they ran so fast that Cayman could not follow them. Yet once the king stopped. To the sun god, Ra, he called out for mercy. Then weeping, hiding their eyes from the sun, crying as if the sun burnt them, even though its light had barely come into the sky, the king and the queen disappeared from Cayman's sight. Not a day since have they appeared before sunset. They come down out of the sacred cemetery, though no one knows from where. In fact, the people now wait for them in a great multitude, hailing them as the god and the goddess, the very image of Osiris and Isis, deities of the moon, and tossing flowers before them and bowing down to them. For the tale spread far and wide that the king and queen had vanquished death at the hands of their enemies by some celestial power, that they are gods, immortal and invincible, and that by that same power they can see into men's hearts. No secret can be kept from them. Their enemies are immediately punished. They can hear the words one speaks only in one's head. All fear them. Yet I know, as all their faithful servants know, that they cannot bear a candle or a lamp too close to them, that they shriek at the bright light of a torch, and that when they execute their enemies in secret, they drink their blood. They drink it, I tell you. Like jungle cats they feed upon these victims, and the room after is as a lion's den, and it is I, Cayman, their trusted steward, who must gather these bodies and heave them into the pit. And then Cayman stopped and gave way to weeping. But the tale was finished, and it was almost morning, The sun was rising over the eastern mountains. We made ready to cross the mighty Nile. The desert was warming. Cayman walked to the edge of the river as the first barge of soldiers went across. He was weeping still as he saw the sun come down upon the river, saw the water catch fire. "The sun god Ra is the oldest and greatest god of all Kemet," he whispered. "And this god has turned against them. Why? In secret they weep over their fate. The thirst maddens them. They are frightened it will become more than they can bear. You must save them. You must do it for our people. They have not sent for you to blame you or harm you. They need you. You are powerful witches. Make this spirit undo his work." And then, looking at us, remembering all that had befallen us, he gave way to despair. Makari and I made no answer. The barge was now ready to carry us to the palace, and we stared across the glare of the water at the great collection of painted buildings that was the royal city. And we wondered what the consequences of this horror would finally be. As I stepped down upon the barge, I thought of my child, and I knew suddenly I should die in Kemet. I wanted to close my eyes and ask the spirits in a small, secret voice if this was truly meant to happen, yet I did not dare. I could not have my last hope taken from me. Maharet tensed. Jessie saw her shoulders straighten, saw the fingers of her right hand move against the wood, curling and then opening again, the gold nails gleaming in the firelight. "I do not want you to be afraid," she said, her voice slipping into a monotone, "but you should know that the mother has crossed the great eastern sea. She and Lestat are closer now." Jessie felt the current of alarm passing through all those at the table. Maharet remained rigid, listening, or perhaps seeing, the pupils of her eyes moving only slightly. "Lestat calls," Maharet said. "But it is too faint for me to hear words, too faint for pictures. He is not harmed, however, that much I know, and that I have little time now to finish this story." Chapter 7. Lestat, the Kingdom of Heaven. The Caribbean, Haiti, the Garden of God. I stood on the hilltop in the moonlight, and I tried not to see this paradise. I tried to picture those I loved. Were they gathered still together in that fairy tale wood of monster trees where I had seen my mother walking? If only I could see their faces or hear their voices. "Marius, do not be the angry father. Help me, help us all. I do not give in, but I am losing. I am losing my soul and my mind. My heart is already gone. It belongs to her." But they were beyond my reach. The great sweep of miles closed us off. I had not the power to overarch that distance. I looked instead on these verdant green hills, now patched with tiny farms, a picture book world with flowers blooming in profusion, the red poinsettia as tall as trees, and the clouds ever changing, borne like the tall sailing ships on brisk winds. What had the first Europeans thought when they looked upon this fecund land surrounded by the sparkling sea? That this was the garden of God? And to think they had brought such death to it, the natives gone within a few short years, destroyed by slavery, disease, and endless cruelty. Not a single blood descendant remains of those peaceful beings who had breathed this balmy air and plucked the fruit from the trees which ripened all year round, and thought their visitors gods, perhaps, who could not but return their kindness. Now, below in the streets of Port-au-Prince, riots and death, and not of our making, merely the unchanging history of this bloody place, where violence has flourished for 400 years as flowers flourish, though the vision of the hills rising into the mist could break the heart. But we had done our work all right, she because she did it, and I because I did nothing to stop it, in the small towns strewn along the winding road that led to this wooded summit. Towns of tiny pastel houses and banana trees growing wild, and the people so poor, so hungry. Even now the women sang their hymns, and by the light of candles in the burning church buried the dead. We were alone, far beyond the end of the narrow road, where the forest grew again, hiding the ruins of this old house that had once overlooked the valley like a citadel. Centuries since the planters had left here, centuries since they danced and sang and drank their wine within these shattered rooms while the slaves wept. Over the brick walls the bougainvillea climbed, fluorescent in the light of the moon. And out of the flagstone floor a great tree had risen, hung with moon blossoms, pushing back with its gnarled limbs the last remnants of the old timbers that had once held the roof. Ah, to be here forever and with her, and for the rest to be forgotten, no death, no killing. She sighed. She said, "This is the kingdom of heaven." In the tiny hamlet below, the women had run barefoot after the men, with clubs in hand, and the voodoo priest had screamed his ancient curses as they caught him in the graveyard. I had left the scene of the carnage. I'd climbed the mountain alone, fleeing, angry, unable any longer to bear witness. And she had come after me, finding me in this ruin, clinging to something that I could understand, the old iron gate, the rusted bell, the brick pillars swathed in vines, things fashioned by hands which had endured. Oh, how she had mocked me. The bell that had called the slaves, she said. This was the dwelling place of those who drench this earth in blood. Why was I hurt and driven here by the hymns of simple souls who had been exalted? Would that every such house had fallen to ruin. We had fought, really fought, as lovers fight. "Is that what you want?" she had said. "Not ever to taste blood again?" I was a simple thing, dangerous, yes, but simple. I did what I did to stay alive. "Oh, you sadden me. Such lies, such lies. What must I do to make you see? Are you so blind, so selfish?" I'd glimpsed it again, the pain in her face, the sudden flash of hurt that humanized her utterly. I'd reached out for her. And for hours we had been in each other's arms. Or so it seemed. And now the peace and the stillness. I walked back from the edge of the cliff, and I held her again. I heard her say as she looked up at the great towering clouds through which the moon poured forth its eerie light, "This is the kingdom of heaven." It did not matter any more, such simple things as lying down together or sitting on a stone bench, standing, my arms wound around her. This was pure happiness. And I'd drunk the nectar again, her nectar, even though I'd been weeping, and thinking, "Ah, well, you are being dissolved as a pearl in wine. You're gone, you little devil. You're gone, you know, into her. You stood and watched them die. You stood and watched." "There is no life without death," she whispered. "I am the way now, the way to the only hope of life without strife that there may ever be." I felt her lips on my mouth. I wondered, would she ever do what she had done in the shrine? Would we lock together like that, taking the heated blood from each other? "Listen to the singing in the villages. You can hear it." "Yes." "And then listen hard for the sounds of the city far below. Do you know how much death is in that city tonight? How many have been massacred? Do you know how many more will die at the hands of men if we do not change the destiny of this place? If we do not sweep it up into a new vision? Do you know how long this battle has gone on?" Centuries ago, in my time, this had been the richest colony of the French crown, rich in tobacco, indigo, coffee. Fortunes had been made here in one season, and now the people picked at the earth. Barefoot they walked through the dirt streets of their towns. Machine guns barked in the city of Port-au-Prince. The dead in colored cotton shirts lay in heaps on the cobblestones. Children gathered water in cans from the gutters. Slaves had risen, slaves had won, slaves had lost everything. But it is their destiny, their world, they who are human. She laughed softly. And what are we? Are we useless? How do we justify what we are? How do we stand back and watch what we are unwilling to alter? And suppose it is wrong, I said, and the world is worse for it, and it is all horror, finally, unrealizable, unexecutable. What then? And all those men in their graves, the whole earth a graveyard, a funeral pyre, and nothing is better, and it's wrong, wrong. Who's to tell you it's wrong? I didn't answer. Marius? How scornfully she laughed. Don't you realize there are no fathers now, angry or no? There are brothers, and there are sisters, I said, and in each other we find our fathers and mothers, isn't that so? Again she laughed, but it was gentle. Brothers and sisters, she said. Would you like to see your real brothers and sisters? I lifted my head from her shoulder. I kissed her cheek. Yes, I want to see them. My heart was racing again. Please, I said, even as I kissed her throat and her cheekbones and her closed eyes. Please. Drink again, she whispered. I felt her bosom swell against me. I pressed my teeth against her throat, and the little miracle happened again. The sudden breaking of the crust, and the nectar poured into my mouth. A great hot wave consumed me. No gravity, no specific time or place. Akasha. Then I saw the redwood trees, the house with the lights burning in it, and in the high mountain-top room, the table and all of them around it, their faces reflected in the walls of dark glass, and the fire dancing. Marius, Gabrielle, Louis, Armand, they're together and they're safe. Am I dreaming this? They're listening to a red-haired woman, and I know this woman. I've seen this woman. She was in the dream of the red-haired twins. But I want to see this. These immortals gathered at the table. The young red-haired one, the one at the woman's side, I've seen her too. But she'd been alive then. At the rock concert, in the frenzy, I'd put my arm around her and looked into her crazed eyes. I'd kissed her and said her name, and it was as if a pit had opened under me, and I was falling down into those dreams of the twins that I could never really recall. Painted walls, temples. It all faded suddenly. Gabrielle, Mother! Too late. I was reaching out. I was spinning through the darkness. You have all of my powers now. You need only time to perfect them. You can bring death. You can move matter. You can make fire. You are ready now to go to them. But we will let them finish their reverie, their stupid schemes and discussion. We will show them a little more of our power. No, please, Akasha, please, let's go to them. She drew away from me. She struck me. I reeled from the shock. Shuddering, cold, I felt the pain spread out through the bones of my face, as if her fingers were still splayed and pressed there. In anger I bit down, letting the pain swell and then recede. In anger I clenched my fists and did nothing. She walked across the old flags with crisp steps, her hair swaying as it hung down her back. And then she stopped at the fallen gate, her shoulders rising slightly, her back curved as if she were folding into herself. The voices rose. They reached a pitch before I could stop them, and then they lapsed back, like water receding after a great flood. I saw the mountains again around me. I saw the ruined house. The pain in my face was gone, but I was shaking. She turned and looked at me, tensely, her face sharpened and her eyes slightly narrowed. "They mean so much to you, don't they? What do you think they will do or say? You think Marius will turn me from my course? I know Marius as you could never know him. I know every pathway of his reason. He is greedy as you are greedy. What do you think I am that I am so easily swayed? I was born a queen. I have always ruled. Even from the shrine I ruled." Her eyes were glazed suddenly. I heard the voices, a dull hum rising. "I ruled if only in legend, if only in the minds of those who came to me and paid me tribute, princes who played music for me, who brought me offerings and prayers. What do you want of me now? That for you I renounce my throne, my destiny?" What answer could I make? "You can read my heart," I said. "You know what I want, that you go to them, that you give them a chance to speak on these things as you've given me the chance. They have words I don't have. They know things I don't know." "Oh, but Lestat, I do not love them. I do not love them as I love you. So what does it matter to me what they say? I have no patience for them." "But you need them. You said that you did. How can you begin without them? I mean really begin, not with these backward villages. I mean in the cities where the people will fight. Your angels, that's what you called them." She shook her head sadly. "I need no one," she said, except... She hesitated, and then her face went blank with pure surprise. I made some little soft sound before I could stop myself, some little expression of helpless grief. I thought I saw her eyes dim, and it seemed the voices were rising again, not in my ears but in hers, and that she stared at me but that she didn't see me. "But I will destroy you all if I have to," she said vaguely, eyes searching for me but not finding me. "Believe me when I say it. For this time I will not be vanquished. I will not lapse back. I will see my dreams realized." I looked away from her, through the ruined gateway, over the broken edge of the cliff and down over the valley. What would I have given to be released from this nightmare? Would I be willing to die by my own hand? My eyes were filled with tears, looking over the dark fields. It was cowardice to think of it. This was my doing. There was no escape now for me. Stark still she stood, listening, and then she blinked slowly. Her shoulders moved, as if she carried a great weight inside her. "Why can you not believe in me?" she said. "Abandon it," I answered. "Turn away from all such visions." I went to her and took hold of her arms. Almost groggily she looked up. "This is a timeless place we stand in, and those poor villages we've conquered, they are the same as they've been for thousands of years. Let me show you my world, Akasha. Let me show you the tiniest part of it. Come with me like a spy into the cities, not to destroy, but to see." Her eyes were brightening again. The lassitude was breaking. She embraced me, and suddenly I wanted the blood again. It was all I could think of, even though I was resisting it, even though I was weeping at the pure weakness of my will. I wanted it. I wanted her, and I couldn't fight it. Yet my old fantasies came back to me, those long-ago visions in which I imagined myself waking her and taking her with me through the opera houses and the museums and the symphony halls, through the great capitals and their storehouses of all things beautiful and imperishable that men and women had made over the centuries, artifacts that transcended all evil, all wrongs, all fallibility of the individual soul. "But what have I to do with such paltry things, my love?" she whispered. "And you would teach me of your world. Ah, such vanity! I am beyond time, as I have always been. But she was gazing at me now with the most heartbroken expression. Sorrow. That's what I saw in her. I need you, she whispered. And for the first time her eyes filled with tears. I couldn't bear it. I felt the chills rise, as they always do at moments of surprising pain. But she put her fingers to my lips to silence me. Very well, my love, she said. We'll go to your brothers and sisters if you wish it. We'll go to Marius. But first let me hold you one more time, close to my heart. You see, I cannot be other than what I would be. This is what you waked with your singing. This is what I am. I wanted to protest, to deny it. I wanted again to begin the argument that would divide us and hurt her, but I couldn't find the words as I looked into her eyes. And suddenly I realized what had happened. I had found the way to stop her. I had found the key. It had been there before me all the time. It was not her love for me, it was her need of me, the need of one ally in all the great realm, one kindred soul made of the same stuff that she was made of. And she had believed she could make me like herself, and now she knew she could not. Ah, but you are wrong, she said, her tears shimmering. You are only young and afraid. She smiled. You belong to me. And if it has to be, my prince, I'll destroy you. I didn't speak. I couldn't. I knew what I had seen. I knew even as she couldn't accept it. Not in all the long centuries of stillness had she ever been alone. Had she ever suffered the ultimate isolation. Oh, it was not such a simple thing as Enkil by her side, or Marius come to lay before her his offerings. It was something deeper, infinitely more important than that. She had never, all alone, waged a war of reason with those around her. The tears were flowing down her cheeks, two violent streaks of red. Her mouth was slack, her eyebrows knit in a dark frown, though her face would never be anything but radiant. No, Lestat, she said again, you are wrong. But we must see this through now to the finish. If they must die, all of them, so that you cleave to me, so be it. She opened her arms. I wanted to move away. I wanted to rail against her then, against her threats. But I didn't move as she came closer. Here, the warm Caribbean breeze, her hands moving up my back, her fingers slipping through my hair, the nectar flowing into me again, flooding my heart, and her lips on my throat finally, the sudden stab of her teeth through my flesh. Yes, as it had been in the shrine so long ago. Yes, her blood and my blood, and the deafening thunder of her heart. Yes, and it was ecstasy. And yet I couldn't yield. I couldn't do it. And she knew it. Chapter 8. The Story of the Twins. Conclusion. We found the palace the same as we remembered it, or perhaps a little more lavish, with more booty from conquered lands, more gold drapery and even more vivid paintings, and twice as many slaves about as if they were mere ornaments, their lean, naked bodies hung with gold and jewels. To a royal cell we were now committed, with graceful chairs and tables and a fine carpet, and dishes of meat and fish to eat. Then at sunset we heard cheers as the king and the queen appeared in the palace. All the court went to bow to them, singing anthems to the beauty of their pale skin and their shimmering hair, and to the bodies that had miraculously healed after the assault of the conspirators. All the palace echoed with these hymns of praise. But when this little spectacle was finished, We were taken into the bedchamber of the royal couple, and for the first time, by the small light of distant lamps, we beheld the transformation with our own eyes. We saw two pale yet magnificent beings, resembling in all particulars what they had been when they were alive, but there was an eerie luminescence surrounding them. Their skin was no longer skin, and their minds were no longer entirely their minds. Yet gorgeous they were, as you can well imagine, all of you. Oh yes, gorgeous, as though the moon had come down from heaven and fashioned them with its light. Amid their dazzling gold furniture they stood, draped in finery, and staring at us with eyes that gleamed like obsidian. And then with a wholly different voice, a voice softly shaded by music, it seemed, the king spoke. "Cayman's told you what's befallen us," he said. "We stand before you the beneficiaries of a great miracle, for we have triumphed over certain death. We are now quite beyond the limitations and needs of human beings, and we see and understand things which were withheld from us before." But the Queen's facade gave way immediately. In a hissing whisper she said, "You must explain this to us. What has your spirit done?" We were in worse danger than ever from these monsters, and I tried to convey this warning to Makare, but at once the Queen laughed. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" she said. But the king begged her to be silent. "Let the witches use their powers," he said. "You know that we have always revered you." "Yes," the Queen sneered, "and you sent this curse upon us." At once I averred that we had not done it, that we had kept faith when we left the kingdom, that we had gone back to our home. And as Makare studied the pair of them in silence, I begged them to understand that if the spirit had done this, he had done it of his own whim. "Whim," the Queen said. "What do you mean by such a word as whim? What has happened to us? What are we?" she asked again. Then she drew back her lips for us to see her teeth. We beheld the fangs in her mouth, tiny yet sharp as knives. And the king demonstrated to us this change as well. "The better to draw the blood," he whispered. "Do you know what this thirst is to us? We cannot satisfy it. 3-4 men a night die to feed us, yet we go to our bed tortured by thirst." The Queen tore at her hair as if she would give in to screaming, but the king laid his hand on her arm. "Advise us, Makare and Maharet," he said, "for we would understand this transformation and know how it might be used for good." "Yes," the Queen said, struggling to recover, "for surely such a thing cannot happen without reason." Then, losing her conviction, she fell quiet. Indeed, it seemed her small, pragmatic view of things, ever puny and seeking for justifications, had collapsed utterly, while the king clung to his illusions, as men often do until very late in life. Now, as they fell silent, Makare went forward and laid her hands upon the king. She laid her hands upon his shoulders and closed her eyes. Then she laid her hands upon the Queen in the same manner, though the Queen glared at her with venom in her eyes. "Explain to us," Makare said, looking at the Queen, "what happened at the very moment. What do you remember? What did you see?" The Queen was silent, her face drawn and suspicious. Her beauty had been, in truth, enhanced by this transformation, yet there was something repellent in her, as if she were not the flower now, but the replica of the flower, made of pure white wax. And as she grew reflective, she appeared somber and vicious, and instinctively I drew close to Makare to protect her from what might take place. But then the Queen spoke. "They came to kill us, the traitors. They would blame it on the spirits. That was the plan, and all to eat the flesh again, the flesh of their mothers and fathers, and the flesh for which they loved to hunt. They came into the house, and they stabbed me with their daggers, I, their sovereign queen." She paused as if seeing these things again before her eyes. "I fell as they slashed at me, as they drove their daggers into my breast. One cannot live with such wounds as I received, and so as I fell to the floor, I knew that I was dead. Do you hear what I am saying? I knew that nothing could save me. My blood was pouring out onto the floor. But even as I saw it pooling before me, I realized I was not in my wounded body, that I had already left it, that death had taken me and was drawing me upwards sharply as if through a great tunnel to where I would suffer no more. I wasn't frightened. I felt nothing. I looked down and saw myself lying pale and covered with blood in that little house. Yet I did not care. I was free of it. But suddenly something took hold of me, took hold of my invisible being. The tunnel was gone. I was caught in a great mesh like a fisherman's net. With all my strength I pushed against it, and it gave with my strength, but it did not break, and it gripped me and held me fast, and I could not rise through it. When I tried to scream, I was in my body again. I felt the agony of my wounds, as if the knives were cutting me afresh. But this net, this great net, it still had a hold of me, and instead of being the endless thing it had been before, it was now contracted into a tighter weave, like the weave of a great silk veil. And all about me this thing, visible yet invisible, whirled as if it were wind, lifting me, casting me down, turning me about. The blood gushed from my wounds, and it ran into the weave of this veil, just as it might into the mesh of any fabric. And that which had been transparent was now drenched in blood. And a monstrous thing I saw, shapeless and enormous, with my blood broadcast throughout it. And yet this thing had another property to it, a center, it seemed, a tiny burning center which was in me and ran riot in my body like a frightened animal. Through my limbs it ran, thumping and beating, a heart with legs scampering. In my belly it circled as I clawed at myself. I would have cut myself open to get this thing out of me. And it seemed the great invisible part of this thing, the blood mist that surrounded me and enveloped me, was controlled by this tiny center, twisting this way and that as it scurried within me, racing into my hands one moment and into my feet the next. Up my spine it ran. I would die, surely I would die, I thought. Then came a moment of blindness, silence. It had killed me, I was certain. I should rise again, should I not? Yet suddenly I opened my eyes. I sat up, off the floor, as if no attack had befallen me, and I saw so clearly. Cayman, the glaring torch in his hand, the trees of the garden. Why, it was as if I had never truly seen such simple things for what they were. The pain was gone completely, from inside and from my wounds as well. Only the light hurt my eyes. I could not endure its brilliance. Yet I had been saved from death. My body had been glorified and made perfect, except that... And there she stopped. She stared before her, indifferent for a moment. Then she said, "Cayman has told you all the rest." She looked to the king who stood beside her, watching her, trying to fathom the things she said, just as we tried to fathom them. "Your spirit," she said. "It tried to destroy us. But something else had happened. Some great power has intervened to triumph over its diabolical evil." Then again her conviction deserted her. The lies stopped on her tongue. Her face was suddenly cold with menace, and sweetly she said, "Tell us, witches, wise witches, you who know all the secrets, what is the name for what we are?" Makare sighed. She looked at me. I knew she didn't want to speak now on this thing, and the old warning of the spirits came back. The Egyptian king and queen would ask us questions, and they would not like our answers. We would be destroyed. Then the queen turned her back. She sat down and bowed her head. And it was then, and only then, that her true sadness came to the fore. The king smiled at us wearily. "We are in pain, witches," he said. "We could bear the burden of this transformation if only we understood it better. You who have communed with all things invisible, tell us what you know of such magic. Help us if you will. For you know that we never meant to harm you, only to spread the truth and the law." We did not dwell on the stupidity of this statement, the virtue of spreading the truth through wholesale slaughter, and so forth and so on. But Makari demanded that the king now tell what he could recall. He spoke of things which you, all of you seated here, surely know, of how he was dying, and how he tasted the blood from his wife which had covered his face, and of how his body quickened and wanted this blood, and then how he took it from his wife, and she gave it, and then he became as she was. But for him there was no mysterious cloud of blood. There was no thing running rampant within him. "The thirst, it's unbearable," he said to us, "unbearable." And he too bowed his head. We stood in silence for a moment, looking at each other, Makari and I, and as always Makari spoke first. "We know no name for what you are," she said. "We know no stories of such a thing ever happening in this world before. But it's plain enough what took place." She fixed her eyes upon the queen. "As you perceived your own death, your soul sought to make its swift escape from suffering, as souls so often do. But as it rose, the spirit Amel seized it, this thing being invisible as your soul was invisible, and in the normal course of things you might have easily overcome this earthbound entity and gone on to realms we do not know. But this spirit had long before wrought a change within himself, a change that was utterly new. This spirit had tasted the blood of humans whom he had pierced or tormented, as you yourself have seen him do, and your body, lying there, and full of blood despite its many wounds, had life still. And so the spirit, thirsting, plunged down into your body, his invisible form still wedded to your soul. Still you might have triumphed, fighting off this evil thing as possessed persons often do. But now the tiny core of this spirit, the thing of matter which is the roaring center of all spirits, from which their endless energy comes, was suddenly filled with blood as never in the past. And so the fusion of blood and timeless tissue was 1,000,000 times magnified and accelerated, and blood flowed through all his body, both material and non-material, and this was the blood cloud that you saw. But it is the pain which you felt which is most significant. This pain which traveled through your limbs, for surely as inevitable death came to your body, the spirit's tiny core merged with the flesh of your body, as its energy had already merged with your soul. It found some special place or organ in which matter merged with matter, as spirit had already merged with spirit. And a new thing was formed. "Its heart and my heart," the queen whispered. "They became one." And closing her eyes, she lifted her hand and laid it on her breast. We said nothing, for this seemed a simplification, and we did not believe the heart was the center of intellect or emotion. For us it had been the brain which controlled these things, and in that moment both Makari and I saw a terrible memory, our mother's heart and brain thrown down and trampled in ashes and dust. But we fought this memory. It was abhorrent that this pain should be glimpsed by those who had been its cause. The king pressed us with a question. "Very well," he said. "You've explained what has happened to Akasha. This spirit is in her, core wedded perhaps to core. But what is in me? I felt no such pain, no such scurrying demon. I felt only the thirst when her bloodied hand touched my lips." He looked to his wife. The shame, the horror they felt over the thirst was clear. "But the same spirit is in you, too," Makari answered. "There is but one Amel. Its core resides in the queen, but it is in you also." "How is such a thing possible?" asked the king. "This being has a great invisible part," Makari said. "Were you to have seen it in its entirety before this catastrophe took place, you would have seen something almost without end." "Yes," the queen confessed. "It was as if the net covered the whole sky." Makari explained, "It is only by concentrating such immense size that these spirits achieve any physical strength. Left on their own, they are as clouds over the horizon, greater even. They have now and then boasted to us that they have no true boundaries, though this is not likely the truth." The king stared at his wife. "But how can it be released?" demanded Akasha. "Yes, how can it be made to depart?" the king asked. Neither of us wanted to answer. We wondered that the answer was not obvious to them both. "Destroy your body," Makari said to the queen finally, "and it will be destroyed as well." The king looked at Makari with disbelief. "Destroy her body?" Helplessly he looked at his wife. But Akasha merely smiled bitterly. The words came as no surprise to her. For a long moment she said nothing. She merely looked at us with plain hatred. Then she looked at the king. When she looked to us, she put the question. "We are dead things, aren't we? We cannot live if it departs. We do not eat, we do not drink, save for the blood it wants. Our bodies throw off no waste any longer. We have not changed in one single particular since that awful night. We are not alive anymore." Makari didn't answer. I knew that she was studying them, struggling to see their forms, not as a human would see them, but as a witch would see them, to let the quiet and the stillness collect around them, so that she might observe the tiny, imperceptible aspects of this which eluded regular gaze. Into a trance she fell as she looked at them and listened. And when she spoke, her voice was flat, dull. "It is working on your body. It is working and working, as fire works on the wood it consumes, as worms work on the carcass of an animal. It is working, and its work is inevitable. It is the continuance of the fusion which has taken place. That is why the sun hurts it. For it is using all of its energy to do what it must, and it cannot endure the sun's heat coming down upon it." "Or the bright light of a torch, even," the king sighed. "At times not even a candle flame," said the queen. "Yes," Makari said, shaking off the trance finally. "And you are dead," she said in a whisper, "yet you are alive. If the wounds healed as you say they did, if you brought the king back as you say you did, why, you may have vanquished death. That is, if you do not go into the burning rays of the sun." "No, this cannot continue," the king said. "The thirst! You don't know how terrible is the thirst." But the queen only smiled bitterly again. "These are not living bodies now. These are hosts for this demon." Her lip trembled as she looked at us. "Either that, or we are truly gods." "Answer us, witches," said the king. "Could it be that we are divine beings now, blessed with gifts that only gods share?" He smiled as he said it. He so wanted to believe it. "Could it not be that when your demons sought to destroy us, our gods intervened?" An evil light shone in the queen's eye. How she loved this idea, but she didn't believe it. Not really. Makare looked at me. She wanted me to go forward and to touch them as she had done. She wanted me to look at them as she had done. There was something further that she wanted to say, yet she was not sure of it. And in truth I had slightly stronger powers of the instinctive nature, though less of a gift for words than she. I went forward. I touched their white skin, though it repelled me, as they repelled me for all that they had done to our people and us. I touched them, and then withdrew and gazed at them. And I saw the work of which Makare spoke. I could even hear it, the tireless churning of the spirit within. I stilled my mind. I cleared it utterly of all preconception or fear, and then, as the calmness of the trance deepened in me, I allowed myself to speak. "It wants more humans," I said. I looked at Makare. This was what she had suspected. "We offer to it all we can," the queen gasped, and the blush of shame came again, extraordinary in its brightness, to her pale cheeks. And the king's face colored also, and I understood then, as did Makare, that when they drank the blood, they felt ecstasy. Never had they known such pleasure, not in their beds, not at the banquet table, not when drunk with beer or wine. That was the source of the shame. It hadn't been the killing. It had been the monstrous feeding. It had been the pleasure. These two were such a pair. But they had misunderstood me. "No," I explained. "It wants more like you. It wants to go in and make blood drinkers of others, as it did with the king. It is too immense to be contained within two small bodies. The thirst will become bearable only when you make others, for they will share the burden of it with you." "No!" the queen screamed. "That is unthinkable." "Surely it cannot be so simple," the king declared. "Why, we were both made at one and the same terrible instant, when our gods warred with this demon, conceivably when our gods warred and won." "I think not," I said. "You mean to say," the queen asked, "that if we nourish others with this blood, that they too will be so infected?" But she was recalling now every detail of the catastrophe, her husband dying, the heartbeat gone from him, and then the blood trickling into his mouth. "Why, I haven't enough blood in my body to do such a thing," she declared. "I am only what I am." Then she thought of the thirst, and all the bodies that had served it. And we realized the obvious point, that she had sucked the blood out of her husband before he had taken it back from her, and that is how the thing had been accomplished. That, and the fact that the king was on the edge of death, and most receptive, his own spirit shaking loose and ready to be locked down by the invisible tentacles of Amel. Of course they read our thoughts, both of them. "I don't believe what you say," said the king. "The gods would not allow it. We are the king and queen of Kemet. Burden or blessing, this magic has been meant for us." A moment of silence passed. Then he spoke again, most sincerely. "Don't you see, witches? This was destiny. We were meant to invade your lands, to bring you and this demon here, so that this might befall us. We suffer, true, but we are gods now. This is a holy fire, and we must give thanks for what has happened to us." I tried to stop Makare from speaking. I clasped her hand tightly, but they already knew what she meant to say. Only her conviction jarred them. "It could very likely pass into anyone," she said, "were the conditions duplicated, were the man or woman weakened and dying so that the spirit could get its grip." In silence they stared at us. The king shook his head. The queen looked away in disgust. But then the king whispered, "If this is so, then others may try to take this from us." "Oh, yes," Makari whispered. "If it would make them immortal, most surely they would, for who would not want to live forever?" At this the king's face was transformed. He paced back and forth in the chamber. He looked at his wife, who stared forward as one about to go mad, and he said to her most carefully, "Then we know what we must do. We cannot breed a race of such monsters. We know." But the queen threw her hands over her ears and began to scream. She began to sob and finally to roar in her agony, her fingers curling into claws as she looked up at the ceiling above her. Makari and I withdrew to the edges of the room and held tight to each other, and then Makari began to tremble and to cry also, and I felt tears rise in my eyes. "You did this to us!" the queen roared, and never had we heard a human voice attain such volume. And as she went mad now, shattering everything within the chamber, we saw the strength of Amel in her, for she did things no human could do. The mirrors she hurled at the ceiling, the gilded furniture went to splinters under her fists. "Damn you into the lower world among demons and beasts forever," she cursed us, "for what you have done to us. Abominations! Witches! You and your demon, you say you did not send this thing to us, but in your hearts you did. You sent this demon, and he read it from your hearts, just as I read it now, that you wished us evil." But then the king caught her in his arms, and hushed her and kissed her, and caught her sobs against his chest. Finally she broke away from him. She stared at us, her eyes brimming with blood. "You lie," she said. "You lie as your demons lied before. Do you think such a thing could happen if it was not meant to happen?" She turned to the king. "Oh, don't you see? We've been fools to listen to these mere mortals who have not such powers as we have. Ah, but we are young deities and must struggle to learn the designs of heaven, and surely our destiny is plain. We see it in the gifts we possess." We didn't respond to what she had said. It seemed to me, at least for a few precious moments, that it was a mercy if she could believe such nonsense. For all I could believe was that Amel, the evil one, Amel the stupid, the dull-witted, the imbecile spirit, had stumbled into this disastrous fusion, and that perhaps the whole world would pay the price. My mother's warning came back to me. All our suffering came back to me. And then such thoughts, wishes for the destruction of the king and queen, seized me that I had to cover my head with my hands and shake myself and try to clear my mind, lest I face their wrath. But the queen was paying no mind to us whatsoever, except to scream to her guards that they must at once take us prisoner, and that tomorrow night she would pass judgment upon us before the whole court. And quite suddenly we were seized, and as she gave her orders with gritted teeth and dark looks, the soldiers dragged us away roughly and threw us like common prisoners into a lightless cell. Makari took hold of me and whispered that until the sun rose we must think nothing that could bring us harm. We must sing the old songs we knew and pace the floor so that as not to even dream dreams that would offend the king and queen, for she was mortally afraid. Now I had never truly seen Makari so afraid. Makari was always the one to rave in anger. It was I who hung back, imagining the most terrible things. But when dawn came, when she was sure the demon king and queen had gone to their secret retreat, she burst into tears. "I did it, Maharet," she said to me. "I did it. I sent him against them. I tried not to do it, but Amel, he read it in my heart. It was as the queen said exactly." There was no end to her recriminations. It was she who had spoken to Amel, she who had strengthened him and puffed him up and kept his interest, and then she had wished his wrath upon the Egyptians, and he had known. I tried to comfort her. I told her none of us could control what was in our hearts, that Amel had saved our lives once, that no one could fathom these awful choices, these forks in the road, and we must now banish all guilts and look only to the future. How could we get free of this place? How could we make these monsters release us? Our good spirits would not frighten them now, not a chance of it. We must think, we must plan, we must do something. Finally, the thing for which I secretly hoped happened. Cayman appeared, but he was even more thin and drawn than before. "I think you are doomed, my red-haired ones," he said to us. "The king and queen were in a quandary over the things which you said to them. Before morning they went to the temple of Osiris to pray. Could you not give them any hope of reclamation, any hope this horror would come to an end?" "Cayman, there is one hope," Makari whispered. "Let the spirits be my witness. I don't say that you should do it. I only answer your question. If you would put an end to this, put an end to the king and queen. Find their hiding place and let the sun come down upon them, the sun which their new bodies cannot bear." But he turned away, terrified by the prospect of such treason, only to look back and sigh and say, "Ah, my dear witches, such things I've seen, and yet I dare not do such a thing." As the hours passed, we went through agony, for surely we would be put to death. But there were no regrets any longer in us for the things we'd said or the things we'd done. And as we lay in the dark in one another's arms, we sang the old songs again from our childhood. We sang our mother's songs. I thought of my little baby, and I tried to go to her, to rise in spirit from this place and be close to her, but without the transpotion I could not do it. I had never learned such skill. Finally dusk fell, and soon we heard the multitude singing hymns as the king and queen approached. The soldiers came for us. Into the great open court of the palace we were brought, as we had been before. Here it was that Cayman had laid his hands upon us, and we had been dishonored, and before those very same spectators we were brought, with our hands bound again. Only it was night, and the lamps burnt low in the arcades of the court, and an evil light played upon the gilded lotus blossoms of the pillars, and upon the painted silhouettes which covered the walls. At last the king and queen stepped upon the dais, and all those assembled fell to their knees. The soldiers forced us into the same subservience. And then the queen stepped forward and began to speak. In a quavering voice, she told her subjects that we were monstrous witches, and that we had loosed upon this kingdom the demon which had only lately plagued Cayman and tried its evil devilment upon the king and queen themselves. But lo, the great god Osiris, oldest of all the gods, stronger even than the god Ra, had cast down this diabolical force, and raised up into celestial glory the king and the queen. But the great god could not look kindly upon the witches who had so troubled his beloved people, and he demanded now that no mercy be shown. "Makari, for your evil lies and your discourse with demons," the queen said, "your tongue shall be torn from your mouth. And Maharet, for the evil which you have envisioned and sought to make us believe in, your eyes shall be plucked out. And all night you shall be bound together so that you may hear each other's weeping, the one unable to speak, the other unable to see. And then at high noon tomorrow in the public place before the palace you shall be burnt alive for all the people to see. For behold, no such evil shall ever prevail against the gods of Egypt and their chosen king and queen, for the gods have looked upon us with benevolence and special favor, and we are as the king and queen of heaven, and our destiny is for the common good." I was speechless as I heard the condemnation. My fear, my sorrow lay beyond my reach. But Makari cried out at once in defiance. She startled the soldiers as she pulled away from them and stepped forward. Her eyes were on the stars as she spoke, and above the shocked whispers of the court she declared, "Let the spirits witness, for theirs is the knowledge of the future, both what it would be and what I will. You are the queen of the damned, that's what you are. Your only destiny is evil, as well you know. but I shall stop you if I must come back from the dead to do it. At the hour of your greatest menace, it is I who will defeat you. It is I who will bring you down. Look well upon my face, for you will see me again." And no sooner had she spoken this oath, this prophecy, than the spirits, gathering, began their whirlwind, and the doors of the palace were flung open, and the sands of the desert salted the air. Screams rose from the panic-stricken courtiers, but the queen cried out to her soldiers, "Cut out her tongue as I have commanded you!" And though the courtiers were clinging to the walls in terror, the soldiers came forward and caught hold of Makkari and cut out her tongue. In cold horror, I watched it happen. I heard her gasp as it was done. And then with astonishing fury, she thrust them aside with her bound hands, and going down on her knees, snatched up the bloody tongue and swallowed it before they would tramp upon it or throw it aside. Then the soldiers laid hold of me. The last things I beheld were Akasha, her finger pointed, her eyes gleaming, and then the stricken face of Cayman with tears streaming down his cheeks. The soldiers clamped their hands on my head and pushed back my eyelids and tore all vision from me as I wept without a sound. Then suddenly I felt a warm hand lay hold of me, and I felt something against my lips. Cayman had my eyes. Cayman was pressing them to my lips, and at once I swallowed them, lest they be desecrated or lost. The wind grew fiercer. Sand swirled about us, and I heard the courtiers running now in all directions, some coughing, others gasping, and many crying as they fled, while the queen implored her subjects to be calm. I turned, groping for Makkari, and felt her head come down on my shoulder, her hair against my cheek. "Burn them now!" declared the king. "No, it is too soon," said the queen. "Let them suffer." And we were taken away and bound together and left alone finally on the floor of the little cell. For hours the spirits raged about the palace. But the king and queen comforted their people and told them not to be afraid. At noon tomorrow all evil would be expurgated from the kingdom, and until then let the spirits do what they would. Finally, it was still and quiet as we lay together. It seemed nothing walked in the palace save the king and the queen. Even our guards slept. And these are the last hours of my life, I thought. And will her suffering be more than mine in the morning? For she shall see me burn, whereas I cannot see her, and she cannot even cry out. I held Makkari to me. She laid her head against my heartbeat. And so the minutes passed. Finally, it must have been 3 hours before morning. I heard noises outside the cell, something violent, the guard giving a sharp cry and then falling. The man had been slain. Makkari stirred beside me. I heard the lock pulled and the pivots creak. Then it seemed I heard a noise from Makkari, something like unto a moan. Someone had come into the cell, and I knew by my old instinctive power that it was Cayman. As he cut the ropes which bound us, I reached out and clasped his hand, but instantly I thought, this is not Cayman. And then I understood. They have done it to you. They have worked it on you. Yes, he whispered, and his voice was full of wrath and bitterness, and a new sound had crept into it, an inhuman sound. They have done it. To put it to the test, they have done it, to see if you spoke the truth. They have put this evil into me. It seemed he was sobbing, a rough, dry sound coming from his chest. And I could feel the immense strength of his fingers, for though he didn't want to hurt my hand, he was. "Oh, Cayman," I said, weeping, "such treachery from those you've served so well." "Listen to me, witches," he said, his voice guttural and full of rage. Do you want to die tomorrow in fire and smoke before an ignorant populace, or would you fight this evil thing? Would you be its equal and its enemy upon this earth? For what stays the power of mighty men save that of others of the same strength? What stops the swordsman but a warrior of the same metal? Which is, if they could do this to me, can I not do it to you? I shrank back, away from him, but he wouldn't let me go. I didn't know if it was possible. I knew only that I didn't want it. "Mahoret," he said, "they shall make a race of fawning acolytes unless they are beaten, and who can beat them save ones as powerful as themselves?" "No, I would die first," I said. Yet even as the words left me, I thought of the waiting flames. But no, it was unforgivable. Tomorrow I should go to my mother. I should leave here forever, and nothing could make me remain. "And you, Makare," I heard him say, "will you reach now for the fulfillment of your own curse, or die and leave it to the spirits who have failed you from the start?" The wind came up again, howling about the palace. I heard the outside doors rattling. I heard the sand flung against the walls. Servants ran through distant passages. Sleepers rose from their beds. I could hear the faint, hollow, and unearthly wails of the spirits I most loved. "Be still," I told them. "I will not do it. I will not let this evil in." But as I knelt there, leaning my head against the wall and reasoning that I must die and must somehow find the courage for it, I realized that within the small confines of this cell the unspeakable magic was being worked again. As the spirits railed against it, Makare had made her choice. I reached out and felt these two forms, man and woman, melded like lovers, and as I struggled to part them, came and struck me, knocking me unconscious on the floor. Surely only a few minutes passed. Somewhere in the blackness the spirits wept. The spirits knew the final outcome before I did. The winds died away. A hush fell in the blackness. The palace was still. My sister's cold hands touched me. I heard a strange sound, like laughter. Can those who have no tongue laugh? I made no decision, really. I knew only that all our lives we had been the same, twins and mirror images of each other, two bodies, it seemed, and one soul, and I was sitting now in the hot, close darkness of this little place, and I was in my sister's arms, and for the first time she was changed, and we were not the same being. And yet we were. And then I felt her mouth against my throat. I felt her hurting me, and Cayman took his knife and did the work for her, and the swoon began. Oh, those divine seconds, those moments when I saw again within my brain the lovely light of the silver sky, and my sister there before me, smiling, her arms uplifted as the rain came down. We were dancing in the rain together, and all our people were there with us, and our bare feet sank into the wet grass, and when the thunder broke and the lightning tore the sky, it was as if our souls had released all their pain. Drenched by the rain, we went deep into the cave together. We lighted one small lamp and looked at the old paintings on the walls, the paintings done by all the witches before us. Huddling together, with the sound of the distant rain, we lost ourselves in these paintings of witches dancing, of the moon coming for the first time into the night sky. Cayman fed me the magic, then my sister, then Cayman again. You know what befell me, don't you? But do you know what the dark gift is for those who are blind? Tiny sparks flared in the gaseous gloom. Then it seemed a glowing light began to define the shapes of things around me in weak pulses, like the after-images of bright things when one closes one's eyes. Yes, I could move through this darkness. I reached out to verify what I beheld, the doorway, the wall, then the corridor before me, a faint map flashed for a second of the path ahead. Yet never had the night seemed so silent. Nothing inhuman breathed in the darkness. The spirits were utterly gone. And never again did I ever hear or see the spirits. Never ever again were they to answer my questions or my call. The ghosts of the dead, yes, but the spirits gone forever. But I did not realize this abandonment in those first few moments, or hours, or even in the first few nights. So many other things astonished me. So many other things filled me with agony or joy. Long before the sunrise, we were hidden, as the king and queen were hidden, deep within a tomb. It was to the grave of Cayman's own father that he took us, the grave to which the poor desecrated corpse had been restored. I had by then drunk my first draught of mortal blood. I had known the ecstasy which made the king and queen blush for shame. But I had not dared to steal the eyes of my victim. I had not even thought such a thing might work. It was 5 nights later that I made such a discovery, and saw as a blood-drinker truly sees for the first time. By then we had fled the royal city, moving north all night. And in place after place, Cayman had revealed the magic to various persons, declaring that they must rise up against the king and queen, for the king and queen would have them believe they alone had the power, which was only the worst of their many lies. Oh, the rage Cayman felt in those early nights. To any who wanted the power he gave it, even when he was so weakened that he could scarce walk at our side. That the king and the queen should have worthy enemies, that was his vow. How many blood-drinkers were created in those thoughtless weeks, blood-drinkers who would increase and multiply and create the battles of which Cayman dreamed? But we were doomed in this first stage of the venture, doomed in the first rebellion, doomed in our escape. We were soon to be separated forever, Cayman, Macare, and I. Because the king and queen, horrified at Cayman's defection and suspecting that he had given us the magic, sent their soldiers after us, men who could search by day as well as night. And as we hunted ravenously to feed our newborn craving, our trail was ever easy to follow along the small villages of the river bank or even to the encampments of the hills. And finally, not a fortnight after we had fled the royal palace, we were caught by the mobs outside the gates of Saqqara, less than 2 nights' walk from the sea. If only we had reached the sea. If only we had remained together. The world had been born over again to us in darkness. Desperately we loved one another. Desperately we had exchanged our secrets by the light of the moon. But a trap lay waiting for us at Saqqara, and though Cayman did manage to fight his way to freedom, he saw that he could not possibly save us, and went deep into the hills to wait his moment. But it never came. Macare and I were surrounded, as you remember, as you have seen in your dreams. My eyes were torn from me again, and we feared the fire now, for surely that could destroy us, and we prayed to all things invisible for final release. But the king and the queen feared to destroy our bodies. They had believed Macare's account of the one great spirit, Amel, who infected all of us, and they feared that whatever pain we might feel would then be felt by them. Of course this was not so, but who could know it then? And so into the stone coffins we were put, as I've told you. One to be taken to the east and one to the west. The rafts had already been made to set us adrift in the great oceans. I had seen them even in my blindness. We were being carried away upon them. And I knew from the minds of my captors what they meant to do. I knew also that Cayman could not follow, for the march would go on by day as it had by night, and surely this was true. When I awoke, I was drifting on the breast of the sea. For 10 nights the raft carried me, as I've told you. Starvation and terror I suffered, lest the coffin sink to the bottom of the waters, lest I be buried alive forever, a thing that cannot die. But this did not happen. and when I came ashore at last on the eastern coast of Lower Africa, I began my search for Makare, crossing the continent to the west. For centuries, I searched from one tip of the continent to the other. I went north in Europe. I traveled up and down the rocky beaches and even into the northern islands until I reached the farthest wastes of ice and snow. Over and over again, however, I journeyed back to my own village, and that part of the story I will tell you in a moment, for it is very important to me that you know it, as you will see. But during those early centuries, I turned my back upon Egypt. I turned my back upon the king and queen. Only much later did I learn that the king and queen made a great religion of their transformation, that they took upon themselves the identity of Osiris and Isis, and darkened those old myths to suit themselves. God of the underworld Osiris became, that is, the king who could appear only in darkness, and the queen became Isis, the mother who gathers up her husband's battered and dismembered body and heals it and brings it back to life. You've read in Lestat's pages, in the tale Marius told to Lestat as it was told to him, of how the blood gods created by the mother and father took the blood sacrifice of evildoers in shrines hidden within the hills of Egypt, and how this religion endured until the time of Christ. And you have learned something also of how Canaan's rebellion succeeded, how the equal enemies of the king and queen whom he had created eventually rose up against the mother and father, and how great wars were fought among the blood-drinkers of the world. Akasha herself revealed these things to Marius, and Marius revealed them to Lestat. In those early centuries, the legend of the twins was born, for the Egyptian soldiers who had witnessed the events of our lives, from the massacre of our people to our final capture, were to tell the tales. The legend of the twins was even written by the scribes of Egypt in later times. It was believed that one day Makare would reappear to strike down the mother, and all the blood drinkers of the world would die as the mother died. But all this happened without my knowledge, my vigilance, or my collusion, for I was long gone from such things. Only 3,000 years later did I come to Egypt, an anonymous being swathed in black robes, to see for myself what had become of the mother and father, listless, staring statues, shut up in stone in their underground temple, with only their heads and throats exposed. And to the priestly blood-drinkers who guarded them, the young ones came, seeking to drink from the primal fount. Did I wish to drink, the young blood-drinker priest asked me, then I must go to the elders and declare my purity and my devotion to the old worship, declare that I was not a rogue bent upon selfish ends. I could have laughed. But oh, the horror! To see those staring things, to stand before them and whisper the names Akasha and Enkil, and see not a flicker within the eye, or the tiniest twitch of the white skin. And so they had been for as long as anyone could remember, and so the priests told me. No one even knew any more if the myths of the beginning were true. We, the very first children, had come to be called merely the first brood, who had spawned the rebels, but the legend of the twins was forgotten, and no one knew the names Cayman or Makare or Maharet. Only one time later was I to see them, the mother and the father. Another 1,000 years had passed. The great burning had just happened when the elder in Alexandria, as Lestat has told you, sought to destroy the mother and the father by placing them in the sun. They'd been merely bronzed by the day's heat, as Lestat told it, so strong had they become. For though we all sleep helplessly by day, the light itself becomes less lethal with the passage of time. But all over the world, blood-drinkers had gone up in flames during those daylight hours in Egypt, while the very old ones had suffered and darkened, but nothing more. My beloved Eric was then 1,000 years. We lived together in India, and he was during those interminable hours severely burned. It took great draughts of my blood to restore him. I myself was bronzed only, and though I lived with great pain for many nights, there was a curious side effect to it. It was then easier for me to pass among human beings with this dark skin. Many centuries later, weary of my pale appearance, I was to burn myself in the sun deliberately. I shall probably do it again. But it was all a mystery to me the first time it happened. I wanted to know why I had seen fire and heard the cries of so many perishing in my dreams, and why others whom I had made, beloved fledglings, had died this unspeakable death. And so I journeyed from India to Egypt, which to me has always been a hateful place. It was then I heard tell of Marius, a young Roman blood-drinker, miraculously unburnt, who had come and stolen the mother and father, and taken them out of Alexandria, where no one could ever burn them or us again. It was not difficult to find Marius. As I've told you, in the early years we could never hear each other, but as time passed we could hear the younger ones, just as if they were human beings. In Antioch I discovered Marius's house, a virtual palace where he lived a life of Roman splendor, though he hunted the dark streets for human victims in the last hours before dawn. He had already made an immortal of Pandora, whom he loved above all other things on earth, and the mother and father he had placed in an exquisite shrine, made by his own hands of Carrara marble and mosaic flooring, in which he burned incense as if it were a temple, as if they were truly gods. I waited for my moment. He and Pandora went to hunt, and then I entered the house, making the locks give way from the inside. I saw the mother and father, darkened as I had been darkened, yet beautiful and lifeless as they'd been 1,000 years before. On a throne he'd placed them, and so they would sit for 2,000 years, as you all know. I went to them. I touched them. I struck them. They did not move. Then, with a long dagger, I made my test. I pierced the flesh of the mother, which had become an elastic coating, as my flesh had become. I pierced the immortal body, which had become both indestructible and deceptively fragile, and my blade went right through her heart. From right to left I slashed with it, then stopped. Her blood poured, viscous and thick for a moment. For a moment the heart ceased to beat. Then the rupture began to heal. The spilt blood hardened like amber as I watched. But most significant, I had felt that moment when the heart failed to pump the blood. I had felt the dizziness, the vague disconnection, the very whisper of death. No doubt all through the world blood-drinkers had felt it, perhaps the young ones strongly, a shock which knocked them off their feet. The core of Amel was still within her. The terrible burning and the dagger, these things proved that the life of the blood-drinkers resided within her body, as it always would. I would have destroyed her then if it had not been so. I would have cut her limb from limb, for no span of time could ever cool my hatred for her, my hatred for what she had done to my people, for separating Makare from me. Makare, my other half. Makare, my own self. How magnificent it would have been if the centuries had schooled me in forgiveness, if my soul had opened to understand all the wrongs done me and my people. But I tell you, it is the soul of humankind which moves towards perfection over the centuries, the human race which learns with each passing year how better to love and forgive. I am anchored to the past by chains I cannot break. Before I left, I wiped away all trace of what I had done. For an hour, perhaps, I stared at the two statues, the two evil beings who had so long ago destroyed my kindred and brought such evil upon me and my sister, and who had known such evil in return But you did not win finally, I said to Akasha, you and your soldiers and their swords. For my child Miriam survived to carry the blood of my family and my people forward in time. And this which may mean nothing to you as you sit there in silence means all things to me. And the words I spoke were true. But I will come to the story of my family in a moment. Let me deal now with Akasha's one victory, that Makare and I were never united again. For as I have told you, never in all my wanderings did I ever find a man, woman, or blood drinker who had gazed upon Makare or heard her name. Through all the lands of the world I wandered at one time or another, searching for Makare. But she was gone from me, as if the great western sea had swallowed her, and I was as half a being, reaching out always for the only thing which can render me complete. Yet in the early centuries I knew Makare lived. There were times when the twin I was felt the suffering of the other twin. In dark, dreamlike moments I knew inexplicable pain. But these are things which human twins feel for each other, as my body grew harder, as the human in me melted away, and this more powerful and resilient immortal body grew dominant. I lost the simple human link with my sister. Yet I knew that she was alive. I spoke to my sister as I walked the lonely coast, glancing out over the ice-cold sea. And in the grottos of Mount Carmel I made our story in great drawings, all that we had suffered, a panorama which you beheld in the dreams. Over the centuries many mortals were to find that grotto and to see those paintings, and then they would be forgotten again, to be discovered anew. Then finally in this century, a young archaeologist, hearing tell of them, climbed Mount Carmel one afternoon with a lantern in his hand. And when he gazed on the pictures that I had long ago made, his heart leapt, because he had seen these very same images on a cave across the sea, above the jungles in Peru. It was years before his discovery was known to me. He had traveled far and wide with his bits and pieces of evidence, photographs of the cave drawings from both the old world and the new, and a vase he found in the storage room of a museum, an ancient artifact from those dim, forgotten centuries when the legend of the twins was still known. I cannot tell you the pain and happiness I experienced when I looked at the photographs of the pictures he had discovered in a shallow cave in the New World. For Makare had drawn there the very same things that I had drawn. The brain, the heart, and the hands, so much like my own, had given expression to the same images of suffering and pain. Only the smallest differences existed. But the proof was beyond denial. Makare's bark had carried her over the great western ocean to a land unknown in our time. Centuries perhaps before man had penetrated the southern reaches of the jungle continent, Makare had come ashore there, perhaps to know the greatest loneliness a creature can know. How long had she wandered among birds and beasts before she'd seen a human face? Had it been centuries or millennia, this inconceivable isolation? Or had she found mortals at once to comfort her or run from her in terror? I was never to know. My sister may have lost her reason long before the coffin which carried her ever touched the South American shore. All I knew was that she had been there, and thousands of years ago she had made those drawings just as I had made my own. Of course, I lavished wealth upon this archaeologist. I gave him every means to continue his research into the legend of the twins, and I myself made the journey to South America. With Eric and Mael beside me, I climbed the mountain in Peru by the light of the moon and saw my sister's handiwork for myself. So ancient these paintings were. Surely they had been done within 100 years of our separation, and very possibly less. But we were never to find another shred of evidence that Macare lived or walked in the South American jungles or anywhere else in this world. Was she buried deep in the earth, beyond where the call of Mael or Eric could reach her? Did she sleep in the depths of some cave, a white statue staring mindlessly as her skin was covered with layer upon layer of dust? I cannot conceive of it. I cannot bear to think on it. I know only, as you know now, that she has risen. She has waked from her long slumber. Was it the songs of the vampire Lestat that waked her? Those electronic melodies that reached the far corners of the world? Was it the thoughts of the thousands of blood-drinkers who heard them, interpreted them, and responded to them? Was it Marius's warning that the mother walks? Perhaps it was some dim sense collected from all these signals, that the time had come to fulfill the old curse. I cannot tell you. I know only that she moves northward, that her course is erratic, and that all efforts on my part through Eric and Mael to find her have failed. It is not me she seeks. I am convinced of it. It is the mother. And the mother's wanderings throw her off course. But she will find the mother, if that is her purpose. She will find the mother. Perhaps she will come to realize that she can take to the air as the mother can, and she will cover the miles in the blink of an eye when that discovery is made. But she will find the mother. I know it. And there can be but one outcome. Either Macare will perish, or the mother will perish, and with the mother, so shall all of us. Macare's strength is equal to mine, if not greater. It is equal to the mother's, and she may draw from her madness a ferocity which no one can now measure or contain. I am no believer of curses, no believer of prophecy. The spirits that taught me the validity of such things deserted me thousands of years ago, but Macare believed the curse when she uttered it. It came from the depths of her being. She set it into motion. And her dreams now speak only of the beginning, of the sources of her rancor, which surely feed the desire for revenge. Macare may bring about the fulfillment, and it may be the better thing for us all. And if she does not destroy Akasha, if we do not destroy Akasha, what will be the outcome? We know now what evils the mother has already begun to do. Can the world stop this thing if the world understands nothing of it? That it is immensely strong, yet certainly vulnerable, with the power to crush, yet skin and bone that can be pierced or cut. This thing that can fly and read minds and make fire with its thoughts, yet can be burnt itself. How can we stop her and save ourselves? That is the question. I want to live, as I have always wanted it. I do not want to close my eyes on this world. I do not want those I love to come to harm, even the young ones who must take life. I struggle in my mind to find some way to protect them. Is this evil of me? Or are we not a species? And do we not share the desire of any species to live on? Hearken to everything I've told you of the mother, to what I've said of her soul, and of the nature of the demon that resides in her, its core wedded to her core. Think on the nature of this great invisible thing which animates each one of us, and every blood drinker who has ever walked. We are as receptors for the energy of this being, as radios are receptors for the invisible waves that bring sound. Our bodies are no more than shells for this energy. We are, as Marius so long ago described it, blossoms on a single vine. Examine this mystery. For if we examine it closely, perhaps we can yet find a way to save ourselves. And I would have you examine one thing further in regard to it, perhaps the single most valuable thing which I have ever learned. In those early times, when the Spirit spoke to my sister and me on the side of the mountain, what human being would have believed that the spirits were irrelevant things? Even we were captives of their power, thinking it our duty to use the gifts we possessed for the good of our people, just as Akasha would later believe. For thousands of years after that, the firm belief in the supernatural has been part of the human soul. There were times when I would have said it was natural, chemical, an indispensable ingredient in the human makeup, something without which humans could not prosper, let alone survive. Again and again we have witnessed the birth of cults and religions, the dreary proclamations of apparitions and miracles, and the subsequent promulgation of the creeds inspired by these events. Travel the cities of Asia and Europe, behold the ancient temples still standing, and the cathedrals of the Christian God in which his hymns are still sung. Walk through the museums of all countries. It is religious painting and sculpture that dazzles and humbles the soul. How great seems that achievement! The very machinery of culture dependent upon the fuel of religious belief. Yet what has been the price of that faith, which galvanizes countries and sends army against army, which divides up the map of nations into victor and vanquished, which annihilates the worshippers of alien gods? But in the last few hundred years, a true miracle has happened, which has nothing to do with spirits or apparitions, or voices from the heavens telling this or that zealot what he must now do. We have seen in the human animal a resistance, finally, to the miraculous, a skepticism regarding the works of spirits, or those who claim to see them and understand them and speak their truths. We have seen the human mind slowly abandon the traditions of law based upon revelation, to seek ethical truth through reason, and a way of life based upon respect for the physical and the spiritual as perceived by all human beings. And with this loss of respect for supernatural intervention, with this credulity of all things divorced from the flesh, has come the most enlightened age of all. For men and women seek for the highest inspiration not in the realm of the invisible, but in the realm of the human, the thing which is both flesh and spirit, invisible and visible, earthly and transcendent. The psychic, the clairvoyant, the witch, if you will, is no longer of value. I am convinced of it. The spirits can give us nothing more. In some, we have outgrown our susceptibility to such madness, and we are moving to a perfection that the world has never known. The Word has been made flesh at last, to quote the old biblical phrase with all its mystery. But the Word is the word of reason, and the flesh is the acknowledgement of the needs and the desires which all men and women share. And what would our Queen do for this world with her intervention? What would she give it? She whose very existence is now irrelevant, she whose mind has been locked for centuries in a realm of unenlightened dreams? She must be stopped. Marius is right. Who could disagree with him? We must stand ready to help Makare, not to thwart her, even if it means the end for us all. But let me lay before you now the final chapter of my tale, in which lies the fullest illumination of the threat that the mother poses to us all. As I've already said, Akasha did not annihilate my people. They lived on in my daughter Miriam and in her daughters, and those daughters born to them. Within 20 years I had returned to the village where I had left Miriam, and found her a young woman who had grown up on the stories that would become the legend of the twins. By the light of the moon, I took her with me up the mountain, and revealed to her the caves of her ancestors, and gave her the few necklaces and the gold that was still hidden deep within the painted grottos where others feared to go. And I told Miriam all the stories of her ancestors which I knew. But I adjured her, stay away from the spirits. Stay away from all dealings with things invisible, whatever people call them, and especially if they are called gods. Then I went to Jericho. For there in the crowded streets it was easy to hunt for victims, for those who wished for death and would not trouble my conscience, and easy to hide from prying eyes. But I was to visit Miriam many times over the years, and Miriam gave birth to 4 daughters and 2 sons, and these gave birth in turn to some 5 children who lived to maturity, and of these 5, 2 were women, and of those women 8 different children were born. And the legends of the family were told by their mothers to these children. The legend of the twins they also learned, the legend of the sisters who had once spoken to spirits and made the rain fall, and were persecuted by the evil king and queen. 200 years later I wrote down for the first time all the names of my family, for they were an entire village now, and it took 4 whole clay tablets for me to record what I knew. I then filled tablet after tablet with the stories of the beginning, of the women who had gone back to the time before the moon. And though I wandered sometimes for a century away from my homeland, searching for Makare, hunting the wild coasts of northern Europe, I always came back to my people, and to my secret hiding places in the mountains, and to my house in Jericho. And I wrote down again the progress of the family, which daughters had been born, and the names of those daughters born to them. Of the sons, too, I wrote in detail, of their accomplishments and personalities, and sometime heroism, as I did with the women. But of their offspring, no. It was not possible to know if the children of the men were truly of my blood, and of my people's blood. And so the thread became matrilineal, as it has always been since. But never in all this time, did I reveal to my family the evil magic which had been done to me. I was determined that this evil should never touch the family, and so if I used my ever-increasing supernatural powers, it was in secret and in ways that could be naturally explained. By the 3rd generation I was merely a kinswoman who had come home after many years in another land, and when and if I intervened to bring gold or advice to my daughters, it was as a human being might do it, and nothing more. Thousands of years passed, as I watched the family in anonymity, only now and then playing the long-lost kinswoman to come into this or that village or family gathering and hold the children in my arms. But by the early centuries of the Christian era, another concept had seized my imagination. And so I created the fiction of a branch of the family which kept all its records. For there were now tablets and scrolls in abundance, and even bound books. And in each generation of this fictional branch there was a fictional woman to whom the task of record-keeping was passed. The name of Maharet came with the honor, and when time demanded it, old Maharet would die, and young Maharet would inherit the task. And so I myself was within the family, and the family knew me, and I knew the family's love. I became the writer of letters, the benefactor, the unifier, the mysterious yet trusted visitor who appeared to heal breaches and right wrongs. And though 1,000 passions consumed me, Though I lived for centuries in different lands, learning new languages and customs, and marveling at the infinite beauty of the world and the power of the human imagination, I always returned to the family which knew me and expected things from me. As the centuries passed, as the millennia passed, I never went down into the earth, as many of you have done. I never faced madness and loss of memory, as was common among the old ones, who became often like the mother and father, statues buried beneath the ground. Not a night has passed since those early times that I have not opened my eyes, known my own name, and looked with recognition upon the world around me, and reached for the thread of my own life. But it was not that madness didn't threaten. It was not that weariness did not sometimes overwhelm. It was not that grief did not embitter me, or that mysteries did not confuse me, or that I did not know pain. It was that I had the records of my family to safeguard. I had my own progeny to look after and to guide in the world. And so even in the darkest times, when all human existence seemed monstrous to me and unbearable, and the changes of the world beyond comprehension, I turned to the family as if it were the very spring of life itself. And the family taught me the rhythms and passions of each new age. The family took me into alien lands where perhaps I would never have ventured alone. The family took me into realms of art which might have intimidated me. The family was my guide through time and space, my teacher, my book of life. The family was all things. Maharet paused. For a moment it seemed she would say something more. Then she rose from the table. She glanced at each of the others, and then she looked at Jessie. Now I want you to come with me. I want to show you what this family has become. Quietly all rose and waited as Maharet walked round the table, and then they followed her out of the room. They followed her across the iron landing and the earthen stairwell, and into another great mountain-top chamber with a glass roof and solid walls. Jessie was the last to enter, and she knew even before she had passed through the door what she would see. An exquisite pain coursed through her, a pain full of remembered happiness and unforgettable longing. It was the windowless room in which she'd stood long ago. How clearly she recalled its stone fireplace, and the dark leather furnishings scattered over the carpet, and the air of great and secret excitement, infinitely surpassing the memory of the physical things which had forever haunted her afterwards, engulfing her in half-remembered dreams. Yes, there the great electronic map of the world, with its flattened continents, covered with thousands and thousands of tiny glowing lights. And the other three walls, so dark, seemingly covered by a fine black wire mesh, until you realized what you were seeing, an endless, ink-drawn vine, crowding every inch between floor and ceiling, growing from a single root in one corner into 1,000,000 tiny, swarming branches, each branch surrounded by countless, carefully inscribed names. A gasp rose from Marius as he turned about, looking from the great glowing map to the dense and delicately drawn family tree. Armand gave a faint, sad smile also, while Maël scowled slightly, though he was actually amazed. The others stared in silence. Eric had known these secrets. Louis, the most human of them all, had tears standing in his eyes. Daniel gazed in undisguised wonder, while Cayman, his eyes dulled as if with sadness, stared at the map as if he did not see it, as if he were still looking deep into the past. Slowly Gabrielle nodded. She made some little sound of approval, of pleasure. "The great family," she said in simple acknowledgment as she looked at Maharet. Maharet nodded. She pointed to the great sprawling map of the world behind her, which covered the south wall. Jessie followed the vast swelling procession of tiny lights that moved across it, out of Palestine, spreading all over Europe and down into Africa and into Asia, and then finally to both continents of the New World. Countless tiny lights flickering in various colors, and as Jessie deliberately blurred her vision, she saw the great diffusion for what it was. She saw the old names, too, of continents and countries and seas, written in gold script on the sheet of glass that covered the three-dimensional illusion of mountains, plains, valleys. "These are my descendants," Maharet said. "The descendants of Miriam, who was my daughter and Canaan's daughter, and of my people, whose blood was in me and in Miriam, traced through the maternal line as you see before you, for 6,000 years. "Unimaginable," Pandora whispered. And she too was sad almost to the point of tears. What a melancholy beauty she had, grand and remote, yet reminiscent of warmth, as if it had once been there, naturally, overwhelmingly. It seemed to hurt her, this revelation, to remind her of all that she had long ago lost. "It is but one human family," Maharet said softly. "Yet there is no nation on earth that does not contain some part of it. And the descendants of males, blood of our blood and uncounted, surely exist in equal numbers to all those now known by name. Many who went into the wastes of great Russia and into China and Japan and other dim regions were lost to this record, as are many of whom I lost track over the centuries for various reasons. Nevertheless, their descendants are there. No people, no race, no country does not contain some of the great family. The great family is Arab, Jew, Anglo, African. It is Indian, it is Mongolian, it is Japanese and Chinese. In some, the great family is the human family." "Yes," Marius whispered. Remarkable to see the emotion in his face. The faint blush of human color again, and the subtle light in the eyes that always defies description. "One family and all families," he said. He went towards the enormous map and lifted his hands irresistibly as he looked up at it, studying the course of lights moving over the carefully modeled terrain. Jessie felt the atmosphere of that long-ago night enfold her, and then unaccountably those memories, flaring for an instant, faded, as though they didn't matter anymore. She was here with all the secrets. She was standing again in this room. She moved closer to the fine, dark engraving on the wall. She looked at the myriad tiny names inscribed in black ink. She stood back and followed the progress of one branch, one thin, delicate branch, as it rose slowly to the ceiling through 100 different forks and twists. And through the dazzle of all her dreams fulfilled now, she thought lovingly of all those souls who had made up the great family that she had known, of the mystery of heritage and intimacy. The moment was timeless, quiet for her. She didn't see the white faces of her new kin, the splendid immortal forms caught in their eerie stillness. Something of the real world was alive still for her now, something that evoked awe and grief and perhaps the finest love she had ever been capable of, and it seemed for one moment that natural and supernatural possibility were equal in their mystery. They were equal in their power. And all the miracles of the immortals could not outshine this vast and simple chronicle. The great family. Her hand rose as if it had a life of its own, and as the light caught Mael's silver bracelet, which she wore around her wrist still, she laid her fingers out silently on the wall. 100 names covered by the palm of her hand. "This is what is threatened now," Marius said, his voice softened by sadness, his eyes still on the map. It startled her that a voice could be so loud, yet so soft. "No," she thought, "no one will hurt the great family. No one will hurt the great family." She turned to Maharet. Maharet was looking at her, and here we are, Jessie thought, at the opposite ends of this vine, Maharet and I. A terrible pain welled in Jessie. A terrible pain. To be swept away from all things real, that had been irresistible, but to think that all things real could be swept away was unendurable. During all her long years with the Talamasca, when she had seen spirits and restless ghosts and poltergeists that could terrify their baffled victims and clairvoyants speaking in foreign tongues, she had always known that somehow the supernatural could never impress itself upon the natural. Maharet had been right. Irrelevant, yes, safely irrelevant, unable to intervene. But now that stood to be changed. The unreal had been made real. It was absurd to stand in this strange room amid these stark and imposing forms and say, "This cannot happen." This thing called the Mother, could reach out from behind the veil that had so long separated her from mortal eyes and touch 1,000,000 human souls. What did Cayman see when he looked at her now, as if he understood her? Did he see his daughter in Jessie? "Yes," Cayman said, "my daughter. And don't be afraid. Makare will come. Makare will fulfill the curse. And the great family will go on." Maharet sighed. "When I knew the Mother had risen, I did not guess what she might do. To strike down her children, to annihilate the evil that had come out of her and out of Cayman and me and all of us who out of loneliness have shared this power, that I could not really question. What right have we to live? What right have we to be immortal? We are accidents, we are horrors. And though I want my life greedily, I want it as fiercely as ever I wanted it, I cannot say that it is wrong that she has slain so many." "She'll slay more," Eric said desperately. "But it is the great family now which falls under her shadow," Maharet said. "It is their world, and she would make it her own, unless—" "Makare will come," Cayman said. The simplest smile animated his face. "Makare will fulfill the curse. I made Makare what she is so that she would do it. It is our curse now." Maharet smiled, but it was vastly different, her expression. It was sad, indulgent, and curiously cold. "Ah, that you believe in such symmetry, Cayman." "And we'll die, all of us," Eric said. "There has to be a way to kill her," Gabrielle said coldly, "without killing us. We have to think on this, to be ready, to have some sort of plan." "You cannot change the prophecy," Cayman whispered. "Cayman, if we have learned anything," Marius said, "it is that there is no destiny. And if there is no destiny, then there is no prophecy. Makare comes here to do what she vowed to do. It may be all she knows now, or all she can do, but that does not mean that Akasha can't defend herself against Makare. Don't you think the mother knows Makare has risen? Don't you think the mother has seen and heard her children's dreams? Ah, but prophecies have a way of fulfilling themselves, Cayman said. That's the magic of it. We all understood it in ancient times. The power of charms is the power of the will. You might say that we were all great geniuses of psychology in those dark days, that we could be slain by the power of another's designs. And the dreams, Marius, the dreams are but part of a great design. Don't talk of it as if it were already done, Maharet said. We have another tool. We can use reason. This creature speaks now, does she not? She understands what is spoken to her. Perhaps she can be diverted. Oh, you are mad, truly mad, Eric said. You are going to speak to this monster that roamed the world, incinerating her offspring. He was becoming more frightened by the minute. What does this thing know of reason that inflames ignorant women to rise against their men? This thing knows slaughter and death and violence. That is all it has ever known, as your story makes plain. We don't change, Maharet. How many times have you told me we move ever closer to the perfection of what we were meant to be? None of us wants to die, Eric, Maharet said patiently. But something suddenly distracted her. At the same moment, Cayman, too, felt it. Jessie studied both of them, attempting to understand what she was seeing. Then she realized that Marius had undergone a subtle change as well. Eric was petrified. Mael, to Jessie's surprise, was staring fixedly at her. They were hearing some sound. It was the way they moved their eyes that revealed it. People listen with their eyes. Their eyes dance as they absorb the sound and try to locate its source. Suddenly Eric said, "The young one should go to the cellar immediately." "That's no use," Gabrielle said. "Besides, I want to be here." She couldn't hear the sound, but she was trying to hear it. Eric turned on Maharet. "Are you going to let her destroy us one by one?" Maharet didn't answer. She turned her head very slowly and looked towards the landing. Then Jessie finally heard the sound herself. Certainly human ears couldn't hear it. It was like the auditory equivalent of tension without vibration, coursing through her as it did through every particle of substance in the room. It was inundating and disorienting, and though she saw that Maharet was speaking to Cayman and that Cayman was answering, she couldn't hear what they were saying. Foolishly, she'd put her hands to her ears. Dimly, she saw that Daniel had done the same thing, but they both knew it did no good at all. The sound seemed suddenly to suspend all time, to suspend momentum. Jessie was losing her balance. She backed up against the wall. She stared at the map across from her, as if she wanted it somehow to sustain her. She stared at the soft flow of the light streaming out of Asia Minor and to the north and to the south. Some dim, inaudible commotion filled the room. The sound had died away, yet the air rang with a deafening silence. In a soundless dream, it seemed, she saw the figure of the vampire Lestat appear in the door. She saw him rush into Gabrielle's arms. She saw Louis move towards him and then embrace him. And then she saw the vampire Lestat look at her, and she caught the flashing image of the funeral feast, the twins, the body on the altar. He didn't know what it meant. He didn't know. It shocked her, the realization. The moment on the stage came back to her, when he had obviously struggled to recognize some fleeting image as they had drawn apart. Then, as the others drew him away now, with embraces and kisses again, and even Armand had come to him with his arms out, he gave her the faintest little smile. "Jessie," he said. He stared at the others, at Marius, at the cold and wary faces. And how white his skin was, how utterly white. Yet the warmth, the exuberance, the almost childlike excitement. It was exactly as it had been before. Part 4. The Queen of the Damned. 1. Wings stir the sunlit dust of the cathedral in which the past is buried to its chin in marble. Stan Rice, from Poem on Crawling into Bed, Bitterness, Body of Work, 1983. 2. In the glazed greenery of hedge and ivy and inedible strawberries, the lilies are white, remote, extreme. Would they were our guardians. They are barbarians. Stan Rice, from Greek Fragments, Body of Work, 1983. She sat at the end of the table, waiting for them, so still, placid, the magenta gown giving her skin a deep carnal glow in the light of the fire. The edge of her face was gilded by the glow of the flames, and the dark window glass caught her vividly in a flawless mirror, as if the reflection were the real thing, floating out there in the transparent night. Frightened. Frightened for them and for me, and, strangely, for her. It was like a chill, the presentiment, for her, the one who might destroy all that I had ever loved. At the door I turned and kissed Gabrielle again. I felt her body collapse against me for an instant, then her attention locked on Akasha. I felt the faint tremor in her hands as she touched my face. I looked at Louis, my seemingly fragile Louis, with his seemingly invincible composure, and at Armand, the urchin with the angel's face. Finally, those you love are simply those you love. Marius was frigid with anger as he entered the room. Nothing could disguise this. He glared at me, I, the one who had slain those poor helpless mortals and left them strewn down the mountain. He knew, did he not? And all the snow in the world couldn't cover it up. I need you, Marius. We need you. His mind was veiled. All their minds were veiled. Could they keep their secrets from her? As they filed into the room, I went to her right hand because she wanted me to, and because that's where I knew I ought to be. I gestured for Gabrielle and Louis to sit opposite, close where I could see them. And the look on Louis's face, so resigned yet sorrowful, struck my heart. The red-haired woman, the ancient one called Maharet, sat at the opposite end of the table, the end nearest the door. Marius and Armand were on her right. And on her left was the young red-haired one, Jessie. Maharet looked absolutely passive, collected, as if nothing could alarm her. But it was rather easy to see why. Akasha couldn't hurt this creature, or the other very old one, Cayman, who sat down now to my right. The one called Eric was terrified, it was obvious. Only reluctantly did he sit at the table at all. Mael was afraid too, but it made him furious. He glowered at Akasha as if he cared nothing about hiding his disposition. And Pandora, beautiful brown-eyed Pandora, she looked truly uncaring as she took her place beside Marius. She didn't even look at Akasha. She looked out through the glass walls, her eyes moving slowly, lovingly, as she saw the forest, the layers and layers of dim forest, with their dark streaks of redwood bark and prickling green. The other one who didn't care was Daniel. This one I'd seen at the concert, too. I hadn't guessed that Armand had been with him, hadn't picked up the faintest indication that Armand had been there, and to think, whatever we might have said to each other, it was lost now forever. But then that couldn't be, could it? We would have our time together, Armand and I, all of us. Daniel knew it, pretty Daniel, the reporter with his little tape recorder, who with Louis in a room on Divisadero Street had somehow started all of this. That's why he looked so serenely at Akasha. That's why he explored it, moment by moment. I looked at the black-haired Santino, a rather regal being who was appraising me in a calculating fashion. He wasn't afraid either. But he cared desperately about what happened here. When he looked at Akasha, he was awed by her beauty. It touched some deep wound in him. Old faith flared for a moment, faith that had meant more to him than survival, and faith that had been bitterly burnt away. No time to understand them all, to evaluate the links which connected them, to ask the meaning of that strange image, the two red-haired women and the body of the mother, which I saw again in a glancing flash when I looked at Jessie. I was wondering if they could scan my mind and find in it all the things I was struggling to conceal, the things I unwittingly concealed from myself. Gabrielle's face was unreadable now. Her eyes had grown small and grey, as if shutting out all light and colour. She looked from me to Akasha and back again, as if trying to figure something out. And a sudden terror crept over me. Maybe it had been there all the time. They would never yield either. Something inveterate would prevent it, just as it had with me, and some fatal resolution would come before we left this room. For a moment I was paralyzed. I reached out suddenly and took Akasha's hand. I felt her fingers close delicately around mine. "Be quiet, my prince," she said unobtrusively and kindly. "What you feel in this room is death, but it is the death of beliefs and strictures. Nothing more." She looked at Maharet. "The death of dreams, perhaps," she said, "which should have died a long time ago." Maharet looked as lifeless and passive as a living thing can look. Her violet eyes were weary, bloodshot. And suddenly I realized why. They were human eyes. They were dying in her head. Her blood was infusing them over and over again with life, but it wasn't lasting. Too many of the tiny nerves in her own body were dead. I saw the dream vision again, the twins, the body before them. What was the connection? "It is nothing," Akasha whispered, "something long forgotten, for there are no answers in history now. We have transcended history. History is built on errors. We will begin with truth." Marius spoke up at once. "Is there nothing that can persuade you to stop?" His tone was infinitely more subdued than I'd expected. He sat forward, hands folded, in the attitude of one striving to be reasonable. "What can we say? We want you to cease the apparitions. We want you not to intervene." Akasha's fingers tightened on mine. The red-haired woman was staring at me now with her bloodshot violet eyes. "Akasha, I beg you," Marius said, "stop this rebellion. Don't appear again to mortals. Don't give any further commands." Akasha laughed softly. "And why not, Marius? Because it so upsets your precious world, the world you've been watching for 2,000 years, the way you Romans once watched life and death in the arena, as if such things were entertainment or theater, as if it did not matter, the literal fact of suffering and death, as long as you were enthralled?" "I see what you mean to do," Marius said. "Akasha, you do not have the right." "Marius, your student here has given me those old arguments," she answered. Her tone was now as subdued and eloquent of patience as his. "But more significantly, I have given them 1,000 times to myself. How long do you think I have listened to the prayers of the world, pondering a way to terminate the endless cycle of human violence? It is time now for you to listen to what I have to say. We are to play a role in this? Santino asked. Or to be destroyed as the others have been destroyed? His manner was impulsive rather than arrogant. And for the first time the red-haired woman evinced a flicker of emotion, her weary eyes fixing on him immediately, her mouth tense. You will be my angels, Akasha answered tenderly as she looked at him. You will be my gods. If you do not choose to follow me, I'll destroy you. As for the old ones whom I cannot so easily dispatch, she glanced at Cayman and Maharet again, if they turn against me, they shall be as devils opposing me, and all humanity shall hunt them down, and they shall, through their opposition, serve the scheme quite well. But what you had before, a world to roam in stealth, you shall never have again. It seemed Eric was losing his silent battle with fear. He moved as if he meant to rise and leave the room. Patience, Maharet said, glancing at him. She looked back at Akasha. Akasha smiled. How is it possible, Maharet asked in a low voice, to break a cycle of violence through more wanton violence? You are destroying the males of the human species. What can possibly be the outcome of such a brutal act? You know the outcome as well as I do, Akasha said. It's too simple and too elegant to be misunderstood. It has been unimaginable until now. All those centuries I sat upon my throne in Marius' shrine. I dreamed of an earth that was a garden, a world where beings lived without the torment that I could hear and feel. I dreamed of people achieving this peace without tyranny, and then the utter simplicity of it struck me. It was like dawn coming. The people who can realize such a dream are women, but only if all the men, or very nearly all the men, are removed. In prior ages such a thing would not have been workable, but now it is easy. There is a vast technology which can reinforce it. After the initial purgation, the sex of babies can be selected. The unwanted unborn can be mercifully aborted, as so many of both sexes are now. But there is no need to discuss this aspect of it, really. You are not fools, any of you, no matter how emotional or impetuous you are. You know, as I know, that there will be universal peace if the male population is limited to 1 per 100 women. All forms of random violence will very simply come to an end. The reign of peace will be something the world has never known. Then the male population can be increased gradually. But for the conceptual framework to be changed, the males must be gone. Who can dispute that? It may not even be necessary to keep the 1 in 100, but it would be generous to do so. And so I will allow this, at least as we begin. I could see that Gabrielle was about to speak. I tried to give her a silent signal to be quiet, but she ignored me. All right, the effects are obvious, she said, but when you speak in terms of wholesale extermination, then questions of peace become ridiculous. You're abandoning 1/2 of the world's population. If men and women were born without arms and legs, this might be a peaceful world as well. The men deserve what will happen to them. As a species, they will reap what they have sown. And remember, I speak of a temporary cleansing, a retreat, as it were. It's the simplicity of it which is beautiful. Collectively, the lives of these men do not equal the lives of women who have been killed at the hands of men over the centuries. You know it, and I know it. Now tell me, how many men over the centuries have fallen at the hands of women? If you brought back to life every man slain by a woman, do you think these creatures would fill even this house? But you see, these points don't matter. Again, we know what I say is true. What matters, what is relevant, and even more exquisite than the proposition itself, is that we now have the means to make it happen. I am indestructible. You are equipped to be my angels, and there is no one who can oppose us with success. That's not true, Maharet said. A little flash of anger colored Akasha's cheeks, a glorious blush of red that faded and left her as inhuman-looking as before. "You are saying that you can stop me?" she asked, her mouth stiffening. "You are rash to suggest this. Will you suffer the death of Eric and Mael and Jessica for such a point?" Maharet didn't answer. Mael was visibly shaken, but with anger, not fear. He glanced at Jessie and at Maharet, and then at me. I could feel his hatred. Akasha continued to stare at Maharet. "Oh, I know you. Believe me," Akasha went on, her voice softening slightly. "I know how you have survived through all the years unchanged. I have seen you 1,000 times in the eyes of others. I know you dream now that your sister lives. And perhaps she does, in some pathetic form. I know your hatred of me has only festered, and you reach back in your mind, all the way back to the very beginning, as if you could find there some rhyme or reason for what is happening now. But as you yourself told me long ago, when we talked together in a palace of mud brick on the banks of the Nile River, there is no rhyme or reason. There is nothing. There are things visible and invisible, and horrible things can befall the most innocent of us all. Don't you see? This is as crucial to what I do now as all else." Again Maharet didn't answer. She sat rigid, only her darkly beautiful eyes showing a faint glimmer of what might have been pain. "I shall make the rhyme or reason," Akasha said with a trace of anger. "I shall make the future. I shall define goodness. I shall define peace. And I don't call on mythic gods or goddesses or spirits to justify my actions, on abstract morality. I do not call on history either. I don't look for my mother's heart and brain in the dirt." A shiver ran through the others. A little bitter smile played on Santino's lips. And protectively, it seemed, Louis looked towards the mute figure of Maharet. Marius was anxious lest this go further. "Akasha," he said in entreaty, "even if it could be done, even if the mortal population did not rise against you, and the men did not find some way to destroy you, long before such a plan could be accomplished—" "You're a fool, Marius, or you think I am. Don't you think I know what this world is capable of? What absurd mixture of the savage and the technologically astute makes up the mind of modern man?" "My queen, I don't think you know it," Marius said. "Truly, I don't. I don't think you can hold in your mind the full conception of what the world is. None of us can. It is too varied, too immense. We seek to embrace it with our reason, but we can't do it. You know a world, but it is not the world. It is the world you have selected from a dozen other worlds for reasons within yourself." She shook her head, another flare of anger. "Don't try my patience, Marius," she said. "I spared you for a very simple reason. Lestat wanted you spared, and because you are strong and you can be of help to me. But that is all there is to it, Marius. Tread with care." A silence fell between them. Surely he realized that she was lying. I realized it. She loved him, and it humiliated her, and so she sought to hurt him, and she had. Silently he swallowed his rage. "Even if it could be done," he pressed gently, "can you honestly say that human beings have done so badly that they should receive such a punishment as this?" I felt the relief course through me. I'd known he would have the courage. I'd known that he would find some way to take it into the deeper waters. No matter how she threatened him, he would say all that I had struggled to say. "Ah, now you disgust me," she answered. "Akasha, for 2,000 years I have watched," he said. "Call me the Roman in the arena if you will, and tell me the tales of the ages that went before. When I knelt at your feet, I begged you for your knowledge. But what I have witnessed in this short span has filled me with awe and love for all things mortal. I had seen revolutions in thought and philosophy which I believed impossible. Is not the human race moving towards the very age of peace you describe?" Her face was a picture of disdain. "Marius," she said, "this will go down as one of the bloodiest centuries in the history of the human race. What revolutions do you speak of, when millions have been exterminated by one small European nation on the whim of a madman, when entire cities were melted into oblivion by bombs, when children in the desert countries of the East war on other children in the name of an ancient and despotic god? Marius, women the world over wash the fruits of their wombs down public drains. The screams of the hungry are deafening, yet unheard by the rich who cavort in technological citadels. Disease runs rampant among the starving of whole continents, while the sick in palatial hospitals spend the wealth of the world on cosmetic refinements and the promise of eternal life through pills and vials." She laughed softly. "Did ever the cries of the dying ring so thickly in the ears of those of us who can hear them? Has ever more blood been shed?" I could feel Marius's frustration. I could feel the passion that made him clench his fist now and search his soul for the proper words. "There's something you cannot see," he said finally. "There is something that you fail to understand." "No, my dear one. There is nothing wrong with my vision. There never was. It is you who fail to see. You always have." "Look out there at the forest," he said, gesturing to the glass walls around us. "Pick one tree, describe it if you will, in terms of what it destroys, what it defies, and what it does not accomplish, and you have a monster of greedy roots, an irresistible momentum that eats the light of other plants, their nutrients, their air. But that is not the truth of the tree. That is not the whole truth when the thing is seen as part of nature, and by nature I mean nothing sacred. I mean only the full tapestry, Akasha. I mean only the larger thing which embraces all." "And so you will select now your causes for optimism," she said, "as you always have. Come now, examine for me the western cities, where even the poor are given platters of meat and vegetables daily, and tell me hunger is no more. Well, your pupil here has given me enough of that pap already, the idiot foolishness upon which the complacency of the rich has always been based. The world is sunk into depravity and chaos. It is as it always was, or worse." "Oh, no, not so," he said adamantly. "Men and women are learning animals. If you do not see what they have learned, you're blind. They are creatures, ever changing, ever improving, ever expanding their vision and the capacity of their hearts. You are not fair to them when you speak of this as the most bloody century. You are not seeing the light that shines ever more radiantly on account of the darkness. You are not seeing the evolution of the human soul." He rose from his place at the table and came round towards her on the left-hand side. He took the empty chair between her and Gabrielle, and then he reached out and he lifted her hand. I was frightened watching him, frightened she wouldn't allow him to touch her, but she seemed to like this gesture. She only smiled. "True, what you say about war," he said, pleading with her and struggling with his dignity at the same time. "Yes, and the cries of the dying. I too have heard them. We have all heard them, through all the decades. And even now the world is shocked by daily reports of armed conflict. But it is the outcry against these horrors which is the light I speak of. It's the attitudes which were never possible in the past. It is the intolerance of thinking men and women in power who for the first time in the history of the human race truly want to put an end to injustice in all forms. You speak of the intellectual attitudes of a few." "No," he said, "I speak of changing philosophy. I speak of idealism from which true realities will be born. Akasha, flawed as they are, they must have the time to perfect their own dreams. Don't you see?" "Yes." It was Louis who spoke out. My heart sank, so vulnerable. Were she to turn her anger on him? But in his quiet and refined manner he was going on. "It's their world, not ours," he said humbly. "Surely we forfeited it when we lost our mortality. We have no right now to interrupt their struggle. If we do, we rob them of victories that have cost them too much. Even in the last 100 years, their progress has been miraculous. They have righted wrongs that mankind thought were inevitable. They have for the first time developed a concept of the true family of man. You touch me with your sincerity, she answered. I spared you only because Lestat loved you. Now I know the reason for that love, what courage it must take for you to speak your heart to me. Yet you yourself are the most predatory of all the immortals here. You kill without regard for age or sex or will to live. Then kill me, he answered. I wish that you would, but don't kill human beings. Don't interfere with them, even if they kill each other. Give them time to see this new vision realized. Give the cities of the West, corrupt as they may be, time to take their ideals to a suffering and blighted world. Time, Maharet said. Maybe that is what we are asking for. Time. And that is what you have to give. There was a pause. Akasha didn't want to look again at this woman. She didn't want to listen to her. I could feel her recoiling. She withdrew her hand from Marius. She looked at Louis for a long moment, and then she turned to Maharet as if it couldn't be avoided, and her face became set and almost cruel. But Maharet went on. You have meditated in silence for centuries upon your solutions. What is another 100 years? Surely you will not dispute that the last century on this earth was beyond all prediction or imagining, and that the technological advances of that century can conceivably bring food and shelter and health to all the peoples of the earth. Is that really so? Akasha responded. A deep, smoldering hate heated her smile as she spoke. This is what technological advances have given the world. They have given it poison gas, and diseases born in laboratories, and bombs that could destroy the planet itself. They have given the world nuclear accidents that have contaminated the food and drink of entire continents. And the armies do what they have always done, with modern efficiency. The aristocracy of a people slaughtered in an hour in a snow-filled wood. The intelligentsia of a nation, including all those who wear eyeglasses, systematically shot. In the Sudan, women are still habitually mutilated to be made pleasing to their husbands. In Iran, the children run into the fire of guns. This cannot be all you've seen, Marius said. I don't believe it. Akasha, look at me. Look kindly on me and what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter whether or not you believe it, she said with the first sustained anger. You haven't accepted what I've been trying to tell you. You have not yielded to the exquisite image I've presented to your mind. Don't you realize the gift I offer you? I would save you. And what are you if I don't do this thing? A blood drinker, a killer. I'd never heard her voice so heated. As Marius started to answer, she gestured imperiously for silence. She looked at Santino and at Armand. You, Santino, she said, you who governed the Roman children of darkness when they believed they did God's will as the devil's henchmen, do you remember what it was like to have a purpose? And you, Armand, the leader of the old Paris coven, remember when you were a saint of darkness? Between heaven and hell you had your place. I offer you that again, and it is no delusion. Can you not reach for your lost ideals? Neither answered her. Santino was horror-struck. The wound inside him was bleeding. Armand's face revealed nothing but despair. A dark, fatalistic expression came over her. This was futile. None of them would join her. She looked at Marius. Your precious mankind, she said. It has learned nothing in 6,000 years. You speak to me of ideals and goals. There were men in my father's court in Uruk who knew the hungry ought to be fed. Do you know what your modern world is? Televisions are tabernacles of the miraculous, and helicopters are its angels of death. All right, then. What would your world be? Marius said. His hands were trembling. You don't believe that the women aren't going to fight for their men? She laughed. She turned to me. Did they fight in Sri Lanka, Lestat? Did they fight in Haiti? Did they fight in Mykonos? Marius stared at me. He waited for me to answer, to take my stand with him. I wanted to make arguments, to reach for the threads he'd given me and take it further, but my mind went blank. Akasha, I said, don't continue this bloodbath. Please, don't lie to human beings or befuddle them any more. There it was, brutal and unsophisticated, but the only truth I could give. Yes, for that's the essence of it, Marius said, his tone careful again, fearful and almost pleading. It's a lie, Akasha. It's another superstitious lie. Have we not had enough of them? And now, of all times, when the world's waking from its old delusions, when it has thrown off the old gods. A lie? She asked. She drew back as if he'd hurt her. What is the lie? Did I lie when I told them I would bring a reign of peace on earth? Did I lie when I told them I was the one they had been waiting for? No, I didn't lie. What I can do is give them the first bit of truth they've ever had. I am what they think I am. I am eternal and all-powerful, and shall protect them. Protect them, Marius asked. How can you protect them from their most deadly foes? What foes? Disease, my queen. Death. You are no healer. You cannot give life or save it, and they will expect such miracles. All you can do is kill. Silence. Stillness. Her face suddenly as lifeless as it had been in the shrine, eyes staring forward, emptiness or deep thought impossible to distinguish. No sound but the wood shifting and falling into the fire. Akasha, I whispered. Time. The thing that Maharet asked for. A century. So little to give. Dazed, she looked at me. I could feel death breathing on my face, death close, as it had been years and years ago when the wolves tracked me into the frozen forest and I couldn't reach up high enough for the limbs of the barren trees. You are all my enemies, aren't you? She whispered. Even you, my prince. You are my enemy, my lover and my enemy at the same time. I love you, I said, but I can't lie to you. I cannot believe in it. It is wrong. It is the very simplicity and the elegance which make it so wrong. Her eyes moved rapidly over their faces. Eric was on the verge of panic again, and I could feel the anger cresting and male. Is there not one of you who would stand with me? She whispered. Not one who would reach for that dazzling dream. Not even one who is ready to forsake his or her small and selfish world. Her eyes fixed on Pandora. Ah, you poor dreamer, grieving for your lost humanity. Would you not be redeemed? Pandora stared as if through a dim glass. I have no taste for bringing death, she answered in an even softer whisper. It is enough for me to see it in the falling leaves. I cannot believe good things can come from bloodshed. For that's the crux, my queen. Those horrors happen still, but good men and women everywhere deplore them. You would reclaim such methods. You would exonerate them and bring the dialogue to an end. She smiled sadly. I am a useless thing to you. I have nothing to give. Akasha didn't respond. Then her eyes moved over the others again. She took the measure of Mael, of Eric, of Jesse. Akasha, I said, history is a litany of injustice, no one denies it. But when has a simple solution ever been anything but evil? Only in complexity do we find answers. Through complexity men struggle towards fairness. It is slow and clumsy, but it's the only way. Simplicity demands too great a sacrifice. It always has. Yes, Marius said, exactly. Simplicity and brutality are synonymous in philosophy and in actions. It is brutal, what you propose. Is there no humility in you? She asked suddenly. She turned from me to him. Is there no willingness to understand? You are so proud, all of you, so arrogant. You want your world to remain the same on account of your greed. No, Marius said. What have I done that you should set yourselves so against me? She demanded. She looked at me, then at Marius, and finally to Maharet. From Lestat I expected arrogance, she said. I expected platitudes and rhetoric and untested ideas. But from many of you I expected more. Oh, how you disappoint me. How can you turn away from the destiny that awaits you, you who could be saviors? How can you deny what you have seen? But they'd want to know what we really are, Santino said. And once they did know, they'd rise against us. They'd want the immortal blood as they always do. Even women want to live forever, Maharet said coldly. Even women would kill for that. Akasha, it's folly, said Marius. It cannot be accomplished. For the Western world not to resist would be unthinkable. It is a savage and a primitive vision, Maharet said with cold scorn. Akasha's face darkened again with anger, yet even in rage the prettiness of her expression remained. You have always opposed me, she said to Maharet. I would destroy you if I could. I would hurt those you love. There was a stunned silence. I could smell the fear of the others, though no one dared to move or speak. Maharet nodded. She smiled knowingly. It is you who are arrogant, she answered. It is you who have learned nothing. It is you who have not changed in 6,000 years. It is your soul which remains unperfected, while mortals move to realms you will never grasp. In your isolation, you dreamed dreams, as thousands of mortals have done, protected from all scrutiny or challenge, and you emerge from your silence, ready to make these dreams real for the world. You bring them here to this table among a handful of your fellow creatures, and they crumble. You cannot defend them. How could anyone defend them? And you tell us we deny what we see. Slowly Maharet rose from the chair. She leant forward slightly, her weight resting on her fingers as they touched the wood. Well, I'll tell you what I see, she went on. 6,000 years ago, when men believed in spirits, an ugly and irreversible accident occurred. It was as awful in its own way as the monsters born now and then to mortals which nature does not suffer to live. But you, clinging to life, and clinging to your will, and clinging to your royal prerogative, refuse to take that awful mistake with you to an early grave. To sanctify it, that was your purpose, to spin a great and glorious religion, and that is still your purpose now. But it was an accident, finally, a distortion, and nothing more. And look now at the ages since that dark and evil moment. Look at the other religions founded upon magic, founded upon some apparition or voice from the clouds, founded upon the intervention of the supernatural in one guise or another, miracles, revelations, a mortal man rising from the dead. Look on the effect of your religions, those movements that have swept up millions with their fantastical claims. Look at what they have done to human history. Look at the wars fought on account of them. Look at the persecutions, the massacres. Look at the pure enslavement of reason. Look at the price of faith and zeal. And you tell us of children dying in the eastern countries in the name of Allah as the guns crackle and the bombs fall. And the war of which you speak, in which one tiny European nation sought to exterminate a people. In the name of what grand spiritual design for a new world was that done? And what does the world remember of it? The death camps, the ovens in which bodies were burnt by the thousands. The ideas are gone. I tell you, we would be hard put to determine what is more evil, religion or the pure idea, the intervention of the supernatural or the elegant, simple, abstract solution. Both have bathed this earth in suffering. Both have brought the human race literally and figuratively to its knees. Don't you see? It is not man who is the enemy of the human species. It is the irrational. It is the spiritual when it is divorced from the material, from the lesson in one beating heart or one bleeding vein. You accuse us of greed. Ah, but our greed is our salvation, because we know what we are. We know our limits, and we know our sins. You have never known yours. You would begin it all again, wouldn't you? You would bring a new religion, a new revelation, a new wave of superstition and sacrifice and death. You lie, Akasha answered, her voice barely able to contain her fury. You betray the very beauty I dream of. You betray it because you have no vision. You have no dreams. The beauty is out there, Maharet said. It does not deserve your violence. Are you so merciless that the lives you would destroy mean nothing? Ah, it was always so. The tension was unbearable. The blood sweat was breaking out on my body. I could see the panic all around. Louis had bowed his head and covered his face with his hands. Only the young Daniel seemed hopelessly enraptured. And Armand merely gazed at Akasha as if it were all out of his hands. Akasha was silently struggling. But then she appeared to regain her conviction. You lie, as you have always done, she said desperately. But it does not matter whether you fight on my side. I will do what I mean to do. I will reach back over the millennia, and I will redeem that long-ago moment, that long-ago evil which you and your sister brought into our land. I will reach back and raise it up in the eyes of the world until it becomes the Bethlehem of the new era, and peace on earth will exist at last. There is no great good that was ever done without sacrifice and courage, and if you all turn against me, if you all resist me, then I shall make of better metal the angels I require. No, you will not do it, Maharet said. Akasha, please, Maria said, grant us time. Agree only to wait, to consider. Agree that nothing must come from this moment. Yes, I said, give us time. Come with me. Let us go together out there, you and I and Marius, out of dreams and visions and into the world itself. Oh, how you insult me and belittle me, she whispered. Her anger was turned on Marius, but it was about to turn on me. There are so many things, so many places, he said, that I want to show you. Only give me a chance. Akasha, for 2,000 years I cared for you. I protected you. You protected yourself. You protected the source of your power, the source of your evil. I'm imploring you, Marius said. I will get on my knees to you, a month only, to come with me, to let us talk together, to let us examine all the evidence. So small, so selfish, Akasha whispered. And you feel no debt to the world that made you what you are, no debt to give it now the benefit of your power, to alchemize yourselves from devils into gods. She turned to me suddenly, the shock spreading over her face. And you, my prince, who came into my chamber as if I were the sleeping beauty, who brought me to life again with your passionate kiss, will you not reconsider? For my love. The tears again were standing in her eyes. Must you join with them now against me too? She reached up and placed her 2 hands on the sides of my face. How can you betray me? She said. How can you betray such a dream? They are slothful beings, deceitful, full of malice. But your heart was pure. You had a courage that transcended pragmatism. You had your dreams too. I didn't have to answer. She knew. She could see it better perhaps than I could see it, and all I saw was the suffering in her black eyes, the pain, the incomprehension, and the grief she was already experiencing for me. It seemed she couldn't move or speak suddenly, and there was nothing I could do now, nothing to save them or me. I loved her, but I couldn't stand with her. Silently I begged her to understand and forgive. Her face was frozen, almost as if the voices had reclaimed her. It was as if I were standing before her throne in the path of her changeless gaze. "I will kill you first, my prince," she said, her fingers caressing me all the more gently. "I want you gone from me. I will not look into your face and see this betrayal again." "Harm him, and that shall be our signal," Maharet whispered. "We shall move against you as one." "And you move against yourselves," she answered, glancing at Maharet. "When I finish with this one I love, I shall kill those you love, those who should have been dead already. I shall destroy all those whom I can destroy, but who shall destroy me?" "Akasha," Marius whispered. He rose and came towards her, but she moved in the blink of an eye and knocked him to the floor. I heard him cry out as he fell. Santino went to his aid. Again she looked at me, and her hands closed on my shoulders, gentle and loving as before. And through the veil of my tears I saw her smile sadly. "My prince, my beautiful prince," she said. Cayman rose from the table, Eric rose, and Mael, and then the young ones rose, and lastly Pandora, who moved to Marius's side. She released me, and she too rose to her feet. The night was so quiet suddenly that the forest seemed to sigh against the glass. "And this is what I've wrought. I who alone remain seated, looking not at any of them but at nothing, at the small glittering sweep of my life, my little triumphs, my little tragedies, my dreams of waking the goddess, my dreams of goodness and of fame." What was she doing? Assessing their power? Looking from one to the other and then back to me? A stranger looking down from some lofty height. "And so now the fire comes, Lestat. Don't dare to look at Gabrielle or Louis, lest she turn it that way. Die first like a coward, and then you don't have to see them die. And the awful part is, you won't know who wins finally, whether or not she triumphs, or we all go down together. Just like not knowing what it was all about, or why, or what the hell the dream of the twins meant, or how this whole world came into being. You just won't ever know." I was weeping now, and she was weeping, and she was that tender, fragile being again, the being I had held on Saint-Domingue, the one who needed me. But that weakness wasn't destroying her after all, though it would certainly destroy me. "Lestat," she whispered as if in disbelief. "I can't follow you," I said, my voice breaking. Slowly I rose to my feet. "We're not angels, Akasha. We are not gods. To be human, that's what most of us long for. It is the human which has become myth to us." It was killing me to look at her. I thought of her blood flowing into me, of the power she'd given me, of what it had been like to travel with her through the clouds. I thought of the euphoria in the Haitian village, when the women had come with their candles, singing their hymns. "But that is what it will be, my beloved," she whispered. "Find your courage. It's there." The blood tears were coursing down her face. Her lip trembled, and the smooth flesh of her forehead was creased with those perfectly straight lines of utter distress. Then she straightened. She looked away from me, and her face went blank and beautifully smooth again. She looked past us, and and I felt she was reaching for the strength to do it, and the others had better act fast. I wished for that, like sticking a dagger into her. They had better bring her down now, and I could feel the tears sliding down my face. But something else was happening. There was a great, soft, musical sound from somewhere. Glass shattering. A great deal of glass. There was a sudden, obvious excitement in Daniel, in Jessie. But the old ones stood frozen, listening. Again, glass breaking, someone entering by one of the many portals of this rambling house. She took a step back. She quickened as if seeing a vision, and a loud, hollow sound filled the stairwell beyond the open door, someone down below in the passage. She moved away from the table, towards the fireplace. She seemed for all the world afraid. Was that possible? Did she know who was coming, and was it another old one? And was that what she feared, that more could accomplish what these few could not? It was nothing so calculated, finally. I knew it. She was being defeated inside. All courage was leaving her. It was the need, the loneliness after all. It had begun with my resistance, and they had deepened it, and then I had dealt her yet another blow, and now she was transfixed by this loud, echoing, and impersonal noise. Yet she did know who this person was. I could sense it, and the others knew too. The noise was growing louder. The visitor was coming up the stairs. The skylight and the old iron pylons reverberated with the shock of each heavy step. "But who is it?" I said suddenly. I could stand it no longer. There was that image again, that image of the mother's body and the twins. "Akasha," Maria said, "give us the time we ask for. Forswear the moment. That is enough." "Enough for what?" she cried sharply, almost savagely. "For our lives, Akasha," he said. "For all our lives." I heard Cayman laugh softly, the one who hadn't spoken even once. The steps had reached the landing. Maharet stood at the edge of the open doorway, and Mael was beside her. I hadn't even seen them move. Then I saw who and what it was. The woman I'd glimpsed moving through the jungles, clawing her way out of the earth, walking the long miles on the barren plain, the other twin of the dreams I'd never understood. And now she stood, framed in the dim light from the stairwell, staring straight at the distant figure of Akasha, who stood some 30 feet away with her back to the glass wall and the blazing fire. Oh, but the sight of this one! Gasps came from the others, even from the old ones, from Marius himself. A thin layer of soil encased her all over, even the rippling shape of her long hair. Broken, peeling, stained by the rain even, the mud still clung to her naked arms and bare feet, as if she were made of it, made of earth itself. It made a mask of her face, and her eyes peered out of the mask, naked, rimmed in red. A rag covered her, a blanket, filthy and torn, and tied with a hemp rope around her waist. What impulse could make such a being cover herself? What tender human modesty had caused this living corpse to stop and make this simple garment? What suffering remnant of the human heart? Beside her, staring at her, Maharet appeared to weaken suddenly all over, as if her slender body were going to drop. "Makare," she whispered. But the woman didn't see her or hear her. The woman stared at Akasha, the eyes gleaming with fearless animal cunning as Akasha moved back towards the table, putting the table between herself and this creature. Akasha's face hardening, her eyes full of undisguised hate. "Makare!" Maharet cried. She threw out her hands and tried to catch the woman by the shoulders and turn her around. The woman's right hand went out, shoving Maharet backwards so that she was thrown yards across the room until she tumbled against the wall. The great sheet of plate glass vibrated but did not shatter. Gingerly, Maharet touched it with her fingers. Then, with the fluid grace of a cat, she sprang up and into the arms of Eric, who was rushing to her aid. Instantly he pulled her back towards the door, for the woman now struck the enormous table and sent it sliding northward and then over on its side. Gabrielle and Louis moved swiftly into the northwest corner, Santino and Armand the other way, towards Maël and Eric and Maharet. Those of us on the other side merely backed away, except for Jessie, who had moved towards the door. She stood beside Cayman, and as I looked at him now, I saw with amazement that he wore a thin, bitter smile. "The curse, my queen," he said, his voice rising sharply to fill the room. The woman froze as she heard him behind her, but she did not turn around. And Akasha, her face shimmering in the firelight, quavered visibly, and the tears flowed again. "All against me, all of you," she said. "Not a one who would come to my side." She stared at me, even as the woman moved towards her. The woman's muddy feet scraped the carpet, her mouth gaping, and her hands only slightly poised, her arms still down at her sides. Yet it was the perfect attitude of menace as she took one slow step after another. But again Cayman spoke, bringing her suddenly to a halt. In another language he cried out, his voice gaining volume until it was a roar, and only the dimmest translation of it came clear to me. "Queen of the damned, hour of worst menace, I shall rise to stop you." I understood. It had been Macare's, the woman's prophecy and curse, and everyone here knew it, understood it. It had to do with that strange, inexplicable dream. "Oh no, my children!" Akasha screamed suddenly. "It is not finished!" I could feel her collecting her powers. I could see it, her body tensing, breasts thrust forward, her hands rising as if reflexively, fingers curled. The woman was struck by it, shoved backwards, but instantly resisted, and then she too straightened, her eyes widening, and she rushed forward so swiftly I couldn't follow it, her hands out for the queen. I saw her fingers caked with mud, streaking towards Akasha. I saw Akasha's face as she was caught by her long black hair. I heard her scream. Then I saw her profile as her head struck the western window and shattered it, the glass crashing down in great, jagged shards. A violent shock passed through me. I could neither breathe nor move. I was falling to the floor. I couldn't control my limbs. Akasha's headless body was sliding down the fractured glass wall, the shards still falling around it. Blood streamed down the broken glass behind her, and the woman held Akasha's severed head by the hair. Akasha's black eyes blinked, widened, her mouth opened as if to scream again. And then the light was going out all around me. It was as if the fire had been extinguished, only it hadn't, and as I rolled over on the carpet, crying, my hand clawing at it involuntarily, I saw the distant flames through a dark, rosy haze. I tried to lift my weight. I couldn't. I could hear Marius calling to me, Marius silently calling only my name. Then I was rising, just a little, and all my weight pressed against my aching arms and hands. Akasha's eyes were fixed on me. Her head was lying there, almost within my reach, and the body lay on its back, blood gushing from the stump of the neck. Suddenly the right arm quivered. It was lifted, then it flopped back down to the floor. Then it rose again, the hand dangling. It was reaching for the head. I could help it. I could use the power she'd given me to try to move it, to help it reach the head. And as I struggled to see in the dimming light, the body lurched, shivered, and flopped down closer to the head. But the twins! They were beside the head and the body, Macare staring at the head dully with those vacant red-rimmed eyes, and Maharet, as if with the last breath in her, kneeling now beside her sister, over the body of the mother as the room grew darker and colder, and Akasha's face began to grow pale and ghostly, white, as if all the light inside were going out. I should have been afraid. I should have been in terror. The cold was creeping over me, and I could hear my own choking sobs. But the strangest elation overcame me. I realized suddenly what I was seeing. "It's the dream," I said. Far away I could hear my own voice. "The twins, and the body of the mother, do you see it? The image from the dream." Blood spread out from Akasha's head into the weave of the carpet. Maharet was sinking down, her hands out flat, and Makare too had weakened and bent down over the body. But it was still the same image, and I knew why I'd seen it now. I knew what it meant. "The funeral feast!" Marius cried. "The heart and the brain! One of you, take them into yourself! It is the only chance!" Yes, that was it. And they knew. No one had to tell them. They knew. That was the meaning. And they'd all seen it, and they all knew. Even as my eyes were closing, I realized it, and this lovely feeling deepened, this sense of completeness, of something finished at last, of something known. Then I was floating in the ice-cold darkness again, as if I were in Akasha's arms, and we were rising into the stars. A sharp, crackling sound brought me back. Not dead yet, but dying. And where are those I love? Fighting for life still, I tried to open my eyes. It seemed impossible. But then I saw them in the thickening gloom, the two of them, their red hair catching the hazy glow of the fire, the one holding the bloody brain in her mud-covered fingers, and the other the dripping heart. All but dead they were, their own eyes glassy, their limbs moving as if through water. And Akasha stared forward still, her mouth open, the blood gushing from her shattered skull. Makare lifted the brain to her mouth. Maharet put the heart in her other hand. Makare took them both into herself. Darkness again. No firelight. No point of reference. No sensation except pain. Pain all through the thing that I was, which had no limbs, no eyes, no mouth to speak. Pain, throbbing, electrical, and no way to move, to lessen it, to push it this way or that way, or tense against it, or fade into it. Just pain. Yet I was moving. I was thrashing about on the floor. Through the pain I could feel the carpet suddenly. I could feel my feet digging at it as if I were trying to climb a steep cliff. And then I heard the unmistakable sound of the fire near me, and I felt the wind gusting through the broken window, and I smelled all those soft, sweet scents from the forest rushing into the room. A violent shock coursed through me, through every muscle and pore, my arms and legs flailing. Then still. The pain was gone. I lay there, gasping, staring at the brilliant reflection of the fire in the glass ceiling, and feeling the air fill my lungs. And I realized I was crying again, broken-heartedly, like a child. The twins knelt, with their backs to us, and they had their arms around each other, and their heads were together, their hair mingling as they caressed each other, gently, tenderly, as if talking through touch alone. I couldn't muffle my sobs. I turned over and drew my arm up under my face and just wept. Marius was near me, and so was Gabrielle. I wanted to take Gabrielle into my arms. I wanted to say all the things I knew I should say, that it was over and we had survived it and it was finished. But I couldn't. Then slowly I turned my head and looked at Akasha's face again. Her face still intact, though all the dense, shining whiteness was gone, and she was as pale, as translucent as glass. Even her eyes, her beautiful ink-black eyes, were becoming transparent, as if there were no pigment in them. It had all been the blood. Her hair lay soft and silken beneath her cheek, and the dried blood was lustrous and ruby red. I couldn't stop crying. I didn't want to. I started to say her name, and it caught in my throat. It was as if I shouldn't do it. I never should have. I never should have gone up those marble steps and kissed her face in the shrine. They were all coming to life again, the others. Armand was holding Daniel and Louis, who were both groggy and unable yet to stand. And Cayman had come forward with Jessie beside him, and the others were all right too. Pandora, trembling, her mouth twisted with her crying, stood far apart, hugging herself as if she were cold. And the twins turned around and stood up now, Maharet's arm around Makare. And Makare stared forward, expressionless, uncomprehending, the living statue. And Maharet said, "Behold, the Queen of the Damned." Part 5. World Without End. Amen. Some things lighten nightfall and make a Rembrandt of a grief, but mostly the swiftness of time is a joke on us. The flame moth is unable to laugh. What luck! The myths are dead. Stan Rice, Poem on Crawling into Bed, Bitterness, Body of Work, 1983. Miami. A vampire's city. Hot, teeming and embracingly beautiful. Melting pot, marketplace, playground. Where the desperate and the greedy are locked in subversive commerce, and the sky belongs to everyone, and the beach goes on forever, and the lights outshine the heavens, and the sea is as warm as blood. Miami, the happy hunting ground of the devil. That's why we are here, in Armand's large, graceful white villa on the night island, surrounded by every conceivable luxury and the wide-open southern night. Out there across the water, Miami beckons, victims just waiting, the pimps, the thieves, the dope kings, and the killers. The nameless ones, so many who are almost as bad as I am, but not quite. Armand had gone over at sunset with Marius, and they were back now, Armand playing chess with Santino in the drawing room, Marius reading, as he did constantly, in the leather chair by the window over the beach. Gabrielle had not appeared yet this evening. Since Jessie left, she was frequently alone. Cayman sat in the downstairs study, talking with Daniel now. Daniel, who liked to let the hunger build. Daniel, who wanted to know all about what it had been like in ancient Miletus and Athens and Troy. Oh, don't forget Troy. I myself was vaguely intrigued by the idea of Troy. I liked Daniel. Daniel, who might go with me later if I asked him, if I could bring myself to leave this island, which I have done only once since I arrived. Daniel, who still laughed at the path the moon made over the water, or the warm spray in his face. For Daniel, all of it, her death even, had been spectacle. But he cannot be blamed for that. Pandora almost never moved from the television screen. Marius had brought her the stylish modern garments she wore, satin shirt, boots to the knee, cleaving velvet skirt. He'd put the bracelets on her arms and the rings on her fingers, and each evening he brushed her long brown hair. Sometimes he presented her with little gifts of perfume. If he did not open them for her, they lay on the table untouched. She stared the way Armand did at the endless progression of video movies, only now and then breaking off to go to the piano in the music room and play softly for a little while. I liked her playing, rather like the art of the fugue, her seamless variations. But she worried me. The others didn't. The others had all recovered from what had happened, more quickly than I had ever imagined they could. She'd been damaged in some crucial way before it all began. Yet she liked it here. I knew she did. How could she not like it, even though she never listened to a word that Marius said? We all liked it, even Gabrielle. White rooms filled with gorgeous Persian carpets and endlessly intriguing paintings, Matisse, Monet, Picasso, Giotto, Géricault. One could spend a century merely looking at the paintings. Armand was constantly changing them, shifting their positions, bringing up some new treasure from the cellar, slipping in little sketches here and there. Jessie had loved it too, though she was gone now, to join Maharet in Rangoon. She had come here into my study and told me her side of it very directly, asking me to change the name she'd used and to leave out the Talamasca altogether, which of course I wouldn't do. I'd sat silently scanning her mind as she talked for all the little things she was leaving out. Then I'd poured it into the computer while she sat, watching, thinking, staring at the dark gray velvet curtains and the Venetian clock, and the cool collars of the Morandi on the wall. I think she knew I wouldn't do what she told me to do. She also knew it wouldn't matter. People weren't likely to believe in the Talamasca any more than they would ever believe in us. That is, unless David Talbot or Aaron Leitner came to call on them the way that Aaron had called on Jessie. As for the great family, well, it wasn't likely that any of them would think it more than a fiction with a touch here and there of truth. That is, if they ever happened to pick up the book. That's what everybody had thought of Interview with a Vampire and my autobiography, and they would think it about the Queen of the Damned, too. And that's how it should be. Even I agree with that now. Maharet was right. No room for us. No room for God or the devil. It should be metaphor, the supernatural, whether it's high mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral or Faust selling his soul in an opera or a rock star pretending to be the vampire Lestat. Nobody knew where Maharet had taken Makare. Even Eric probably didn't know now either, though he'd left with them, promising to meet Jessie in Rangoon. Before she left the Sonoma compound, Maharet had startled me with a little whisper, "Get it straight when you tell it, the legend of the twins." That was permission, wasn't it? Or cosmic indifference, I'm not sure which. I'd said nothing about the book to anyone. I'd only brooded on it in those long, painful hours when I couldn't really think, except in terms of chapters, an ordering, a road map through the mystery, a chronicle of seduction and pain. Maharet had looked worldly, yet mysterious that last evening, coming to find me in the forest, garmented in black and wearing her fashionable paint, as she called it, the skillful cosmetic mask that made her into an alluring mortal woman who could move with only admiring glances through the real world. What a tiny waist she had, and such long hands, even more graceful, it seemed, for the tight black kid gloves she wore. So carefully she had stepped through the ferns and past the tender saplings when she might have pushed the trees themselves out of her path. She'd been to San Francisco with Jessica and Gabrielle. They had walked past houses with cheerful lights on clean, narrow pavements where people lived, she'd said. How crisp her speech had been, how effortlessly contemporary, not like the timeless woman I had first encountered in the mountaintop room. And why was I alone again, she'd ask, sitting by myself near the little creek that ran through the thick of the redwoods? Why would I not talk to the others, even a little? Did I know how protective and fearful they were? They are still asking me those questions now. Even Gabrielle, who in the main never bothers with questions, never says much of anything. They want to know when I'm going to recover, when I'm going to talk about what happened, when I'm going to stop writing all through the night. Maharet had said that we would see her again very soon. In the spring, perhaps, we should come to her house in Burma. Or maybe she'd surprise us one evening. But the point was, we were never to be isolated from one another. We had ways to find each other, no matter where we might roam. Yes, on that vital point, at least, everyone had agreed. Even Gabrielle, the loner, the wanderer, had agreed. Nobody wanted to be lost in time again. And Makare, would we see her again? Would she ever sit with us around a table, speak to us with a language of gestures and signs? I had laid eyes upon her only once after that terrible night, and it had been entirely unexpected as I came through the forest back to the compound in the soft purple light just before dawn. There had been a mist crawling over the earth, thinning above the ferns and the few scattered winter wildflowers, and then paling utterly into phosphorescence as it rose among the giant trees. And the twins had come through the mist together, walking down into the creek bed to make their way along the stones, arms locked around each other, Makare in a long wool gown as beautiful as her sister's, her hair brushed and shining as it hung down around her shoulders and over her breasts. It seemed Maharet had been speaking softly in Makare's ear, and it was Makare who stopped to look at me, her green eyes wide, and her face for one moment unaccountably frightening in its blankness, as I'd felt my grief like a scorching wind on my heart. I'd stood entranced looking at her, at both of them, the pain in me suffocating, as if my lungs were being dried up. I don't know what my thoughts were, only that the pain seemed unbearable, and that Maharet had made some little tender motion to me of greeting, and that I should go my way. Morning coming. The forest was waking all around us, our precious moments slipping by. My pain had been finally loosened, like a moan coming out of me, and I let it go as I turned away. I'd glanced back once to see the two figures moving eastward, down the rippling silver creek bed, swallowed, as it were, by the roaring music of the water that followed its relentless path through the scattered rocks. The old image of the dream had faded just a little. And when I think of them now, I think not of the funeral feasts, but of that moment, the two sylphs in the forest, only nights before Maharet left the Sonoma compound, taking Makare away. I was glad when they were gone, because it meant that we would be going. And I did not care if I ever saw the Sonoma compound again. My sojourn there had been agony, though the first few nights after the catastrophe had been the worst. How quickly the bruised silence of the others had given way to endless analysis, as they strained to interpret what they'd seen and felt. How had the thing been transferred exactly? Had it abandoned the tissues of the brain as they disintegrated, racing through Makare's bloodstream until it found the like organ in her? Had the heart mattered at all? Molecular, nucleonic, solutions, protoplasm, glittering modern words. Come now, we are vampires. We thrive on the blood of the living. We kill, and we love it, whether we need to do it or not. I couldn't bear to listen to them. I couldn't bear their silent yet obsessive curiosity. What was it like with her? What did you do in those few nights? I couldn't get away from them either. I certainly hadn't the will to leave altogether. I trembled when I was with them, trembled when I was apart. The forest wasn't deep enough for me. I'd roamed for miles through the mammoth redwoods, and then through scrub oaks and open fields, and into dank, impassable woods again. No getting away from their voices. Lewis confessing how he had lost consciousness during those awful moments. Daniel saying that he had heard our voices yet seen nothing. Jessie in Cayman's arms had witnessed it all. How often they had pondered the irony that Makari had brought down her enemy with a human gesture, that knowing nothing of invisible powers, she had struck out as any human might, but with inhuman speed and strength. Had any of her survived in Makari? That was what I kept wondering. Forget the poetry of science, as Maharet had called it. That was what I wanted to know. Or had her soul been released at last when the brain was torn loose? Sometimes, in the dark, in the honeycombed cellar with its tin-plated walls and its countless impersonal chambers, I'd wake, certain that she was right there beside me, no more than an inch from my face. I'd feel her hair again, her arm around me. I'd see the black glimmer of her eye. I'd grope in the darkness. Nothing but the damp brick walls. Then I'd lie there and think of poor little baby Jenks as she had shown her to me, spiraling upwards. I'd see the varicolored lights enveloping baby Jenks as she looked down on the earth for the last time. How could baby Jenks, the poor biker child, have invented such a vision? Maybe we do go home, finally. How can we know? And so we remain immortal. We remain frightened. We remain anchored to what we can control. It all starts again. The wheel turns. We are the vampires, because there are no others. The new coven is formed. Like a gypsy caravan, we left the Sonoma compound, a parade of shining black cars streaking through the American night at lethal speed on immaculate roads. It was on that long night that they told me everything, spontaneously and sometimes unwittingly, as they conversed with one another. Like a mosaic, it came together, all that had gone before. Even when I dozed against the blue velvet upholstery, I heard them, saw what they had seen. Down to the swamplands of South Florida, down to the great, decadent city of Miami, parody of both heaven and hell. Immediately I locked myself in this little suite of tastefully appointed rooms, couches, carpet, the pale pastel paintings of Piero della Francesca, computer on the table, the music of Vivaldi pouring from tiny speakers hidden in the papered walls. Private stairway to the cellar, where in the steel-lined crypt the coffin waited, black lacquer, brass handles, a match in the stub of a candle, lining stitched with white lace. Bloodlust. How it hurt. But you don't need it. Yet you can't resist it. And it's going to be like this forever. You never get rid of it. You want it even more than before. When I wasn't writing, I lay on the grey brocade divan, watching the palm fronds move in the breeze from the terrace, listening to their voices below. Lewis begging Jessie politely to describe one more time the apparition of Claudia, and Jessie's voice, solicitous, confidential. But Lewis, it wasn't real. Gabrielle missed Jessie, now that she was gone. Jessie and Gabrielle had walked on the beach for hours. It seemed not a word passed between them. But then how could I be sure? Gabrielle was doing more and more little things to make me happy. Wearing her hair brushed free because she knew I loved it. Coming up to my room before she vanished with the morning. Now and then she'd look at me, probing, anxious. "You want to leave here, don't you?" I'd ask fearfully, or something like it. "No," she said. "I like it here. It suits me." When she got restless now, she went to the islands, which weren't so very far away. She rather liked the islands. But that wasn't what she wanted to talk about. There was always something else on her mind. Once she had almost voiced it. "But tell me..." And then she'd stopped. "Did I love her?" I asked. "Is that what you want to know?" "Yes, I loved her." And I still couldn't say her name. Mael came and went. Gone for a week, here again tonight downstairs, trying to draw Cayman into conversation. Cayman, who fascinated everybody. First brood, all that power. And to think he had walked the streets of Troy. The sight of him was continuously startling, if that is not a contradiction in terms. He went to great lengths to appear human. In a warm place like this, where heavy garments are conspicuous, it isn't an easy thing. Sometimes he covered himself with a darkening pigment, burnt sienna mixed with a little scented oil. It seemed a crime to do so, to mar the beauty. But how else could he slice through the human crowd like a greased knife? Now and then he knocked on my door. "Are you ever coming out?" he would ask. We'd look at the stack of pages beside the computer, the black letters, the Queen of the Damned. He'd stand there letting me search his mind for all the little fragments, half-remembered moments. He didn't care. I seemed to puzzle him, but why I couldn't imagine. What did he want from me? Then he'd smile, that shockingly saintly smile. Sometimes he took the boat out, Armand's black racer, and he let it drift in the gulf as he lay under the stars. Once Gabrielle went with him, and I was tempted to listen to them over all that distance, their voices so private and intimate. But I hadn't done it. Just didn't seem fair. Sometimes he said he feared the memory loss, that it would come suddenly, and he wouldn't be able to find his way home to us. But then it had come in the past on account of pain, and he was so happy. He wanted us to know it, so happy to be with us all. It seemed they'd reached some kind of agreement down there, that no matter where they went, they would always come back. This would be the Coven House, the sanctuary. Never would it be as it had been before. They were settling a lot of things. Nobody was to make any others, and nobody was to write any more books, though of course they knew that was exactly what I was doing, gleaning from them silently everything that I could, and that I didn't intend to obey any rules imposed on me by anybody, and that I never had. They were relieved that the vampire Lestat had died in the pages of the newspapers, that the debacle of the concert had been forgotten. No provable fatalities, no true injuries, everybody bought off handsomely. The band, receiving my share of everything, was touring again under its old name. And the riots, the brief era of miracles, they too had been forgotten, though they might never be satisfactorily explained. No, no more revelations, disruptions, interventions. That was their collective vow, and please cover up the kill. They kept impressing that upon the delirious Daniel, that even in a great festering urban wilderness like Miami, one could not be too careful with the remnants of the meal. Ah, Miami. I could hear it again, the low roar of so many desperate humans, the churning of all those machines, both great and small. Earlier I had let its voices sweep over me as I'd lain stock still on the divan. It was not impossible for me to direct this power, to sift and focus and amplify an entire chorus of different sounds. Yet I drew back from it, unable yet to really use it with conviction, just as I couldn't use my new strength. Ah, but I loved being near to this city, loved its sleaze and glamour, the old ramshackle hotels and spangled high-rises, its sultry winds, its flagrant decay. I listened now to that never-ending urban music, a low, throbbing hum. Why don't you go there, then? Marius. I looked up from the computer, slowly, just to needle him a little, though he was the most patient of immortal men. He stood against the frame of the terrace door with his arms folded, one ankle crossed over the other, the lights out there behind him. In the ancient world, had there been anything like it? The spectacle of an electrified city, dense with towers glowing like narrow grids in an old gas fire. He'd clipped his hair short. He wore plain yet elegant 20th century clothes, grey silk blazer and pants, and the red, this time, for there was always red, was the dark turtleneck shirt. "I want you to put the book aside and come join us," he said. "You've been locked in here for over a month." "I go out now and then," I said. I liked looking at him, at the neon blue of his eyes. "This book," he said. "What's the purpose of it? Would you tell me that much?" I didn't answer. He pushed a little harder, tactful though the tone was. Wasn't it enough, the songs and the autobiography? I tried to decide what made him look so amiable, really. Maybe it was the tiny lines that still came to life around his eyes, the little crinkling of flesh that came and went as he spoke. Big, wide eyes, like Cayman's, had a stunning effect. I looked back at the computer screen. Electronic image of language. Almost finished. And they all knew about it. They'd known all along. That's why they volunteered so much information. Knocking, coming in, talking, then going away. "So why talk about it?" I asked. "I want to make the record of what happened. You knew that when you told me what it had been like for you." "Yes? But for whom is this record being made?" I thought of all the fans again, in the auditorium, the visibility, and then those ghastly moments at her side in the villages when I'd been a god without a name. I was cold suddenly, in spite of the caressing warmth, the breeze that came in from the water. Had she been right when she called us selfish, greedy, when she'd said it was self-serving of us to want the world to remain the same? "You know the answer to that question," he said. He drew a little closer. He put his hand on the back of my chair. "It was a foolish dream, wasn't it?" I asked. It hurt to say it. "It could never have been realized, not even if we had proclaimed her the goddess and obeyed her every command." "It was madness," he answered. "They would have stopped her, destroyed her, more quickly than she ever dreamed." Silence. "The world would not have wanted her," he added. "That's what she could never comprehend." I think, in the end, she knew it. No place for her, no way for her to have value and be the thing that she was. She knew it when she looked into our eyes and saw the wall there which she could never breach. She'd been so careful with her visitations, choosing places as primitive and changeless as she was herself. He nodded. "As I said, you know the answers to your questions. So why do you continue to ask them? Why do you lock yourself here with your grief?" I didn't say anything. I saw her eyes again. "Why can't you believe in me?" "Have you forgiven me for all of it?" I asked suddenly. "You weren't to blame," he said. "She was waiting, listening. Sooner or later something would have stirred the will in her. The danger was always there. It was as much an accident as the beginning, really, that she woke when she did." He sighed. He sounded bitter again. the way he'd been in the first nights after, when he had grieved too. "I always knew the danger," he murmured. "Maybe I wanted to believe she was a goddess, until she woke, until she spoke to me, until she smiled." He was off again, thinking of the moment before the ice had fallen and pinned him helplessly for so long. He moved away, slowly, indecisively, and then went out onto the terrace and looked down at the beach. Such a casual way of moving. Had the ancient ones rested their elbows like that on stone railings? I got up and went after him. I looked across the great divide of black water, at the shimmering reflection of the skyline. I looked at him. "Do you know what it's like not to carry that burden?" he whispered. "To know now for the first time that I am free." I didn't answer, but I could most certainly feel it. Yet I was afraid for him, afraid perhaps that it had been the anchor, as the great family was the anchor for Maharet. "No," he said quickly, shaking his head. "It's as if a curse has been removed. I wake. I think I must go down to the shrine. I must burn the incense, bring the flowers. I must stand before them and speak to them, and try to comfort them if they are suffering inside. Then I realize that they're gone. It's over. Finished. I'm free to go wherever I would go and do whatever I would like." He paused, reflecting, looking at the lights again. Then, "What about you? Why aren't you free, too? I wish I understood you." "You do. You always have," I said. I shrugged. "You're burning with dissatisfaction. And we can't comfort you, can we? It's their love you want." He made a little gesture towards the city. "You comfort me," I answered, "all of you. I couldn't think of leaving you, not for very long anyway. But you know, when I was on that stage in San Francisco..." I didn't finish. What was the use of saying it if he didn't know? It had been everything I'd ever wanted it to be until the great whirlwind had descended and carried me away. "Even though they never believed you?" he asked. "They thought you were merely a clever performer, an author with a hook, as they say." "They knew my name," I answered. "It was my voice they heard. They saw me up there above the footlights." He nodded. "And so the book, The Queen of the Damned," he said. No answer. "Come down with us. Let us try to keep you company. Talk to us about what took place." "You saw what took place." I felt a little confusion suddenly, a curiosity in him that he was reluctant to reveal. He was still looking at me. I thought of Gabrielle, the way she would start to ask me questions and stop. Then I realized why I'd been a fool not to see it before. They wanted to know what powers she'd given me. They wanted to know how much her blood had affected me, and all this time I'd kept those secrets locked inside. I kept them locked there now, along with the image of those dead bodies strewn throughout Azim's temple, along with the memory of the ecstasy I'd felt when I'd slain every man in my path, and along with yet another awful and unforgettable moment, her death, when I had failed to use the gifts to help her. And now it started again, the obsession with the end. Had she seen me lying there so close to her? Had she known of my refusal to aid her? Or had her soul risen when the first blow was struck? Marius looked out over the water at the tiny boat speeding toward the harbor to the south. He was thinking of how many centuries it had taken him to acquire the powers he now possessed. Infusions of her blood alone had not done it. Only after 1,000 years had he been able to rise towards the clouds as if he were one of them, unfettered, unafraid. He was thinking of how such things vary from one immortal to another, how no one knows what power is locked inside another. No one knows, perhaps, what power is locked within oneself. All very polite. But I could not confide in him or anyone just yet. "Look," I said, "let me mourn just a little while more. Let me create my dark images here and have the written words for friends. Then later I'll come to you. I'll join you all. Maybe I'll obey the rules, some of them anyway, who knows. What are you going to do if I don't, by the way? And haven't I asked you this before?" He was clearly startled. "You are the damnedest creature," he whispered. "You make me think of the old story about Alexander the Great. He wept when there were no more worlds to conquer. Will you weep when there are no more rules to break?" "Ah, but there are always rules to break." He laughed under his breath. "Burn the book." "No." We looked at each other for a moment. Then I embraced him tightly and warmly, and I smiled. I didn't even know why I'd done it, except that he was so patient and so earnest, and there had been some profound change in him, as there had been in all of us. But with him it was dark and hurtful, as it had been with me. It had to do with the whole struggle of good and evil, which he understood exactly the way I did, because he was the one who had taught me to understand it years ago. He was the one who had told me how we must wrestle forever with those questions, how the simple solution was not what we wanted, but what we must always fear. I'd embraced him also because I loved him and wanted to be near to him, and I didn't want him to leave just now angry or disappointed in me. "You will obey the rules, won't you?" he asked suddenly, mixture of menace and sarcasm, and maybe a little affection, too. "Of course." Again I shrugged. "What are they, by the way?" "I've forgotten. Oh, we don't make any new vampires. We do not wander off without a trace. We cover up the kill." "You are an imp, Lestat. You know it? A brat. "Let me ask you a question," I said. I made my hand into a fist and touched him lightly on the arm. "That painting of yours, The Temptation of Amadeo, the one in the Talamasca crypt." "Yes?" "Wouldn't you like to have it back?" "Ye gods, no. It's a dreary thing, really. My black period, you might say. But I do wish they'd take it out of the damned cellar, hang it in the front hall, some decent place." I laughed. Suddenly he became serious, suspicious. "Lestat!" he said sharply. "Yes, Marius?" "You leave the Talamasca alone." "Of course." Another shrug, another smile. "Why not?" "I mean it, Lestat. I'm quite serious. Do not meddle with the Talamasca. Do we understand each other, you and I?" "Marius, you are remarkably easy to understand." Did you hear that? The clock striking midnight. I always take my little walk around the night island now. Do you want to come? I didn't wait for him to answer. I heard him give one of those lovely forbearing sighs of his as I went out the door. Midnight. The night island sang. I walked through the crowded galleria. Denim jacket, white T-shirt, face half covered by giant dark glasses, hands shoved into the pockets of my jeans. I watched the hungry shoppers dipping into the open doorways, perusing stacks of shining luggage, silk shirts in plastic, a sleek black mannequin swathed in mink. Beside a shimmering fountain with its dancing plumes of myriad droplets, an old woman sat, curled on a bench, paper cup of steaming coffee in her trembling hand. Hard for her to raise it to her lips. When I smiled as I passed, she said in a quavering voice, When you're old, you don't need sleep anymore. A soft, woozy music gushed out of the cocktail lounge. The young toughs prowled the video emporium. Bloodlust. The raucous zip and flash of the arcade died as I turned my head away. Through the door of the French restaurant I caught the swift, beguiling movement of a woman lifting a glass of champagne, muted laughter. The theater was full of black and white giants speaking French. A young woman passed me, dark skin, voluptuous hips, little pout of a mouth, the bloodlust crested. I walked on, forcing it back into its cage. Do not need the blood, strong now as the old ones. But I could taste it. I glanced back at her, saw her seated on the stone bench, naked knees jutting from her tight little skirt, eyes fixed on me. Oh, Marius was right about it, right about everything. I was burning with dissatisfaction, burning with loneliness. I want to pull her up off that bench. Do you know what I am? No, don't settle for the other. Don't lure her out of here. Don't do it. Don't take her down on the white sands, far beyond the lights of the Galleria, where the rocks are dangerous and the waves are breaking violently in the little cove. I thought of what she had said to us, about our selfishness, our greed. Taste of blood on my tongue. Someone's going to die if I linger here. End of the corridor. I put my key into the steel door between the shop that sold Chinese rugs made by little girls and the tobacconist who slept now among the Dutch pipes, his magazine over his face. Silent hallway into the bowels of the villa. One of them was playing the piano. I listened for a long moment. Pandora. And the music, as always, had a dark, sweet luster, but it was more than ever like an endless beginning, a theme ever building to a climax which would never come. I went up the stairs and into the living room. Ah, you can tell this is a vampire house. Who else could live by starlight and the glow of a few scattered candles, luster of marble and velvet, shock of Miami out there where the lights never go out? Armand still playing chess with Cayman and losing. Daniel lay under the earphones listening to Bach, now and then glancing to the black and white board to see if a piece had been moved. On the terrace, looking out over the water, her thumbs hooked in her back pockets, Gabrielle stood, alone. I went out to her, kissed her cheek, and looked into her eyes. And when I finally won the begrudging little smile I needed, then I turned and wandered back into the house. Marius in the black leather chair, reading the newspaper, folding it as a gentleman might in a private club. "Louis is gone," he said, without looking up from the paper. "What do you mean, gone?" "To New Orleans," Armand said, without looking up from the chessboard. "To that flat you had there. The one where Jessie saw Claudia." "The plane's waiting," Marius said, eyes still on the paper. "My man can drive you down to the landing strip," Armand said, with his eyes still on the game. "What is this? Why are you two being so helpful? Why should I go get Louis?" "I think you should bring him back," Marius said. "It's no good his being in that old flat in New Orleans." "I think you should get out and do something," Armand said. "You've been holed up here too long." "Ah. I can see what this coven is going to be like. Advice from all sides, and everyone watching everyone else out of the corner of an eye. Why did you ever let Louis go off to New Orleans anyway? Couldn't you have stopped him?" I landed in New Orleans at 2 o'clock. Left the limousine at Jackson Square. So clean it all was, with the new flagstones and the chains on the gates. Imagine, so the derelicts couldn't sleep on the grass in the square the way they'd done for 200 years. and the tourists crowding the Café du Monde, where the riverfront taverns had been, those lovely, nasty places where the hunting was irresistible and the women were as tough as the men. But I loved it now, always would love it. The colors were somehow the same. And even in this blasted cold of January, it had the old tropical feel to it, something to do with the flatness of the pavements, the low buildings, the sky that was always in motion, and the slanting roofs that were gleaming now with a bit of icy rain. I walked slowly away from the river, letting the memories rise as if from the pavements, hearing the hard, brassy music of the Rue Bourbon, and then the quiet, wet darkness of the Rue Royale. How many times had I taken this route in the old days, coming back from the riverfront or the opera house or the theatre and stopping here on this very spot to put my key in the carriage gate. Ah, the house in which I'd lived the span of a human lifetime. The house in which I'd almost died twice. Someone up there in the old flat, someone who walks softly yet makes the boards creak. The little downstairs shop was neat and dark behind its barred windows, porcelain knickknacks, dolls, lace fans. I looked up at the balcony with its wrought iron railings. I could picture Claudia there, on tiptoe, looking down at me, little fingers knotted on the rail, golden hair spilling down over her shoulders, long streak of violet ribbon. My little immortal 6-year-old beauty. Lestat, where have you been? And that's what he was doing, wasn't he? Picturing things like that. It was dead quiet. That is, if you didn't hear the televisions chattering behind the green shutters and the old vine-covered walls, and the raucous noise from Bourbon, a man and a woman fighting deep within a house on the other side of the street. But no one about. Only the shining pavements and the shut-up shops and the big clumsy cars parked over the curb, the rain falling soundlessly on their curved roofs. No one to see me as I walked away and then turned and made the quick feline leap in the old manner to the balcony and came down silently on the boards. I peered through the dirty glass of the French doors. Empty. Scarred walls, the way Jessie had left them. A board nailed up here as though someone had tried once to break in and had been found out. Smell of burnt timbers in there after all these years. I pulled down the board silently. But now there was the lock on the other side. Could I use the new power? Could I make it open? Why did it hurt so much to do it? To think of her, to think that in that last flickering moment I could have helped her. I could have helped head and body to come together again, even though she had meant to destroy me, even though she had not called my name. I looked at the little lock. Turn. Open. And with tears rising, I heard the metal creak and saw the latch move. Little spasm in the brain as I kept my eye on it, and then the old door popped from its warped frame, hinges groaning as if a draft inside had pushed it out. He was in the hallway, looking through Claudia's door. The coat was perhaps a little shorter, a little less full than those old frock coats had been, but he looked so very nearly like himself in the old century that it made the ache in me deepen unbearably. For a moment I couldn't move. He might as well have been a ghost there, his black hair full and disheveled as it had always been in the old days, and his green eyes full of melancholy wonder, and his arms rather limp at his sides. Surely he hadn't contrived to fit so perfectly into the old context. Yet he was a ghost in this flat, where Jessie had been so frightened, where she'd caught in chilling glimpses the old atmosphere I'd never forget. 60 years here. The unholy family. 60 years, Louis Claudia Lestat. Could I hear the harpsichord if I tried? Claudia playing her Haydn, and the birds singing because the sound always excited them, and the collected music vibrating in the crystal baubles that hung from the painted glass shades of the oil lamps, and in the wind chimes even that hung in the rear doorway before the curving iron stairs. Claudia. A face for a locket, or a small oval portrait done on porcelain and kept with a curl of her golden hair in a drawer. But how she would have hated such an image, such an unkind image. Claudia, who sank her knife into my heart and twisted it, and watched as the blood poured down my shirt. Die, father, I'll put you in your coffin forever. I will kill you first, my prince. I saw the little mortal child lying there in the soiled covers, smell of sickness. I saw the black-eyed queen, motionless on her throne, and I had kissed them both, the sleeping beauties. Claudia, Claudia, come round now, Claudia. That's it, dear. You must drink it to get well. Akasha. Someone was shaking me. Lestat, he said. Confusion. Ah, Louis, forgive me. The dark, neglected hallway. I shuddered. I came here because I was so concerned about you. No need. It was just a little pilgrimage I had to make. I touched his face with my fingers, so warm from the kill. She's not here, Louis, I said. It was something Jessie imagined. Yes, so it seems, he said. We live forever, but they don't come back. He studied me for a long moment, and then he nodded. Come on, he said. We walked down the long hallway together. No, I did not like it. I did not want to be here. It was haunted, but real hauntings have nothing to do with ghosts, finally. They have to do with a menace of memory. That had been my room in there, my room. He was struggling with the back door, trying to make the old weathered frame behave. I gestured for him to go out on the porch, and then I gave it the shove it needed. Locked up tight. So sad to see the overgrown courtyard, the fountain ruined, the old brick kitchen crumbling and the bricks becoming earth again. I'll fix it all for you if you want, I told him. You know, make it like it was before. Not important now, he said. Will you come with me? Walk with me a little. We went down the covered carriageway together, water rushing through the little gutter. I glanced back once, saw her standing there in her white dress with the blue sash. Only she wasn't looking at me. I was dead, she thought, wrapped in the sheets that Louis thrust into the carriage. She was taking my remains away to bury me, yet there she stood, and our eyes met. I felt him tugging on me. No good to stay here any longer, he said. I watched him close the gate up properly. And then his eyes moved sluggishly over the windows again, the balconies and the high dormers above. Was he saying farewell, finally? Maybe not. We went together up to the Rue Sainte-Anne and away from the river, not speaking, just walking, the way we'd done so many times back then. The cold was biting at him a little, biting at his hands. He didn't like to put his hands in his pockets the way men did today. He didn't think it a graceful thing to do. The rain had softened into a mist. Finally he said, "You gave me a little fright. I didn't think you were real when I first saw you in the hallway. You didn't answer when I said your name." "And where are we going now?" I asked. I buttoned up my denim jacket, not because I suffered from cold any more, but because being warm felt good. "Just one last place, and then wherever you wish. Back to the Coven House, I should think. We don't have much time. Or maybe you can leave me to my meanderings, and I'll be back in a couple of nights. Can't we meander together? Yes, he said eagerly. What in God's name did I want? We walked beneath the old porches, past the old solid green shutters, past the walls of peeling plaster and naked brick, and through the garish light of the Rue Bourbon, and then I saw the St. Louis Cemetery up ahead, with its thick whitewashed walls. What did I want? Why was my soul aching still when all the rest of them had struck some balance? Even Louis had struck a balance, and we had each other, as Marius had said. I was happy to be with him, happy to be walking these old streets. But why wasn't it enough? Another gate now to be opened. I watched him break the lock with his fingers. And then we went into the little city of white graves with their peaked roofs and urns and doorways of marble and the high grass crunching under our boots. The rain made every surface luminous. The lights of the city gave a pearl gleam to the clouds traveling silently over our heads. I tried to find the stars, but I couldn't. When I looked down again, I saw Claudia. I felt her hand touch mine. Then I looked at Louis again, and saw his eyes catch the dim and distant light, and I winced. I touched his face again, the cheekbones, the arch beneath the black eyebrow. What a finely made thing he was. Blessed darkness, I said suddenly. Blessed darkness has come again. Yes, he said sadly, and we rule in it as we have always done. Wasn't that enough? He took my hand. What did it feel like now? And led me down the narrow corridor between the oldest, the most venerable tombs, tombs that went back to the oldest time of the colony, when he and I had roamed the swamps together, the swamps that threatened to swallow everything, and I had fed on the blood of roustabouts and cutthroat thieves. His tomb. I realized I was looking at his name engraved on the marble in a great slanting old-fashioned script. Louis de Pointulac, 1766-1794. He rested against the tomb behind him, another one of those little temples like his own, with a peristyle roof. I only wanted to see it again, he said. He reached out and touched the writing with his finger. It had faded only slightly from the weather wearing at the surface of the stone. The dust and grime had made it all the clearer, darkening each letter and numeral. Was he thinking of what the world had been in those years? I thought of her dreams, her garden of peace on earth, with flowers springing from the blood-soaked soil. Now we can go home, he said. Home. I smiled. I reached out and touched the graves on either side of me. I looked up again at the soft glow of the city lights against the ruffled clouds. You're not going to leave us, are you? He asked suddenly, voice sharpened with distress. No, I said. I wished I could speak of it. All the things that were in the book. You know, we were lovers, she and I, as surely as a mortal man and woman ever were. Of course, I know, he said. I smiled. I kissed him suddenly, thrilled by the warmth of him, the soft, pliant feel of his near-human skin. God, how I hated the whiteness of my fingers touching him, fingers that could have crushed him now, effortlessly. I wondered if he even guessed. There was so much I wanted to say to him, to ask him. Yet I couldn't find the words, really, or a way to begin. He had always had so many questions, and now he had his answers, more answers perhaps than he could ever have wanted. And what had this done to his soul? Stupidly I stared at him. How perfect he seemed to me as he stood there, waiting with such kindness and such patience, and then, like a fool, I came out with it. "Do you love me now?" I asked. He smiled. Oh, it was excruciating to see his face soften and brighten simultaneously when he smiled. "Yes," he said. "Want to go on a little adventure?" My heart was thudding suddenly. It would be so grand if... "Want to break the new rules?" "What in the world do you mean?" he whispered. I started laughing, in a low, feverish fashion. It felt so good. Laughing and watching the subtle little changes in his face. I really had him worried now, and the truth was I didn't know if I could do it. Without her. What if I plunged like Icarus? "Oh, come now, Louis," I said. "Just a little adventure. I promise I have no designs this time on Western civilization, or even on the attentions of 2 million rock music fans. I was thinking of something small, really. Something, well, a little mischievous. And rather elegant. I mean, I've been awfully good for the last 2 months, don't you think?" "What on earth are you talking about?" "Are you with me or not?" He gave another little shake of his head again, but it wasn't a no. He was pondering. He ran his fingers back through his hair. Such fine black hair. The first thing I'd ever noticed about him, well, after his green eyes, that is, was his black hair. No, all that's a lie. It was his expression, the passion and the innocence and the delicacy of conscience. I just loved it. "When does this little adventure begin?" "Now," I said. "You have 4 seconds to make up your mind." "Lestat, it's almost dawn." "It's almost dawn here," I answered. "What do you mean?" "Louis, put yourself in my hands. Look, if I can't pull it off, you won't really be hurt. Well, not that much. Game? Make up your mind. I want to be off now." He didn't say anything. He was looking at me, and so affectionately that I could hardly stand it. "Yes or no?" "I'm probably going to regret this, but..." "Agreed, then." I reached out and placed my hands firmly on his arms, and I lifted him high off his feet. He was flabbergasted, looking down at me. It was as if he weighed nothing. I set him down. "Mon Dieu," he whispered. Well, what was I waiting for? If I didn't try it, I'd never find out. There came a dark, dull moment of pain again, of remembering her, of us rising together. I let it slowly slip away. I swung my arm around his waist. Upwards now. I lifted my right hand, but that wasn't even necessary. We were climbing on the wind that fast. The cemetery was spinning down there, a tiny, sprawling toy of itself, with little bits of white scattered all over under the dark trees. I could hear his astonished gasp in my ear. "Lestat!" "Put your arm around my neck," I said. "Hold on tight. We're going west, of course, and then north, and we're going a very long distance, and maybe we'll drift for a while. The sun won't set where we're going for some time." The wind was ice cold. I should have thought of that he'd suffer from it, but he gave no sign. He was merely gazing upwards as we pierced the great snowy mist of the clouds. When he saw the stars, I felt him tense against me. His face was perfectly smooth and serene, and if he was weeping, the wind was carrying it away. Whatever fear he'd felt was gone now, utterly. He was lost as he looked upward, as the dome of heaven came down around us, and the moon shone full on the endless thickening plain of whiteness below. No need to tell him what to observe or what to remember. He always knew such things. Years ago, when I'd done the dark magic on him, I hadn't had to tell him anything. He had savored the smallest aspects of it all on his own. And later he'd said I'd failed to guide him. Didn't he know how unnecessary that had always been? But I was drifting now, mentally and physically, feeling him a snug yet weightless thing against me, just the pure presence of Louis, Louis belonging to me and with me, and no burden at all. I was plotting the course firmly, with one tiny part of my mind, the way she'd taught me to do it, and I was also remembering so many things. The first time, for example, that I'd ever seen him in a tavern in New Orleans. He'd been drunk, quarreling, and I'd followed him out into the night. And he had said in that last moment, before I'd let him slip through my hands, his eyes closing, "But who are you?" I'd known I'd come back for him at sunset, that I'd find him, if I had to search the whole city for him, though I was leaving him then half dead in the cobblestone street. I had to have him. Had to. Just the way I had to have everything I wanted, or had to do everything I'd ever wanted to do. That was the problem. And nothing she'd given me, not suffering or power or terror finally, had changed it one bit. 4 miles from London. 1 hour after sunset. We lay in the grass together in the cold darkness under the oak. There was a little light coming from the huge manor house in the middle of the park, but not much. The small, deep-cut, leaded windows seemed made to keep it all inside. Cozy in there, inviting, with all the book-lined walls and the flicker of flames from those many fireplaces and the smoke belching up from the chimneys into the foggy dark. Now and then a car moved on the winding road beyond the front gates, and the beams would sweep the regal face of the old building, revealing the gargoyles and the heavy arches over the windows and the gleaming knockers on the massive front doors. I have always loved these old European dwellings, big as landscapes. No wonder they invite the spirits of the dead to come back. Louis sat up suddenly, looking about himself, and then hastily brushed the grass from his coat. He had slept for hours, inevitably, on the breast of the wind, you might say, and in the places where I'd rested for a little while, waiting for the world to turn. "Where are we?" he whispered, with a vague touch of alarm. "Talamasca Mother House, outside London," I said. I was lying there with my hands cradling my head. Lights on in the attic, lights on in the main rooms of the first floor. I was thinking, what way would be the most fun? "What are we doing here?" "Adventure, I told you." "But wait a minute. You don't mean to go in there?" "Don't I? They have Claudia's diary in there, in their cellar, along with Marius's painting. You know all that, don't you? Jessie told you those things." "Well, what do you mean to do? Break in and rummage through the cellar till you find what you want?" I laughed. "Oh, that wouldn't be very much fun, would it? Sounds more like dreary work. Besides, it's not really the diary I want. They can keep the diary. It was Claudia's. I want to talk to one of them. To David Talbot, the leader. They're the only mortals in the world, you know, who really believe in us." Twinge of pain inside. "Ignore it. The fun's beginning." For the moment he was too shocked to answer. This was even more delicious than I had dreamed. "But you can't be serious," he said. He was getting wildly indignant. "Lestat, let these people alone. They think Jessie is dead. They received a letter from someone in her family." "Yes, naturally. So I won't disabuse them of that morbid notion. Why would I? But the one who came to the concert, David Talbot, the older one, he fascinates me. I suppose I want to know... But why say it? Time to go in and find out." "Lestat!" "Louis," I said, mocking his tone. I got up and helped him up, not because he needed it, but because he was sitting there, glowering at me and resisting me and trying to figure out how to control me, all of which was an utter waste of his time. "Lestat, Marius will be furious if you do this." he said earnestly, his face sharpening, the whole picture of high cheekbones and dark, probing green eyes firing beautifully. "The cardinal rule is—" "Louis, you're making it irresistible," I said. He took hold of my arm. "What about Maharet? These were Jessie's friends." "And what is she going to do? Send Makare to crush my head like an egg?" "You are really past all patience," he said. "Have you learned anything at all?" "Are you coming with me or not?" "You're not going into that house." "You see that window up there?" I hooked my arm around his waist. Now he couldn't get away from me. "David Talbot is in that room. He's been writing in his journal for about an hour. He's deeply troubled. He doesn't know what happened with us. He knows something happened, but he'll never really figure it out. Now we're going to enter the bedroom next to him by means of that little window to the left." He gave one last feeble protest, but I was concentrating on the window, trying to visualize a lock. How many feet away was it? I felt the spasm, and then I saw, high above, the little rectangle of leaded glass swing out. He saw it too, and while he was standing there, speechless, I tightened my grip on him and went up. Within a second we were standing inside the room, a small Elizabethan chamber with dark paneling and handsome period furnishings and a busy little fire. Louis was in a rage. He glared at me as he straightened his clothes now with quick, furious gestures. I liked the room, David Talbot's books, his bed, and David Talbot, staring at us through the half-open door to his study, from where he sat in the light of one green shaded lamp on his desk. He wore a handsome grey silk smoking jacket tied at the waist. He had his pen in hand. He was as still as a creature of the wood, sensing a predator before the inevitable attempt at flight. Ah, now, this was lovely. I studied him for a moment. Dark grey hair, clear black eyes, beautifully lined face, very expressive, immediately warm. And the intelligence of the man was obvious, all very much as Jessie and Cayman had described. I went into the study. "You'll forgive me," I said. "I should have knocked at the front door, but I wanted our meeting to be private. You know who I am, of course." Speechless. I looked at the desk. Our files, neat manila folders with various familiar names, Théâtre des Vampires, and Armand, and Benjamin the Devil, and Jessie. Jessie. There was the letter from Jessie's aunt, Maharet, lying there beside the folder, the letter which said that Jessie was dead. I waited, wondering if I should force him to speak first. But then that's never been my favorite game. He was studying me very intensely, infinitely more intensely than I had studied him. He was memorizing me, using little devices he'd learned to record details so that he would remember them later, no matter how great the shock of an experience while it was going on. Tall, not heavy, not slender either, a good build. Large, very well-formed hands. Very well groomed, too, a true British gentleman, a lover of tweed and leather and dark woods and tea and dampness and the dark park outside and the lovely, wholesome feeling of this house. And his age, 65 or so, a very good age. He knew things younger men just could not possibly know. This was the modern equivalent of Marius's age in ancient times. Not really old for the 20th century at all. Louis was still in the other room, but he knew Louis was there. He looked towards the doorway now, and then back to me. Then he rose and surprised me utterly. He extended his hand. "How do you do?" he said. I laughed. I took his hand and shook it firmly and politely, observing his reactions, his astonishment when he felt how cold my flesh was, how lifeless in any conventional sense. He was frightened, all right, but he was also powerfully curious, powerfully interested. Then, very agreeably and very courteously, he said, Jessie isn't dead, is she? Amazing what the British do with language, the nuances of politeness. The world's great diplomat, surely. I found myself wondering what their gangsters were like. Yet there was such grief there for Jessie. And who was I to dismiss another being's grief? I looked at him solemnly. "Oh, yes," I said. "Make no mistake about it. Jessie is dead." I held his gaze firmly. There was no misunderstanding. "Forget about Jessie," I said. He gave a little nod, eyes glancing off for a moment, and then he looked at me again with as much curiosity as before. I made a little circle in the center of the room, saw Louis back there in the shadows, standing against the side of the bedroom fireplace, watching me with such scorn and disapproval. But this was no time to laugh. I didn't feel at all like laughing. I was thinking of something Cayman had told me. "I have a question for you now," I said. "Yes?" "I'm here, under your roof. Suppose when the sun rises, I go down into your cellar. I slip into unconsciousness there. You know." I made a little offhand gesture. "What would you do? Would you kill me while I slept?" He thought about it for less than 2 seconds. "No." "But you know what I am. There isn't the slightest doubt in your mind, is there? Why wouldn't you?" "Many reasons," he said. "I'd want to know about you. I'd want to talk to you. No, I wouldn't kill you. Nothing could make me do that." I studied him. He was telling the truth completely. He didn't elaborate on it, but he would have thought it frightfully callous and disrespectful to kill me, to kill a thing as mysterious and old as I was. "Yes, precisely," he said with a little smile. "Mind reader. Not very powerful, however, just the surface thoughts." "Don't be so sure." Again it was said with remarkable politeness. "Second question for you," I said. "By all means." He was really intrigued now. The fear had absolutely melted away. "Do you want the dark gift? You know, to become one of us?" Out of the corner of my eye I saw Louis shake his head. Then he turned his back. "I'm not saying that I'd ever give it to you. Very likely I would not. But do you want it? If I was willing, would you accept it from me?" "No." "Oh, come now. Not in a million years would I ever accept it. As God is my witness, no." "You don't believe in God?" "You know you don't." "Merely an expression. But the sentiment is true." I smiled. Such an affable, alert face. And I was so exhilarated. The blood was moving through my veins with a new vigor. I wondered if he could sense it. Did I look any less like a monster? Were there all those little signs of humanity that I saw in others of our kind when they were exuberant or absorbed? "I don't think it will take a million years for you to change your mind," I said. "You don't have very much time at all, really, when you think about it." "I will never change my mind," he said. He smiled very sincerely. He was holding his pen in both hands, and he toyed with it unconsciously and anxiously for a second, but then he was still. "I don't believe you," I said. I looked around the room, at the small Dutch painting in its lacquered frame, a house in Amsterdam above a canal. I looked at the frost on the leaded window, nothing visible of the night outside at all. I felt sad, suddenly, only it wasn't anything as bad as before. It was just an acknowledgment of the bitter loneliness that had brought me here, the need with which I'd come, to stand in his little chamber and feel his eyes on me, to hear him say that he knew who I was. The moment darkened. I couldn't speak. "Yes," he said in a timid tone behind me. "I know who you are." I turned and looked at him. It seemed I'd weep suddenly. Weep on account of the warmth here and the scent of human things, the sight of a living man standing before a desk. I swallowed. I wasn't going to lose my composure. That was foolish. "It's quite fascinating, really," I said. "You wouldn't kill me, but you wouldn't become what I am." "That's correct." "No, I don't believe you," I said again. A little shadow came into his face, but it was an interesting shadow. He was afraid I'd seen some weakness in him that he wasn't aware of himself. I reached for his pen. "May I? And a piece of paper, please." He gave them to me immediately. I sat down at the desk in his chair, all very immaculate, the blotter, the small leather cylinder in which he kept his pens, and even the manila folders. Immaculate as he was, standing there, watching as I wrote. "It's a phone number," I said. I put the piece of paper in his hand. "It's a Paris number, an attorney who knows me under my proper name, Lestat de Lioncourt, which I believe is in your files. Of course, he doesn't know the things about me you know, but he can reach me. Or perhaps it would be accurate to say that I am always in touch with him." He didn't say anything, but he looked at the paper, and he memorized the number. "Keep it," I said. "And when you change your mind, when you want to be immortal, and you're willing to say so, call the number, and I'll come back." He was about to protest. I gestured for silence. "You never know what may happen," I told him. I sat back in his chair and crossed my hands on my chest. "You may discover you have a fatal illness. You may find yourself crippled by a bad fall. Maybe you'll just start to have nightmares about being dead, about being nobody and nothing. Doesn't matter. When you decide you want what I have to give, call. And remember, please, I'm not saying I'll give it to you. I may never do that. I'm only saying that when you decide you want it, then the dialogue will begin." "But it's already begun." "No, it hasn't." "You don't think you'll be back?" he asked. "I think you will, whether I call or not." Another little surprise, a little stab of humiliation. I smiled at him in spite of myself. He was a very interesting man. "You silver-tongued British bastard," I said. "How dare you say that to me with such condescension? Maybe I should kill you right now." That did it. He was stunned. Covering it up rather well, but I could still see it, and I knew how frightening I could look, especially when I smiled. He recovered himself with amazing swiftness. He folded the paper with the phone number on it and slipped it into his pocket. "Please accept my apology," he said. "What I meant to say was that I hope you'll come back." "Call the number," I said. We looked at each other for a long moment. Then I gave him another little smile. I stood up to take my leave. Then I looked down at his desk. "Why don't I have my own file?" I asked. His face went blank for a second. Then he recovered again, miraculously. "Ah, but you have the book." He gestured to the vampire Lestat on the shelf. "Ah, yes, right. Well, thank you for reminding me." I hesitated. "But, I think I should have my own file." "I agree with you," he said. "I'll make one up immediately. It was always just a matter of time." I laughed softly in spite of myself. He was so courteous. I made a little farewell bow, and he acknowledged it gracefully. And then I moved past him as fast as I could manage it, which was quite fast, and I caught hold of Lewis and left immediately through the window, moving out and up over the grounds until I came down on a lonely stretch of the London road. It was darker and colder here, with the oaks closing out the moon, and I loved it. I loved the pure darkness. I stood there with my hands shoved into my pockets, looking at the faint, far-away aureole of light hovering over London, and laughing to myself with irrepressible glee. "Oh, that was wonderful! That was perfect!" I said, rubbing my hands together, and then clasping Lewis's hands, which were even colder than mine. The expression on Lewis's face sent me into raptures. This was a real laughing fit coming on. "You're a bastard, do you know that?" he said. "How could you do such a thing to that poor man? You're a fiend, Lestat. You should be walled up in a dungeon." "Oh, come on, Lewis," I said. I couldn't stop laughing. "What do you expect of me? Besides, the man's a student of the supernatural. He isn't going to go stark raving mad. What does everybody expect of me?" I threw my arm around his shoulder. "Come on, let's go to London. It's a long walk, but it's early. I've never been to London, do you know that? I want to see the West End and Mayfair and the Tower. Yes, let's go to the Tower. And I want to feed in London. Come on." "Lestat, this is no joking matter. Marius will be furious. Everyone will be furious." My laughing fit was getting worse. We started down the road at a good clip. It was so much fun to walk. Nothing was ever going to take the place of that. The simple act of walking, feeling the earth under your feet, and the sweet smell of the nearby chimneys scattered out there in the blackness, and the damp, cold smell of deep winter in these woods. Oh, it was all very lovely. And we'd get Lewis a decent overcoat when we reached London, a nice long black overcoat with fur on the collar, so that he'd be warm as I was now. "Do you hear what I'm saying to you?" Lewis said. "You haven't learned anything, have you? You're more incorrigible than you were before." I started to laugh again. Then, more soberly, I thought of David Talbot's face, and that moment when he challenged me. Well, maybe he was right. I'd be back. Who said I couldn't come back and talk to him if I wanted to? Who said? But then I ought to give him just a little time to think about that phone number and slowly lose his nerve. The bitterness came again, and a great drowsy sadness suddenly that threatened to sweep my little triumph away, but I wouldn't let it. The night was too beautiful, and Lewis's diatribe was becoming all the more heated and hilarious. "You're a perfect devil, Lestat," he was saying. "That's what you are. You are the devil himself." "Yes, I know," I said, loving to look at him, to see the anger pumping him so full of life. "And I love to hear you say it, Lewis. I need to hear you say it. I don't think anyone will ever say it quite like you do. Come on, say it again. I'm a perfect devil. Tell me how bad I am. It makes me feel so good." The end.